mga tungkulin sa pagdinig ng komite na ito. Bigyan mo po kami ng kalakasan ng katawan, tamang pag-iisip at mabuting puso upang maisakatuparan namin ng maayos ang lahat ng ito na walang ibang natatakpakan. Bigyan mo nawa ang aming kabuuan ng mabuting kalooban, matalas na diwa at matuwid na layunin. Bigyan mo rin nawa ang aming pag-iisip ng mabuting dahilan upang tupdin ng matagumpay ang pagdinig ng komite na ito alang-alang sa aming mga mahal sa buhay at kapwa. Maraming salamat po aming Ama sa langit. Amen.
Please have a seat. Congressman Castelo.
Mr. Chairman, please, I move that we dispense with the reading of the committee meeting that we held last October 1.
Second the motion.
Thank you, Congressman Castelo, for that motion to dispense with the reading of the minutes, including the roll call, and duly seconded by Congressman Roque. The motion, hearing no objection, the motion is carried. May we ask the committee secretary to please acknowledge the resource persons that we have today in this hearing. Comsec.
Yes, Mr. Chair. With us today are the following. Deputy Commissioner Gerardo Gambala of the Bureau of Customs, Mr. Milo D. Maestrecampo, Attorney Teddy S. Raval, Mr. Ariel F. Nepomuceno, Mr. Natalio Ecarma, Deputy Commissioner Edward Dibuco, Attorney Vincent Philip Maronilla, Director Neil Estrella, Deputy Director General Gerardo Quinto of the PIDEA, Director Wilkins Villanueva, Agent Norman Balquedra, Attorney Jonathan Galicia, Director Ferdinand Lavin of the National Bureau of Investigation, Attorney Catherine Nolasco, Chief Dennis Sian, Deputy Director Vicente de Guzman III, Miss Irene May Agustino Tatad, Mr. TJ Marciliana, Mr. Mark Ruben Taguba. Mr. Ron J. Enrile, Mr. Bernson Franco, Mr. E.J. File, Mr. Marlo Aquino, Mr. Kenneth Duremdes, Mr. Michael Sumalinog, Mr. Sherwin.
Boss, sandali. Can you ask them to stand so makita naman natin sila kung sino yung mga yan?
Yes, sir.
I mean,
Can,
at that point only, para hindi na ulit.
may we ask the following persons to stand up? Mr. Kenneth Duremdes, Mr. Marlo Aquino, Mr. Edward Joseph File, Mr. Ron J. Enreli, Mr. Jerome Ejercito, Mr. Berson Franco, Mr. Michael Anthony Sumalinog, Mr. Isabelo Tibayan, that will be all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Comsec. May we have the list of our honorable members who are present today. And we'd like to acknowledge the presence of Congressman Romy Acop, Congressman Harry Roque, Congressman Deputy Minority Leader Raul Daza, Congressman Winston Castelo, Congressman Pablo Ortega, Congressman Benhur Lopez, Congressman Arnulfo Teves, Congressman Vicente Veloso, Congressman Edgar Sarmiento, Congressman Alfredo Garbin, Congressman Fredinil Castro, Congressman Rufi Biazon, Congressman Joseph Paduano, Congressman Wes Gatchalian, Congressman Dax Kua, Congressman Mark Sambar, Congressman Amado Espino Jr., Congressman Mariano Michael Velarde Jr., our Majority Leader Rodolfo Fariñas, Deputy Speaker Gwendolyn Garcia, Vice Chairman Rodel Batocabe, and Deputy Speaker Miro Kimbo, and Congressman Cesar Sarmiento. Before we begin, allow me a few minutes, honorable members, to deliver my very short opening remarks. And I'm sorry, I also would like to acknowledge the presence of our Deputy Speaker, Rani Abu. So before that, let me deliver my short opening remarks. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Majority Leader, Honorable Vice Chairman, and members of the Committee on Dangerous Drugs, guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Last Tuesday, I mentioned that this committee's jurisdiction is confined to the issue on the entry of illegal drugs in the Bureau of Customs and its successful release and the bungled raid by the Bureau of Customs personnel. With it, of course, come the surrounding circumstances, like the officials and persons responsible for its importation, facilitation into the BOC, and its eventual release. Is it gross negligence or gross incompetence, or corruption and collusion? In the last hearing, as well as in the two hearings of the Committee on Ways and Means, which is concerned with the revenue issue, we have been able to establish the following facts based on testimonies of the resource persons, which I will state very briefly. Number one, there is no question that the illegal drugs passed through the Bureau of Customs. Number two, there is no effective system in existence now in the BOC that can successfully intercept illegal drugs. Three, the BOC civilian organizational structure was akin to a military structure by Commissioner Faildon, leading to the creation of a command center, or COMCEN, that centralized the power to alert shipments all over the country under one entity. Number four, there is no effective intelligence network due to the breakdown of the structure where Customs Intelligence and Investigation Service, or CIIS, Director Neil Estrella, report directly to the Commissioner, rendering the intelligence group headed by DEPCOM Raval useless and powerless. Number five, both Commissioner Faildon and Director Estrella admitted their lack of knowledge of the provisions of the Republic Act 9165 or the Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Act of 2002 when they conducted the raid. Number six, the raid on the warehouse outside the customs premises, where 605 kilos of shabu were found, was made without the knowledge of PIDEA and on the strength only of a letter of authority issued by Commissioner Faildon. Number seven, Commissioner Faildon caused the controlled delivery scheme of the 100-kilogram portion of the total shabu haul to another warehouse. And number eight, a case was filed by PIDEA against the consignee in the second warehouse, subject of the controlled delivery of the 100 kilos of shabu. Number nine, the other 505 kilos of shabu were turned over to the NBI. Number 10, PIDEA agent Wilkins Villanueva revealed that the Commissioner Faildon forced them to make the controlled delivery to the second warehouse where Fidel D. was arrested. Number 11, Director Villanueva also revealed that they were instructed to deliver only 100 kilos of shabu to Fidel D. and leave the 505 kilos in Hongfei warehouse so that charges can be filed by the BOC against Hongfei owner Richard Tan. To date, no charges have been filed by the BOC nor the NBI against Richard Tan. In this morning's hearing, we hope to find out if there was corruption and collusion among the officials of the Bureau, the broker, the consignee, as well as the warehouse owner, Richard Tan, also known as Chen Julung or Richard Chen. We also hope to find out if the said 605-kilo drug haul is the complete illegal drug shipment based on the documents available. So with that, I'd like to thank my colleagues for their patience, for hearing me in my opening remarks. We can now continue with our questioning. And those who would like to propound questions to our resource persons may do so. Please register with the committee secretary for orderly hearing. Each member will be given at least 3 minutes to ask questions, excluding, of course, the time of the response or the reply. And if the honorable members wish to ask questions or feel that the time allotted is not enough for them to propound questions, they may again ask questions on our second round in order to expedite the proceedings and abbreviate it. So with that, before we start recognizing our members, let me just inform the body that the committee is in receipt of a letter from Attorney Tony C. Verano, representing Mr. Kenneth Dong. We've invited Mr. Kenneth Dong to appear before this committee in order to shed light. However, if I may read the content of the letter of his lawyer. Your Honors, I write on behalf of my client, Mr. Kenneth Dong, in connection with the invitation dated August 2, 2017, requesting his appearance on August 7, 2017 at 10 o'clock in the morning in relation to House Resolution 1054 and House Resolution 1057. It is a resolution calling for an investigation in aid of legislation in the illegal entry through the Bureau of Customs express lane of more than 5 billion pesos worth of methamphetamine hydrochloride or shabu. Mr. Dong received the invitation from the Honorable Committee late evening of August 4, 2017 for the August 7, 2017 hearing. However, he is currently in the process of finalizing his affidavit in relation to a subpoena ad testificandum he received on August 3 of 2017, issued by the Senate Committee on Accountability of Public Officers and Investigation, or Blue Ribbon Committee, requiring his attendance on August 9, 2017. His affidavit is due to be submitted today and as such will not be able to attend today's hearing. In the meantime, Mr. Dong undertakes to submit his sworn affidavit this afternoon and be present during the next hearing to answer the questions the Honorable Committee may have. Thus, I may respectfully beg the indulgence of the Honorable Committee to excuse Mr. Dong from attending the hearing on today and grant him time to finalize and submit his affidavit before the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee and House Committee on Dangerous Drugs within the day. Signed, Attorney Tony C. Verano, Counsel for Kenneth Dong. So, what other...
Mr. Chairman, please.
Congressman Castello?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is in relation to the attendance of certain personalities. We do not see, I think, Mr. Faldon in this hall. Was he invited? And if so, was there any communication that the same could not attend? This is very important.
Certainly, Commissioner Faldon was invited. I just don't know why he is not present at the moment. May we ask the Customs, Bureau of Customs personnel, any of the DepComs to please inform this committee why Commissioner Faldon is not around?
Good morning, Your Honor. Deputy Commissioner Karma. He informed me that he has a dental emergency. He's in the hospital right now.
A dental emergency.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that good enough, Congressman Castello?
Well, I hope the good commissioner would understand the importance of the subject matter, and I think this the schedule was already scheduled way back last week. So if he's really interested in ferreting out the truth, I think he could cancel that dental appointment, considering the invitation that was sent by this committee was already communicated way back last week. Mr. Chairman, please.
The observation of Congressman Castello is noted. The chair would like to seek the understanding of the Committee for Humanitarian Reasons that the Commissioner cannot attend today due to perhaps a scheduled dental emergency, as stated by DEPCOM Ekarma.
Is that correct? Scheduled emergency?
Your Honor, I did not say scheduled. I said a dental
maliwanag.
emergency, Your Honor.
Okay, since it is not a scheduled emergency, then we treat it only as an emergency. Therefore, it needs an urgent attention.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that the correct language, Majority Leader? So thank you,
Mr. Chairman,
Deputy
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Congressman Castro and then Congressman Kimbo.
may I know, Mr. Chairman, from Deputy Commissioner Icarma, whether the term dental emergency is his or that of Commissioner Feldon?
It
Because Commissioner Feldon might not have said dental emergency, but the way he describes the situation of Commissioner Feldon is that it's a dental emergency. And more than that, Mr. Chairman, may we also know why emergency? What makes it a dental emergency?
DEPCOM
Your Honor,
Ekarma,
may
please.
I answer on those 2 points? First point, sir, is I am under oath. So what he texted me about, yung kanyang message is, it is a dental emergency. Second is I am not in a position to determine whether it's an emergency or not, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, perhaps the next time around, for the education of everybody, may we ask Commissioner Feldon to authenticate and, more importantly, describe what is dental emergency that forced him to desist from attending today's committee hearing.
Yes, the observation of Congressman Castro is likewise noted. Congressman Kimbo, for a
Thank you.
short...
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to register my deep objection to his absence. The hearing will last a bit longer. It will take more than an hour. Regardless of what the emergency is, he should be given notice by all the Bureau of Customs employees, with due respect to the chairman, na kung pwede humabol siya dito. Tingin ko napakababaw nung dahilan na yon. At tingin ko hindi katanggap-tanggap when the entire Bureau is being accused. There's an onslaught of accusations and there are witnesses who are putting their lives on the line to say and tell the truth. And I don't think kahit pa magpustiso siya, gawin niya yan. Pero kailangan niya magpakita dito kung meron siyang pagmamahal para sa Bureau at para sa paggalang sa ating less than a heart attack, he should show up. He's a soldier. So more than anybody else, siya ang unang-unang magpapadala ng excuse na medical related. We are all here, but more importantly, he is the head of the subject matter at hand, which involves at the very least 270 to 300 million pesos a day in bribery. So he should show up. So I don't think it is fair. This is not against the Deputy Commissioner. I have absolute faith in your honesty from what I have learned about you. But all I'm saying is, sabihan niyo siya, magpakita naman siya dito. Andito yung chairman. Andito yung mga ilang deputy speakers na andito. Andito yung mga magigiting na mga taga-NBI. Halos wala na kami tinatanong. Pero araw-gabi na andito po itong mga ito. So, tingin ko, sabihan niyo po siya na magpakita naman siya dito, Mr. Chairman. The majority leader is here. We have a caucus and we're about to start. It's completely inexcusable, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Batucabe.
just a brief manifestation. I joined the observation of the Deputy Speaker, Kimbo. I think Feldon should come here. Alam mo, he should follow the example of the Deputy Speaker, Kimbo. There was one major measure that was to be voted upon, and he came to Congress with dextrose. Nandun siya. So I think Feldon can come here because he is the central figure in this investigation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Batucabe. may we ask anybody from Customs who is a close confidante or confidante of the Commissioner to please inform him that the honorable members of the committee is more than willing to wait for him to attend this hearing if he can physically do so. So may we ask DepCom Ikarma to please relay that message to the Commissioner. Thank you, DepCom Ikarma. Thank you also to the honorable members who signified their objection and listened to the appeal of the chair. So with that, we also would like to inform the honorable members as well as our guests today that in the last hearing of the Committee on Ways and Means, where the same resource persons were present, when Mr. Taguba, who is being asked by the Deputy Speaker Kimbo about certain information that would be vital to the inquiry or to this investigation, Mr. Taguba seek and ask the indulgence of the honorable members if he could be granted legislative immunity in order that he can share vital information as to the collusion and corruption that is happening in the Bureau of Customs. May I ask Mr. Taguba, are you still willing to provide vital information to this committee hearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you still willing to name names?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you also willing to name and specify the corruption that is happening in the Bureau?
Yes, Your Honor.
With that, Mr. Majority Leader and honorable members, the committee would seek the indulgence of the Office of the Speaker to grant legislative immunity. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, we are in receipt of a letter from the Speaker dated today addressed to Mark Ruben Taguba II. Tama ba yun? Is that your name?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
It says here, this Mr. Taguba, upon the recommendation of the Committee on Dangerous Drugs. Sino ba nag-recommend ito? Dangerous drugs or Ways and Means? Ways and Means.
Ways and Means. Yeah,
Ways and Means. Pa-change nito. Pursuant to Section 4 of RA 6981, that your testimony is needed in the legislative investigation in aid of legislation with regard to House Resolution number 1054 entitled, dalawa po ito, mahaba yung title, hindi ko na lang babasahin, and House Resolution number 1057, pareho po sa shabu smuggling dito. I hereby grant approval for your admission with your express consent to the Witness Protection, Security, and Benefit Act. Pinapaalala lang sa iyo, under Section 12 of the aforementioned Act, you shall be entitled to immunity from any and all criminal prosecution for the offense or offenses in which your testimony will be given or used, and all the rights and benefits provided under Section 8 of the same law. Provided, may kondisyon pa, that you shall tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the said legislative investigation. Tinatanggap mo ba ito?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you, Majority Leader. Yes,
Chairman.
Deputy Speaker Abu.
same as with the Committee on Ways and Means, who recommended to the Office of the Speaker the immunity for Mark Taguba II, I would like to move that the Committee on the Dangerous Drugs as well recommend to the Office of the Speaker the same immunity for the purpose of this hearing.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. There is a motion by Deputy Speaker Abu to likewise grant legislative immunity to the witness, Mr. Mark Taguba. in relation to his testimony before the Committee on Dangerous Drugs and duly seconded by Congressman Kua. Hearing no objections, the motion is approved to grant the legislative immunity to Mr. Mark Taguba. Yung ating pong information.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
point of
Majority
order.
Leader.
Para lang proper kasi ibang committee na ito eh. Mr. Taguba, inihingi mo ba sa committee ito na ikaw ay i-endorso doon sa Witness Protection Program? Kasi kailangan sa iyo po manggaling, hindi pwede po sa committee lang. So gusto namin marinig kung talagang yan ay inihingi mo rin sa committee na ito.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yun. Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you, Majority Leader. That's clear. So, Mr. Taguba, let me remind all our resource persons that you are still under oath. That was since the first hearing that we had. So hanggang ngayon ho, kayo still under oath, and lahat po ng information at ng sasabihin nyo rito ay we would like to remind you that you have to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So before we acknowledge the first member who wish, yes, Congressman Akop.
Mr. Chair, there may be other resource persons who are present just now. So maybe if we can ask them to take their oath also, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Akop. May we know kung sino po yung nandirito na I guess our invited guests, the basketball players, will also be taking, maybe answering questions later. And we will ask them to also to take their oath. Para ho lahat ng sasabihin nyo would be under oath at hindi ho kayo maakusahan ng perjury o pagsisinungaling dito sa ating committee. Gusto lamang natin yung katotohanan. Kami po ay tagahanga nyo. Wala ho kaming question. Ang amin lamang ay yung pulisiya o yung pag-hire doon sa mga sa inyo bilang basketball player ba o technical assistant ba o intelligence officers ba. So that is what I want to need. Are there any other guests who have not taken their oath yet? Yes, may I know your name please?
TJ Marceliana po.
Yes, Mr. Marceliana, ano yung iyong sasabihin?
First time ko po dito. Last week po hindi po ako naka-attend. Yung lawyer ko lang po.
Okay, sige. Okay. Are you represented by a lawyer?
Yes, Your Honor.
What about si Mr. Taguba? Are you represented by a lawyer? Isa lang yung abogado nyo? Counsel, can you please enter your appearance before this committee?
Good morning, Your Honors. I am Attorney Layo Superio, appearing as counsel for TJ Marceliana and Mark Ruben Taguba, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. May we ask Mr. Marceliana and our guests, sino pa ba ang hindi pa ba nakaka-oath dito?
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Paduano.
may we ask if Lieutenant Andrada and Attorney Tibayan of KITF is present?
Yan. So they're present. Were you here last week? Did you take your oath as well last week? Okay. Comsec, may I know your name, please? Jason, you are a customs employee? Okay, so wala na siguro. Lahat na yata naka-oath. Comsec, please administer the oath of those resource persons that are here today.
Mr. Chairman.
Congressman Dasa.
Yes. Before we require the basketball players who have been invited here as resource persons to take their oath, I would like to pose a motion, a privilege motion, so to speak. Let me preface my motion by stating that from what I read in the resolutions, it seems to me that these basketball players, if ever or if any, would be very peripheral to the subject matter of our inquiry, both in this committee and in the Ways and Means Committee. These are basketball players that have been, according to information, hired as consultants to perform certain functions in the Bureau of Customs. They're not even regular employees, but just consultants. I think that I speak for a good segment of the public, of our people, in that these basketball players are, in a sense, sports heroes of the country. They played for our country, bore the flag of our country with honor, and sometimes were successful. And I think they should be spared the ordeal of being here so that their good names would not be slurred. Without prejudice, of course, to the committee later on. If the committee comes upon any evidence that any or all of them should become vital to the investigation, that they can be invited to appear. Because they're being here, they're being seen by media, I think in a way does disservice to these good people, who have rendered service in the name of the country during the best years of their lives as athletes. So I would like to appeal to the chair and through the chair to the members of the committee that for now they be dismissed and spared the ordeal of this investigation without prejudice later on to the committee, recalling them if and when any or all of them must have to appear here to shed light on the subject matter of the resolutions.
Thank you, Congressman Daza. The chair shares the sentiment of the Deputy Minority Leader with respect to the calling for the statements of our invited guests and be taken under oath. With the explanation made by Congressman Daza, the chair accepts his appeal and would like to throw to the body the decision as to whether we will subject our, specifically the basketball players that were hired as technical consultants. Am I correct, Congressman Daza?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And I would like to ask the,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Committee if they will likewise agree with the sentiments of the chair as well as Congressman Daza. So may we get your feedback. Congressman Espino, Congressman Biason, and then Congressman Castelo.
Tagahanga rin po kami, Mr. Chairman, itong mga basketball players natin. In fact, until now, I'm playing the game. Isang araw lang po naglaro ang mga Hinebra na paborito namin sa Pangasinan. At nanalo pa naman sila. Nandun ang buong pamilya ko. Nagdi-disagree po ako dun sa sinasabi ni Congressman Daza dahil po dapat malaman ng mga taong bayan na itong mga players nga nating ito ay malilinis. Dahil marami po sa kanila na-assign sa intelligence. Intelligence po nandun po. Hindi natin alam kung saan intelligence po yan. Kung nandun po kay Deputy Karma o kung nandito kay Colonel Estrella. Dapat lumalaman ng mga taong bayan na hindi po nila alam yung mga nangyari dyan. Na hindi po sila kasama. Kasi marami po sa kanila dyan, nasa yung nga sa intelligence, kasama po sa trabaho nila yan. Nabasa ko lang po yun sa newspaper na may mga nasa intelligence. Kaya nga mas magandang nandito po sila, mag-take sila ng oath, matanong po sila kung alam nilang nangyayari doon sa BOC, na nakalimutan po ninyo, dan sinabi ko sa inyong chairman, Mr. Chairman, ipalala ko sana, na isang pinaka-importante na dapat nabanggit natin dito sa investigasyon natin, napakarami po daan-daang importasyon ang dumaan ng isang importer na nasa green lane pero galing ng China na dapat po nasa red lane dumaan. Kaya isama po natin, dahil importante. Kasama po yun siguro sa ibang trabaho ng ating mga basketball players dito na sa intelligence. So sa akin po, I disagree with that at gusto ko po nandito sila para pabulaan at malaman ng mga taong bayan na wala po silang alam sa alam ng nangyayari doon po sa customs. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Congressman Espino. Congressman Biason and then Congressman Castelo.
Mr. Chairman, just like what Congressman Espino said, the players have been described as intelligence officers or intelligence analysts. and they've been involved with the Bureau of Customs as such. Yun yung paliwanag sa atin kung bakit sila hinire. So I think dahil itong bagay na pinag-uusapan natin may kinalaman din sa intelligence operations ng Bureau. Dahil ang pinag-uusapan po natin sa committee na to yung paglusot ng shabu. I think it's important for us to hear their side of the story. Dahil sila mismo ang pinaliwanag sa atin na sila ay bahagi doon sa intelligence community ng Bureau. And to clear their names, so wala naman doubt sa kanila. I would say walang doubt sa kanila. No? And just to probably erase any misconception about their persons. No? I think it's an opportunity for them to show the public na maayos na tao naman sila. And in fact, Mr. Aquino and Mr. Duremdes have even helped me out in my district in previous times. No? And naniniwala naman ako na maayos din sila. But we need to hear their side.
Okay. Thank you. Congressman Castelo for the last...
Yes, Mr. Chairman, with due respect to Deputy Speaker Dasa, a seasoned legislator, I would like to argue on the relevance of inviting and hearing the testimony of the basketball players. First off, Congressman Dasa, we have not yet accused them of anything. Secondly is that the nature of their job, I think they were hired as technical assistants and intelligence officer. So I would like to personally ask them, after receiving so much of taxpayers' money, amounting to about 50,000 pesos a month, why were not they able to inform their officers that on their nature of their job, kung bakit po ho nakatakas po yung nagkaroon po ng intelligence breakdown after receiving such amount. So I think it is also of the best interest to the players themselves to testify so that their names would also be cleared, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Congressman Castelo. Congressman Abu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, bilang siya pong nagbukas ng isyong yan sa hearing ng Committee on Ways and Means, hindi ko kino-question itong mga players ito. Mga kaibigan ko sila, mga kalaro ko sila. Barkada ko mga yan. Hindi ako sinusupalpalan ni Marlo. Si Kenneth,
wala sa itsura.
Si Kenneth, kasama ko pa siya sa Atlanta. Nung nagpunta kami sa Atlanta. Di ba, Kenneth? Nakasama ko siya nung ako'y isa pang empleyado dito sa Congress under ni Congressman Mandanas. Kanya lang, ang pinupuntiri ako diyan yung lapses ng intelligence gathering sa Bureau. Yung bang mga tao na umiikot diyan sa intelligence community ng Bureau ay properly trained. Dahil sa kanila, kung ang sasabihin ni Commissioner na sila hinire namin, tulad ng unang niya sabi, hinire namin siya. No first day, sinabi niya, hinire namin sila bilang mapalapit sa mga tao ang Bureau of Customs, ganon. Kaya namin sila yung mga ambassador namin pagdating dito sa Kwan. Pero on the second day, sinabi, baksak na. Sila yung mga intelligence officer namin. Hinire namin talaga sila bilang mga agents. Ngayon, na-expose sila, baksak na. So, magkaiba yun. Contradicted yung dalawang salita niya yun. So, titinan namin lang yun. Ang kinukuha natin dito, yung sinasabi ng Bureau pagdating sa intelligence gathering.
Okay. Thank you very much, Congressman Abu. Congressman Dasa, please. What can you say about... we don't
Mr.
like
Chair.
to belabor the point because...
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congressman Dasa, you're recognized.
Given the comments, yung mga narinig ko sa mga kasama natin dito na inibita natin ang mga basketball players, hindi dahil sa tayo ay merong agam-agam, meron tayong pagpasubali sa kanilang karangalan bilang mga mamamayan, no? That there's nothing here that should affect their integrity and the reputation, as athletes. I feel consoled with all these remarks. I was moved to make that motion because perhaps some of our colleagues know that I've been a lover of sports. In fact, during the last Rio Olympics, dalawa lang kami ni Majority Fariñas ang pumunta sa Rio para suportahan yung ating mga teams doon. Now, given these assurances, naintindihan ko ang kuro-kuro ng bawat mga kasama natin at para hindi tayo madiskarel, hindi na tayo magsya ng panahon pa, magbubutuan lamang dito sa motion ko, I'm withdrawing my motion.
Mr. Chair, before we dwell on that,
Congressman Veloso.
para lang sa ikatutulog din natin sa mga basketball players nito, importante kasi na magsalita sila. Dahil hindi naman ito sila mga abogado, hindi nila alam na ginamit ang mga pangalan nila to circumvent the law. Specifically, Article 220 ng Revised Penal Code. Nagkaroon tayo ng misappropriation of funds. Ang pondo na ginamit pang sahod sa inyo ay kinuha sa pondo na hindi angkop sa budget process. Pagdating sa misappropriation ng public funds, ipalagay na lang natin later on, guilty itong mga taga-customs ng misappropriation of public funds. Kayo, ang binigyan ng sahod, magiging guilty din kayo by direct participation or at least indispensable cooperation. Dapat malaman nyo yan para later on, siguro on the advice of your lawyers, matuto na kayong sumagot na, excuse me, wala po kaming pakialam doon, hindi namin alam yung misappropriation na yan, etc. Ang mga tanong ko mamaya will dwell on that eh. Kaya importante talaga, Mr. Chairman, na nandito rin sila.
Thank you. Thank you, Congressman Veloso. The good honorable member, Congressman Dasa,
was withdrawn his motion. Therefore, we will now proceed with the interpellations that will be done after the administration of oath will be given to the resource persons. Pwede po bang mag-request na tumayo po tayo lahat, yung pong hindi pa ho nakaka-oath? At Comsec, please administer the oath.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. May we request the guests to please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Do hereby solemnly swear that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this committee investigation.
Mr. Chairman, point of
Please sit
inquiry.
down. Thank you very much, Comsec. Yes, Congressman Castelo.
May I know now, Mr. Chairman, where are the volleyball players? Because Congressman Batucabe is very interested, I think, to know where the basket.
Are there any volleyball players present? Can you please stand up to be recognized? Kayo po ba yung nag-oath na? Hindi ko kayo nakasama? Okay, may we ask the Comsec again
May
to
we
administer?
request Congressman Batucabe to administer the oath?
No, we'd like to ask the committee secretary to please administer the oath so that we can proceed already with our interpellations. Comsec, please.
Again, may we request for the guests to raise your right hand.
Meron pa bang iba dyan na hindi pa nag-oath? I guess that's okay. Please.
Please repeat after me. I, please state your name. Do hereby solemnly swear that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this committee investigation.
Okay, thank you. Please sit down. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. Tayo po we will now proceed to the interpellations, but first let me acknowledge the presence of Deputy Speaker Sharon Garin, Congressman Leopoldo Batawil, Congresswoman Baby Arenas, and Vice Chair Calixto Rubiano. Congressman Roque, you're recognized for your interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, first to Mr. Taguba, whom we just gave immunity to. No? Mr. Taguba, Mr. Chair, ang tanong ko po, dun sa nasiwalat ni Senator Lacson dati, na 30,000 per container daw po ang 27,000, ang ano tawag doon, hindi payole, ang tara. Pero ang information ko po, taliwas dito. Ang information ko po, para walang inspection, ang tara daw ay 250 kada container, 50 ang napupunta sa gobyerno. Ngayon, dito sa testimony niya, parang mas tama po ang sinasabi niya kasi 40,000 ang napupunta daw sa gobyerno. So ang tanong ko, kaya naman nabigyan po ng immunity si Mr. Taguba para malaman natin yung true extent ng korupsyon sa customs. Ano ba ho ang tama? Magkano talaga ang tara? Yung sinasabi ni Senator Lacson na 27,000 o yung narinig ko na 250 at 50,000 ang pupunta sa gobyerno?
Yung kay Senator Lacson po.
So, 27,000 lang talaga ang binabayad kada container.
Pwede po ba akong mag-request ng executive session?
Okay, nagre-request daw po ng executive session. Pero ang pagkakaintindi ko po, kaya natin binig siya ng immunity para malaman natin ng ganitong mga impormasyon.
Mr. Taguba, yung bang impormasyon na ibibigay mo sa amin ngayon ay iba kung ibibigay kung tayo mag-uusap sa executive?
Meron pang idadagdag, Your Honor. Hindi ko po
Sabi kasi lahat kasi
may hindi po natanong nung executive session po namin.
Mr. Chairman, ang pagkakaintindi ko po kay Majority Floor Leader, kapag executive session, pag involve ang national interest po, no? Parang hindi naman po ata involve ang national interest dito dahil corruption po yung tinututukan ko ngayon ng pagkakatanong. Kaya dapat siguro po isiwalat ni Mr. Taguba.
Mr. Taguba, yung request ay maaaring hindi namin mapagbigyan because we only grant executive sessions kung ang impormasyon na yung ibibigay ay merong implikasyon sa national security. So kung ito ay hindi national security, walang national security implication, ito ay pagbibigay lamang ng mga pangalan ng mga taong tumatanggap ng mga opisyal, hindi na kailangan siguro mag-executive session. Sa tingin ko at sa tingin ng maraming membro dito sa committee ito, ay dapat isiwalat mo dito sa committee ito kung ano ang impormasyon na kahit sensitibo pa man yan, total binigyan ka na ng legislative immunity nitong committee ito. At ang testimonya mo ay hindi magagamit against you. So, ikaw ba'y handa magbigay ng impormasyon?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ikaw ba'y guided o tinutulungan ng iyong abogado?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Congressman Roque, please proceed.
So ano ba ang katotohanan dyan? Linawin natin kasi nung sinabi ni Senator Lacson ng tara ay 27, baka akalain ng tao, 27,000 lang ang pinaghahati-hatian sa 3 o'clock habit. Ang impormasyon ko, 50 ang napupunta sa gobyerno, 200,000 ang napupunta sa 3 o'clock habit. Magkano ba talaga ang pinaghahati-hatian ng mga taga-customs kada isang container para walang inspeksyon?
27,000 po. Nung nag-compute po kasi kami dun sa Senate, yung executive session, meron akong hindi na-add dun sa computation.
Hindi mo na-add. At paano mo na-compute? Kasi Kongreso po ito, iba naman yung sa Senado. Pakidetalye sa amin kung paano ka nakadating dun sa 27,000 na tara.
Meron po kasi, may breakdown po kasi yun kung ano-anong mga department. So hindi ko na-add yung isang department.
Ano po yung hindi mo na-add?
Yung sa section po.
So, 27,000, yan yung lagay lang talaga para walang inspeksyon. Yung tara nga para walang inspeksyon ng container.
Hindi po para mapabilis yung dokumento mo at para ma-avail mo yung tinatawag nilang benchmarking.
Okay, Ano yung breakdown ng 27? Kasi again, linabas mo yan sa Senado sa executive session. So walang nakakaalam pa niyang breakdown. Ngayon, i-breakdown mo yung 27,000 na yan.
May 2,000 po sa IG.
Sandali, if I may interject, ano? Pwede bang, pag sinabi mong IG, yung departamento yon, ano? Yung unit, I don't know if it's called unit, no? Diretsuhin mo na. Ano ba yung impormasyon? Kung sinabi mong IG, pwede kami manghula kung ano pa yung IG. Dapat sabihin mo kung sino yung tumatanggap, direkta. Pwede pang Instagram yung IG.
IG po, Intelligence Group. Tapos 3,000 po sa collector.
Sandali lang. Pesos lahat yan, ha?
Opo.
Kasi hindi mo sinasabi kung baka 2,000 na money o pesos lahat, ha?
Opo.
Okay.
Sino sa IG ang tumatanggap? Yun ang gusto nating malaman. Paano mo binibigay? In cash ba yan? Or in kind? Or in check? Dapat kumpletuhin mo yung impormasyon.
Meron pong nagte-text sa akin eh. Tapos pag tatanungin lang niya kung kailan kami magkikita. Jerry po yung nagte-text.
Congressman Kimbo, if it's an interjection, yes, you can. Just a suggestion, Mr. Chair, with due respect to the Majority Leader, pwede ko ba ipa-enumerate po muna natin lahat para makita po natin, kasi tingin ko hindi rin fair para dun sa iba. Nabibitin po tayo, hindi natin malaman kung sino yung nakakatanggap doon sa 27,000. Tapos siguro saka po natin isa-isa. Suggestion lang po, Mr. Chair. Okay, that's a good suggestion. Yes, Mr. Chair, dagdag ko na nga po, bakit po 27 kasi pinag-usapan? Magkano ba binabayan ng importer lahat? Hindi po may 200. Ba't di natin simula sa 200 lahat hanggang mapunta sa 27? Mr. Chair, pwedeng sa 27 muna kasi tingin ko yun yung tinestify niya. With due respect lang to Governor Espino. Okay. Sige, Mark, pakibigyan mo kami ng breakdown kung saan napupunta yung 27,000 pesos na ina-allocate mo sa Bureau of Customs. Per container ho yan, ha? Per container, pakiliwanag.
2,000 po sa IG, Intelligence Group. 3,000 po dun sa Port Collector. 500 sa CIIS Director. 500 sa CIIS District Collector. 500 po sa ESS Director.
Ano yung ESS ba?
Enforcement, ano to eh, sir. Hindi ko masyado something service.
Okay.
ESS District Command. Parang ano ito eh. Kagaya ng CIS Director, parang ganun po. ESS naman siya. $1,000 sa X-ray, 200 sa PIT, 500 sa FED.
Mr. Chair, pwede bang wag acronym? Kung ano alam mo para alam natin. Buuin mo yung kwan. Pakibuo mo yung Mark. Nandun ka na sa 1,000 X-ray, Mr. Chair. Yung 200.
Yung PID ko po, hindi ko po alam yung Peer Inspection Division. Tapos,
ang letra?
PID.
Papa India Bravo. Delta. Papa India Delta. Okay. Sige.
Tapos 500 po sa Formal Entry Division. 10,000 po sa IAS.
Import Assessment Service, tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, tapos na po kayo dun sa enumeration?
Yung hindi ko po nadagdag yung 7.5 sa section.
7.5 sa section. So, ang suma total ay magkano?
Parang 27 po plus 7.5.
7 plus 7 pa. So, it is 34.
Yes, Your Honor.
34 ang tara. Pero yung information nga po nga kasi 250 ang binabayad ng importer. So, ikaw bilang isang broker, magkano talaga ang binabayad ng isang importer kada container na kasama na yung tara, kasama na yung sa gobyerno? Magkano yan?
Ano lang po, 34 plus yung sa tax po, 40,000. So,
Halos kalahati napupunta sa tara, kalahati doon sa gobyerno.
yes, Your Honor.
Now, itong bayad na ito, para ba sa lahat ito ng importation o para lang dumaan sa green at super green?
Your Honor, yung green, hindi ko po talaga alam yung sa green lane. Hindi ko, nung nakita ko yung mga dokumento ko, green lane, hindi na ako nagtanong, syempre, kasi green lane nga siya eh. Pero parang tinanggap ko na lang kasi green lane nga.
Okay. So, itong mga in-enumerate mo ng mga halaga, ano ba yan? Isahan mong binabayad sa isang tao o kada isang halaga binibigay mo sa ibang tao?
Iba-ibang tao yung kokolekta, Your Honor.
Iba-ibang tao. Saan bayaran? Saan ang bayaran nangyayari?
Depende, Your Honor, kung saan nila, nagte-text sila sa akin kung saan yung lugar na gusto nila mag-meet.
Okay. Now, dito sa importer na ito, EMT ata ang pangalan, ilan ang total na container mo na nailabas para dito sa importer na EMT na isa dun sa shipment ay may shabu?
Your Honor, yung shabu, hindi ko talaga matanggap na galing sa shipment namin yung shabu eh. Your Honor, sa ito po, report po nila ito, may pirma naman nila. Nakalagay dito, nag-rate daw sila May 23. Nakakapagtaka lang, May 23 po nakalagay dito. May 24 ko na deliver yung container ng umaga. Ano yung rate po nila ng May 23?
Okay, pero pupuntahan ko yung i-issue na yan. Pero gusto ko lang malaman ng numero. Ilan ang shipment ng EMT? Regardless of kung ano yung sinasabi mong baka hindi mo matanggap na may shabu yung galing sa EMT. Ilan containers yan?
Your Honor, yung EMT talaga, consignee for hire lang yun. Kaya ako talagang gumagamit nun. So lahat talaga ng container na yun, ako talagang nagparating.
Okay, I appreciate na ikaw rin ang nagparating. Pero ilan ng container yun na parating mo doon sa importer na pinanggalingan sa China? May idea ka ba?
Yung po bang sa Hongfei lang po?
Yes, sa Hongfei.
Yung tinignan ko po yung dokumento, yung ano ko po, yung record ko po, nasa 16 containers lang po doon sa client na yun.
So 16, pero isa lang yung nahuli na di umano, kasi talaga namang papatunayan pa sa korte yan. Iisang container lang out of 16 ang kung saan nakita yung 600 kilos of shabu. Di umano. Dahil wala ka rin naman doon sa rate na yun, no? Tama po tayo, no? Now, yung home fee na yan, bukod dito sa 16, meron ka pa bang ibang shipment na facilitate for them?
Wala na po. Ito lang home fee na to.
Okay. Mr. Chair, with a little time I left, a few questions to Director Estrella.
Okay, for the last question.
I'm just curious, kasi the last time, diniretso ko na si Commissioner. Ang perception, pinagtatakban si Chen. Ang lumalabas ngayon, dahil sa sinabi ni Commission Fadulyon, gusto niyang kasuhan si Chen, kaya daw hindi niya pinalabas yung 500 kilos para may ebidensya laban kay Chen. Ikaw, anong pananaw mo? Dahil ikaw ang naka-receive ng tip, ikaw ang sinabihan ng text message na wag na protektahan itong si Chen, yung intention mo ba nung panahon na yon at hanggang ngayon ay dapat wag habulin si Chen?
Your Honor, ang investigasyon po binigay namin sa NBI para huwag mabahiran kami ng pagdududa.
immediately after we turned over the evidence to the National Bureau of Investigation as well as dun sa 100 dun sa PIDEA, the NBI took the investigation and lahat po ng dokumento, hindi po namin sila pinakailaman, bigyan po namin sila ng access. Lahat po ng alam namin, isinyer po namin sa kanila at lahat po ng impormasyon na nakuha namin mismo doon sa Hongkong Logistics Warehouse, itinurn over po namin lahat sa NBI para hindi po magkaroon ng pagdududa na kami mag-iimbestiga at posibleng maging involved nga po kami doon sa shipment, Your Honor.
Well, just a comment, Mr. Chair. This is now as a comment as a lawyer and as a law professor for 20 years. You went to that raid without a search warrant. Anything and everything that you procured in that raid may be excluded as evidence in any proceedings. That is how important a search warrant is. So I hope you realize what could possibly happen because you proceeded with the raid without a search warrant. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Congressman Roque.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes,
I'd like to
DEPCOM Maestro Campo.
I'm Director Maestro Campo, sir. I'd like to clarify if I heard it right that the last unit Mark mentioned was IAS. And who particularly under IAS received the money? Because
Director Maestro Campo, is that in reply to the revelation of Mark Taguba?
Yes, Your Honor, because my unit was mentioned. I'm clarifying if it was IAS, the last one he mentioned. And I'd like to ask who in particular in IAS received the money because it will be unfair in my office, Your Honor.
Okay, we understand, Director Maestro Campo, your sentiments on that particular information shared by Mr. Taguba. And we will ask him to elaborate further later on habang nagtatanong po yung ating mga membro. We have here a list of all the members who wish to ask questions. And in the course of asking questions, maaaring doon po lumabas yung gusto nyong alaman. Yes, Congressman.
Point of information, Mr. Chairman. Kanina nasabi ni Mr. Taguba na 27,000 yung total, ngunit nung kanyang binanggit yung mga amounts, hindi po nagtototal ng 27,000, Mr. Chairman. Baka pwede pong paulit lang natin yung listahan. Kasi yung nagtototal po dito sa aking listahan, maaaring ako ang nagkamali ay 18,200 lang. Plus yung sinasabi niyang 7,500 na nakaligtaan niya ay 25,700 lang. Ang nabanggit po ni Mr. Taguba ay 27,000 plus 7,500. So, parang hindi lang po nagtugma. Pwede ba?
Yeah, thank you, Congressman Kuwa. Mr. Taguba, paki-check mo nga yung iyong breakdown at mukhang hindi siya nagtatali dun sa sinasabi mong 27,000. Yes, Congressman Roque.
Mr. Chair, maybe ask also the witness to submit in writing his computation so we can make it off record.
Okay. Pakisulat mo lang sa papel yung iyong breakdown para ho meron kaming nanggaling sa inyo na ikaw mismo nagsulat. Paige, can you please provide paper to Mr. Taguba? Pakisulat mo lang at paki-explain mo lang at hindi yata nagtutugma yung total mo sa total ni Congressman Kuwa dun sa mga binanggit mo. Pakiulit mo lang, please.
$2,000 po sa intelligence group, 3,000 sa collector, 500 sa CIIS director, 500 CIIS district collector, 500 po sa ESS director, 500 sa ESS commander, board commander, 10,000 sa ES, 1,000 sa X-ray, 200 sa PID, 500 sa FED.
What's the total? Did anyone total that? Magkano? Anong total? 26 to. May kulang eh. May kulang na 18,700 lang eh. Kay Congressman Akop, 26,200 lang yung If, kung kasama yung 7.5 na sinasabi mo, it will total 26,200 according to Congressman Acop's computation. So kulang pa rin dun sa 27,000 na binanggit mo.
Nadagdag ko po yung tracking ko kasi win-breakdown ko pati yung shipping line tsaka rasto eh. Nadagdag ko ata yung tracking ko. 10,000 kasi sa tracking.
Sige. I guess it would help kung ipakisulat mo na lang at bigyan nyo kami ng kopya dito. So, next to ask question is Congressman Garbin. Congressman Garbin, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, corollary to the questions pointed out by Congressman Harry Roque as to the absence of the search warrant, may I pose the question to the PDEA, to the customs people on the strength of their letter of authority. Ang tanong ko po, in the exercise of your visitorial power, on the strength of your letter of authority, can you exercise this in any warehouse?
Your Honor, yung mga oras pong yun ay when we received the intelligence information, ang assessment ko po sa sitwasyon ay meron pong urgency yung impormasyon na yun. So nung nakausap ko po si Mr. Chen, Your Honor, at binalidate niya nga na posibleng yung shipment na hinahanap namin ay nandun sa kanyang warehouse, sinabihan ko po si Mr. Chen na gumawa din po ng sulat para, alam ko po wala pa po kami letter of authority noong panahon na yun, para po imbitahan kami at voluntaryo niya ipa-inspect yung warehouse niya, Your Honor.
So, going back to my question, customarily, can you implement this in any warehouse?
By just using letter of authority?
Yes, Your Honor. For the purpose of asking documents of importation, Your Honor.
So kahit sinong warehouse doon sa Valenzuela, pwede nyo i-inspect?
Yes, Your Honor, kung meron pong information, derogatory information, Your Honor.
Pag may law.
Yes, Your Honor.
And in the course of your
Visitorial power, pag nakakuha kayo ng kontrabando, you consider it as, how do you consider it?
Depende, Your Honor, kung wala po silang ma-produce na documents, Your Honor, i-recommend na po namin ng seizure and detention, Your Honor. Warrant of seizure and detention.
But in the case of drugs, what do you normally do?
Your Honor, first time po namin gumawa nung tungkol dun sa drugs, Your Honor. Kaya nga po nung nalaman ko yung informasyon, what I did, Your Honor, is immediately to coordinate with the National Bureau of Investigation and ask for their assistance, Your Honor.
And of course, the PDEA.
Yes, Your Honor, later to the PDEA, Your Honor.
Pero pagdating nila doon, as being testified to by Wilkins Villanueva, bukas na ho lahat, or not lahat, kundi yung 500 kilos na buksan na. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor, pero po ang NBI dumating, hindi pa ho lahat bukas, Your Honor.
Yeah, sino nauna? NBI, ano?
NBI po, Your Honor.
Kung sumunod na lang in a few minutes, as testified earlier, yung PDEA. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And can I pose a question to Mr. Villanueva, Wilkins Villanueva? Sir, yung procedure po na in-apply nyo pagdating po nyo doon sa site na warehouse, sinunod nyo po ba yung Section 21 ng Republic Act 9165?
As far as yung the whole 605 kilos, Your Honor, hindi pa kasi under seizure yung the whole. Kasi we are really planning on implementing the control delivery operation, Your Honor. So,
pagdating namin doon, nakita ko na ando na yung 4 na crate nakabukas na, and then the other crate was ibinababa na yung droga doon sa other crate. So yun, as far as yung kung sinunod ba yung Section 21, hindi pa namin pwede sundin yung, as far as I'm concerned, hindi pa pwede, Your Honor, because drugs has not, hindi pa nako-confiscate or nasiseize yung drugs, Your Honor.
So you don't consider it as seizure of the drugs?
Negative pa, Your Honor, because we are still planning for the control delivery operation. After na mai-deliver na yung drugs, and then papasok na doon yung provision, Your Honor, Section 21.
But when you arrived, you said na isa na lang crate yung bubuksan. Tama po ba?
Binubuksan na, Your Honor.
Binubuksan.
Binababa na yung mga droga doon sa isang crate.
You recommend that magkaroon kayo ng usapan on when you testified earlier in previous hearings na dapat magkaroon kayo ng controlled delivery. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor. Dumating kami doon, Your Honor, about mga 1:30. Nag-case conference kami, ako with Director Estrella and Attorney Nolasco. We had a case conference kung ano yung So yun, we decided, initially sinabihan kami ng isang crate na lang. Attorney Nolasco, we insisted to conduct the control delivery operation of the 5 crates.
Ano nangyari po? Were you overruled or nasunod po yung inyong kahilingan na magkaroon ng control delivery?
Yun nga, Your Honor, case conference muna kami sa labas. And then we agreed to conduct the control delivery operation. Kaming tatlo, ako, Attorney Nolasco, and Director Estrella. Then after about 15 to 20 minutes, pinatawag kami, Your Honor, sa office ng Home Fay. Naandun, Your Honor, si Commissioner Faldon at yung legal counsel niya na babae. Yun nga, ayoko nang basta nag-insist si Commissioner Faldon na isa lang, Your Honor, i-deliver. At yung 4 will remain at the bureau, at the warehouse para daw in case na wala kaming makuha or walang mahuli doon sa 3050 sa Ugong Valenzuela, meron pang ikakaso doon sa may-ari ng warehouse, which is si Richard Tan, Your Honor.
How do you assess that, Mr. Villanueva? Is there a broken link in the chain of custody when it was recommended that iiwan yung 500 kilos and the other 100 kilos will be the subject of a controlled delivery?
Your Honor, assessment ko, ang assessment ko, Your Honor, being the trained investigator ng Republic Act 9165, ang assessment ko doon, Your Honor, walang alam yung nagdi-decide. Hindi niya alam ang meaning ng control delivery. Kasi control delivery, Your Honor, all of the whole item na nakalagay sa bill of lading should be delivered to the end user, which is doon sa ugong. Yung suggestion na isa lang ay di-deliver, talagang it's no longer a control delivery operation kasi nga wala siya doon sa tema ng control delivery.
So do you see that there is a procedural lapse when it was?
Not procedural lapse, Your Honor, but against the control delivery operation.
So you're saying that when you speak of the body of the crime, which is the totality of the drugs, dapat yung buong drugs ang dapat i-deliver, hindi lang portion of it.
Exactly, Your Honor.
Because if you deliver just a portion of it, then it will, will you agree with me that it will affect the integrity and the evidentiary value of the drug seize? Do you agree?
It will not only affect the value of the confiscated drugs, but it will affect the whole control delivery operation. In short, walang magiging control delivery operation. That is why when he decided na isa lang yung ibibigay, isa lang yung i-deliver, I asked them, anong klaseng anti-drug operation ang kinakandak natin. Because hindi siya pwedeng search warrant, hindi siya pwedeng bypass. It will only be controlled delivery operation.
That is why, by doing so, my assessment is walang alam sa batas ng ng 9165, particularly in the conduct of control delivery operation, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Villanueva. That would be all,
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Garbin. Before we proceed, let me acknowledge the presence of Congressman Sajid Mangundadatu, Congressman Bingbong Crisologo, Congressman Apol Pancho, and Congressman Ben Ebardone. The next, Congressman Edgar Sarmiento, you're recognized. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, ito po yung napaka-importante. Ulitin ko lang, ang custom po ay inaasahan ng buong bansa kung saan po pinagkukunan ang pera ng bansa. Ang collection po natin noong 2016 ay nasa 390 billion plus minus. Sa 2017 po, ang kailangan pong kolektahin ng Bureau of Customs ay somewhere 450 billion. Subalit po, hanggang sa Agosto, ang total collection lang po ay somewhere nasa 180 billion lang, napakalayo. At naririnig natin itong lahat, ang tara, kung saan napupunta, parang ibig sabihin, may diferensya po talaga ang namumuno sa Bureau of Customs. Masakit man sabihin, pero yan po ang totoo. Ngayon po, Mr. Chairman, ulitin ko lang po, sa bagong pamumuno po ng komisyoner, ngayon lang, nakapasok 620 kilos of shabu. 605 kilos of shabu. Yet, that only consists of the 5 crates consisting of 23 crates in one container van. Ang tanong po, asaan yung 18 na crate? Samantalang 5 lang ang nahuli ngayon. Kaya ulitin ko, I just want to ask someone as the organic member of Customs, mayroon po ba? Who amongst you here is an organic member of Customs? Hindi po. Sino po? Organic member po. Yung hindi po kasama ni Commissioner Peldon. Someone as an organic member. Kasi si custom collector po or commissioner, they come and go. They're all dependent on the appointing authority, which is the Honorable President. Sino po? Kasi may tatanong lang po ako. Wala po bang organic member ng custom? Lahat po tayo ay appointed lang.
Sino ba yung seso dyan sa Bureau of Customs?
Yung seso po, seso.
Sino yung seso? Can you please, it seems, Congressman
Wala po.
Sarmiento, mukhang puro appointees to lahat.
Mr. Chair.
Are you...
Mr. Chair. Your Honor, I'm not Taseso, but I've been with the Bureau for 6 years already.
So you are a regular member of Customs?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. He's the collector of the port.
Now, I want to ask the gentleman, the collector of Manila, I believe so, a question. Do you think that the structural reform introduced by the new commissioner is a functional one? Because there seems to be a distrust on the new commissioner and the organic members of Customs. Yun lang pong gusto kong malaman. Kasi hindi naman po pagpasok ng isang commissioner, babaguhin niyang lahat. Kasi andyan naman po kayo, tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, of course, this is with due respect to the commissioner and his prerogative to reorganize or deem to take necessary steps he may deem proper for on how to run the Bureau of Customs. But of course, the sentiments of the organic personnel, of course, will always be that if we are involved, actively involved in the process by which the Bureau or its policies are crafted and implemented, we might be able to share our experiences in running the Bureau, Your Honor.
Tinanong po ba kayo ni Commissioner Paldon, pagpasok niya, humingi ba siya ng advice sa inyo? Paano po patakbuhin at ano ba mga prosesong ginagawa dati? Kasi gusto ko po itong malaman.
Your Honor, I can't speak for the other organic personnel, but I do believe when he went in, there were some organic personnel of the Bureau which is part of his staff and right now are still part of his staff. But as to this representation, Your Honor, I was consulted for a few policies, but not for everything, Your Honor.
Kasi the question really I prepared was for the Commissioner. And as a member of this House, the 17th Congress, I was so hurt by statement na kami po rito sa Congress ay para bang lumalabas na kinakawawa namin ang bansa. Mali ata yun. Remember that we are the representative of our districts. And whatever it is, we are, ang utang po namin ay sa bansa, sa mga tao. Sila po ang boss namin. Kung ano man pinatatawag, may tanong lang po kami. Nawawala ho kami rito kasi 605 kilos ang pumasok rito. At mali pa, gumawa kayo ng proseso na hindi tama. Kaya ano ngayon? Hanggang ngayon, magdatatlong buwan na, wala pang nakakasuhan. Isa ang papunta pong direction. Kaya, again, wala po rito si Commissioner Peldon. Papasagutin ko sana ang ibang-ibang tanong ko sa kanya na binitawan na rito. However, ulitin ko, sayang po ang ginawa ninyo. Kanya lang malaking tanong pa, saan ba napupunta ang kasama nitong 18 grades na nawawala ngayon?
Kindly wrap up, Congressman Sarmiento.
Yan na lang po, Mr. Chairman. Anyway, may second round pa naman po tayo. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Congressman Sarmiento. The next to interpolate is Congressman Castelo. You have 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, bakit nawala na yata si Mark Taguba? Can someone ask for the presence of Mark Taguba? Sige, babalikan ko na lang si Mark. Can one of the basketball players sit in front so that we will be able to ask some questions? Sino ba ho pwede? Unang-una ho, nais po namin magpasalamat ho sa inyo, sa mga basketball players for coming over here in Congress. And also for the honor and recognition that you have given the country by playing under our flag. Maraming po salamat po tungkol ho doon. Sa mga basketball players, paano nyo ho nalaman na kayo po ay invited ho dito? Did you personally receive the invitation from Congress or a custom personnel showed you the invitation that you should go here? Pwede paupuin muna natin, NBI, yung mga basketball players. Kenneth?
Good morning, Senator Hernandez po. Nalaman po namin through BOC po na pinapatawag kami dito.
So, sino po nagsabi ko sa inyo?
Si Attorney Roy Luwagan po.
Okay. Attorney Roy.
Roy po.
Okay. And ano po ang manner ng employment po ninyo?
Ako po ay technical assistant po for special activities na Office of the Commissioner.
Can you describe the function of your designation?
More on public engagement po at tinatasan po ako ni Commissioner to disseminate and engage in public on image building ng Bureau.
So, EJ, naglalaro din po kayo, diba, in behalf of the Bureau of Customs team. Tama po yan?
Yes, sir, Your Honor po.
So, sa testimony ni Kenneth, parang wala pa ho yatang anything that is related to intelligence. Tama?
Sir, nasa under training po kami ngayon po. Sa intelligence po.
So, have you been, have you provided any intelligence information to the office so far?
Sir, wala pa po, sir. So, sir, matin lang po kami mga seminars pa lang po.
And how much do you receive monthly?
40 po less tax po.
Do you personally receive those money?
Yes, sir.
The entire amount?
Yes, sir.
How do you get it? Is it through ATM?
Yes, sir.
Through
Yes, sir.
payroll system?
Yes, sir. Land bank po, sir.
And the ATM is with you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So far po, ano po ang major contribution po na ginawa po nyo? And how long have you been appointed as technical consultant under the Office of the Commissioner?
Sir, nag-enter po kami ng last August po ng 2016 po.
2016, last August, more or less 1 year already?
Opo.
So you are saying before the committee that not a single intelligence or information you provided the commissioner? Kahit minsan na wala.
Wala pa po.
So how can you justify po siguro yung 40,000 na tinatanggap po ninyo?
Sir, nasa ano po kami, possible team po. Tapos, at the same time po, nagkakandak din po kami mga possible clinics po.
So yun po ang pinaka main function mo nyo so far, no? Yung providing propaganda, providing information on the office. In other words, it is not the actual item that is reflected dun sa appointment nyo, which is intelligence gathering.
Sir, kasi wala po. Kasi ang item po yata kailangan po naka-civil service po.
Kahit naman po yung mga consultants po, pwede naman ho mag-provide ng mga information ho. Pero so far, Marlo, ikaw, wala pa ho kayong nabibigay na intelligence information.
With due respect to the Honorable Wilson Castello, Mr. Chairman, I would like to file a motion addressed to the committee that the testimony of Mr. Edward Joseph File be incorporated to the report of the Committee on Ways and Means. Because during the hearing at the Committee on Ways and Means, we were told by Commissioner Feldon that Mr. E.J. File is no longer connected at the Bureau of Customs. And that is, it is on the record. So, I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Abu. The chair thought it wise not to entertain the motion for the reason that any information that we will gather in this committee will likewise be shared with the committee that tackles the same subject matter. So a motion will not be in order at the moment. Perhaps what we can do is just agree to the point that we will, whatever information that we will be able to call out from this hearing will likewise be shared with the Committee on Ways and Means.
It will be, if it will be the procedure, Mr. Chairman, I submit.
Thank you very much, Congressman Abu. We may proceed.
So sa lahat po ng mga basketball players and to all the volleyball players at the back, wala pa ho kayong kino-contribute na mga intelligence information sa Office of the Commissioner. Tama ho yan, no? Wala pa. And most of the functions that you have done are playing basketball to propagate the office. Tama ho yan, no?
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. That is all, Mr. Chairman. I may now go back to Mr. Mark Aguba. Mark, maraming po salamat sa iyong testimony. No? Ang buong bayan po ay nagpapasalamat na isiniwalat po ang nangyayari po ngayon sa Bureau of Custom. Hawak-hawak ko po yung sulat po at nandito po yung tara, yung legal, yung mga iba't ibang po kumukuha ng maubing opisina. Pwede ko po isoli ho ito sa iyo at isulat mo naman po yung mga pinagbibigyan mo, yung mga pangalan na pinagbibigyan mo ho dito. Dagdag mo na lang ho. Maaari po ba yan, Mark?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. That is all, Mr. Chairman. We will just await for the document that I asked before, Mark, to identify all the people receiving the amount with respect to the offices that he has mentioned as reflected in this report.
Okay, thank you, Congressman Castello. Next. Congressman Ching Veloso, you're recognized. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I ask from the resource persons who is in charge of hiring sa Bureau of Customs, sino sa inyo ang in charge sa pag-hire nitong mga athletes?
BOC,
Hello.
please reply.
Wala. Paano ito na-hire kung walang in charge sa inyo? The Chief of Staff of the Commissioner is here.
I am Director Torres from, at the same time, officer in charge of Internal Administration Group.
Director
Henry Torres po, sir.
Henry.
At the same time, officer in charge of the Internal Administration Group, which is in charge of the Human Resource Division.
Okay, very good. At whose initiative or instruction were these athletes hired? Sino ang nagsabi sa inyo na kunin itong mga athletes?
Actually, sir, I assume my post as officer in charge of Internal Administration Group just this June 16, 2017. Now
June 16, 2013.
2017, sir. Now the people involved, the contract of service, the players, that was last year.
Sino sa pagkakaalam mo ang nag-hire kanila?
You don't mind? Let me just interject a very short question to the Bureau of Customs in relation to your question. Meron nung because it says that Attorney Roy Lawagan is the head. Sino po si Attorney Roy Lawagan? Nandiyan ka pala, hindi ka lang kumikibo. Are you the head in charge of the hiring of all these consultants?
Your Honor, ako po yung na-designate ni Commissioner na mag-assist sa kanila, sir, sa mga
So you can
activities
answer
nila.
questions by Congressman Veloso. Congressman Veloso, you may proceed.
Ilang taon ka na sa Customs?
Sir, 1 year po. Nag-start po ako last July 1, sir. Last year.
2016?
Yes, boss.
Sa Office of the Commissioner?
Opo, Your Honor.
Chief of Staff ka?
No po, no, Your Honor. Technical assistant po.
But as technical assistant, malalaman mo kung at whose initiative na hire ito sila. You can ably tell the committee kung sino ang may pakana na kunin sila as employees ng Bureau of Customs or as workers ng Bureau of Customs. Sworn na ba ito? Oath na ba ito?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Butit na dito Chief of Staff.
Hello, good afternoon.
Attorney Anderson, let me remind you that you are still under oath. Okay.
Okay.
Hello? There. Hello. As far as I can remember, since July of last year, Your Honors, these
Let's just call them athletes.
these athletes, Your Honor, have been coming to the office. They were hired by the commissioner himself.
Siya mismo. Walang ibang tumulong sa kanya, walang ibang nag-advise sa kanya kung paano sila ma-hire.
Wala po.
Okay.
Sir.
Abogada ka, di ba?
Yes po, sir.
Okay. In fact, Ateneo graduate ka daw.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero hindi kita naging estudyante.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, Article 6, Section 29, Paragraph 1 ng Constitution says, no money shall be spent out of the Treasury unless budgeted.
Yes, without an
Alam mo yun.
appropriation provided by law. Yes.
Itinuro ba yan ni Father Bernas sa inyo?
Yes po, sir.
Very good. Now, sa pagkakaalam mo, ang sahod na binigay sa kanila, budgeted ba by Congress?
Well, sir, they fall under personnel services.
Okay.
So, may appropriation naman provided by law for that. So, yes, under other professional services.
Professional, personnel, ano
Sorry,
ba?
Other professional services.
Anong item sa budget?
If I may refer, sir, to our Director of
para maayos natin ito.
Administration.
Kasi, for all you know, Attorney Anderson, kawawa itong mga atletang ito. Alam mo yung how a crime is being committed? Attorney Anderson, bago ko siya tanungin.
Technical malversation.
Very good. And there can be 3 principles in a case of technical malversation, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
First is
The
principal by induction.
Yes.
Second is principal by direct participation. Third is principal by indispensable cooperation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Napag-aralan mo yon.
Yes, Your Honor.
To what category itong mga athletes na ito? Assuming na lang nagkaroon tayo ng malversation under Article 220, to what would they belong?
If I may, Your Honor, because in my opinion, there was no malversation in this case. If I
For
may
the-
refer you to our director
Theoretically, on the assumption, pakinggan mo yung tanong ko.
Oh, yes.
You have been trained to become a lawyer. Ang training pa naman namin sa mga estudyante namin doon is to become the best lawyers in town. Of course, hindi maniniwala yung mga taga-UPs at other schools, no? On the assumption that what we have here is technical malversation under Article 220 of the Revised Penal Code. To what kinds of principles would they belong?
They would be principles by direct participation.
Very direct participation. Mga atleta, hindi po namin pakay na may pakulong kayo. Pinag-uusapan lang po namin na baka hindi nyo alam kung halimbawa ma-establish namin dito na nagkaroon ng malversation under Article 220, sabi ng Chief of Staff ni Commissioner Faildon, kayo ay magiging guilty or liable under principal direct participation. Ganun po. Let me proceed, Attorney Anderson. Anong item? Saan kinukuha yung sahod nila? Sa budget ng customs.
Your Honor, if I may refer the question to our budget director.
Once again, I'm Director Henry Torres of the Financial Management Office. Now, yung budget po na kinukuha sa mga athletes, is a program under the other professional services under the maintenance and other operating expenses, not personal services. Yung personal services po is yung inallocate po yun sa plantilla people, yung organic ng agency. Now, when we assume po, when the Commission assume in July, meron na pong existing contract of service personnel budgeted. So, succeeding period po, nag-hire po si Commissioner. Thank you.
Very good. Ulitin natin, saan nyo kinuha yung pera? MOE.
Yes, Your Honor.
Meron ba doon nakalagay para sa atleta?
Not necessary po nakalagay yung pangalan.
Pero may pundo para sa mga atleta.
Actually po, kahit sino po, wala po nakalagay na pangalan.
Hindi ko naman tinatanong kung anong pangalan. Ang pundo para ba sa maid, para ba sa supervisor, para ba sa intelligence officers, para ba sa consultant, saan banda doon?
Actually po, lahat po pwedeng maging covered noon. Consultants, yung contract of service, job order personnel.
Do you agree with that, Attorney Anderson?
Yes, Your Honor, because in the first place, job order personnel are hired for services not conducted by plantilla personnel.
Correct.
So the range of consultants you can hire is not especially enumerated under the appropriation.
Correct. That's why ang atleta dapat sa atleta. Ang pundo para pag mag-hire ng atleta, doon kukunin sa pundo ng atleta. Right? Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
But if I may.
So that, dahil wala tayong naka-specify doon na ang pundo ay para sa atleta, ipinasok na natin doon sa tatlong opisina, Commissioner, Intelligence, at saka sa assessment functions, di ba? Hello? Yes or no? Wag yung tango. You were trained in school. If you say yes, say yes. Hindi yung tango. Masisingko ka niyan eh.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
But, Your Honor, these athletes, although they are athletes, they weren't hired as athletes.
Very good. So they were hired as athletes.
They were not hired as
They
athletes.
were not hired as athletes.
No, sir.
Correct. In fact, Kenneth Duremdes was hired as what? Assigned to the office of the commissioner.
As a technical assistant for special activities.
Meron ba dyan doon?
The commissioner has a lot of projects that he put in place in order for the Bureau of Customs to, one, disseminate information and to gather information.
Even if it is not specified by law dahil parang siya ang may-ari ng customs, di ba?
Whatever he does, sir, is always for the good of the Bureau and for the country.
Attorney Anderson, in law, we were taught that not everything we do for the good of country is valid. Itinuro ba yan sa inyo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, settled, not everything we do for the good of the country is valid. Kaya, here is an athlete, dudugtungan ko na lang yung sinabi kanina. Aquino, you were hired as what?
Technical assistant, Your Honor.
Ano ang ginagawa mo as technical assistant?
Tungkol din sa sports, Your Honor, kakanda kami ng mga
Ano ang trabaho ng Bureau of Customs? Mangolekta ng buwis, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi manalo sa basketball tournament, di ba?
Pagka pinaglaro po kami, gusto po namin manalo, syempre, Your Honor.
In fact, pag kayo naglalaro as a basketball player in a tournament, labas na yan sa function ng Bureau of Customs, mangolekta ng buwis, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
So that as technical assistant, ang trabaho mo doon as basketball player ay talagang foreign o walang pakialam sa trabaho ng Bureau of Customs na mangolekta ng buwis, di ba?
Bali, ano po kami, Your Honor, sa programa po ni Commissioner Faldon na tungkol sa sports, mapalapit sa tao. So, yun po yung kung bakit po kami nandun.
Kasi trabaho yun ni Commissioner Faldon, mapalapit ang Bureau of Customs sa mga tao. Hindi na yan trabaho ng Communications Department ng Malacanang. Di ba?
Siguro po, Your Honor.
Siguro. Ano ang, tanungin mo ang abogado mo kung anong valid basis niya in saying, you heard what he said, Attorney Anderson, that pagdating sa PR work, walang tiwala siguro si Commissioner Faldon sa PR ng Malacanang, kaya he comes up with his own idea, techniques, systems para mapalapit ang Bureau of Customs doon sa mga tao, di ba?
Congressman Veloso,
Hindi naman sa walang tiwala po, Your Honor. It's just that now, especially with the new law put in place that affect almost all of the OFWs, we have to try as much as possible to disseminate that information in a way that they will actually listen.
Mr. Chair, before we continue with the interpellation.
Yes, Congressman Akop.
I'm next to the Honorable Veloso in the list of interpellators.
That's correct,
I
yes.
would give my time to
Okay,
the
thank you.
Honorable Veloso.
Thank you for being considerate, Congressman Akop. You may proceed, Congressman Veloso.
Thank you. Attorney Anderson, ikaw ang Chief of Staff eh. The hiring of these athletes are governed by Republic Act 9184. Alam mo yon? Procurement law. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, meron tayong 2016 implementing rules, meron tayong 2017. But the common denominator is this. Nandito tayo sa joint circular kasi sinabi last time ni Commissioner Faldon, hiring of these athletes were cleared by COA. Itatanong ko yan sa COA pagdating ng budget hearing namin. But in the limitations, nakalagay dito, hiring under contract of service. Hindi ba contract of service ito sila?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Shall be limited to consultants or job that is not part of regular function of the agency. Okay? Meaning, ito I check. You can only hire them if nobody is performing regular function within the agency. Ibig sabihin, may butal doon.
Yes, Your Honor.
In fact, in 7.2, paragraph A, hiring shall be limited to, hindi naman ito job order, hindi? Job order ito, hindi. Consultants. Hello?
Yes, job order, Your Honor.
7.2 covers both contract of service and job order. I am referring to joint circular ng...
Yes, the new one, Your Honor.
Yes. Kasi I heard a testimony a while ago na patuloy pa rin silang nagtatrabaho itong si file.
Right now, Your Honor, none of the contracts have been renewed.
Eh, akala ko may nagtatrabaho pa sa kanila. Ibig sabihin, nagtatrabaho sila without a contract?
As of now, Your Honor, yes.
Nagtatrabaho sila without the benefit of a contract?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ang galing ng customs, ano? But anyway, dito sa 7.2 ng joint circular, contract of service and job order workers should not, in any case, be made to perform functions which are part of the job description of the agency's existing regular employees. Halimbawa, itong hired na magiging intelligent members of intelligence group. wala na bang mga tao sa Bureau of Customs performing that function?
There are, Your Honor, but as the Commissioner has said in multiple forums, we are understaffed as of the moment. That's why we're also hiring.
Okay, you're being understaffed is one thing. You're hiring qualified employees are another, or workers, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you think, as a member of the bar, Attorney Anderson, you can claim that these athletes are highly qualified to perform intelligence work?
Sir, you have to differentiate the kind of intelligence work they were hired to do, Your Honor.
How many kinds of intelligence work do you people in customs perform?
Because there's one related to smuggling, which they are not qualified to do.
Very
And there's
good.
also another type of intelligence regarding feedback from the people on what they want the customs to do.
PR. you mean?
PR, yes,
Okay.
exactly.
And in a nutshell, what you are telling the committee is that the Bureau of Customs is now designed to do PR work para ang image ng customs sa mga tao ay gumanda. Parang window dressing ba? Di ba?
Yes, Your Honor, because it's all about credibility, and right now, the Bureau
Again,
does not
I'll go
have to-
back. Saan mo pupulutin ang pangsahod sa kanila? Kasi yun ang pinag-uusapan ng procurement law. Hindi ka pwede makabili ng isang bagay na walang bidding. In fact, tatanungin kita, under the IRR 2016, nagdaan ba ito sa bidding? Hiring them?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, another one. Talagang the Bureau of Customs is being run by Commissioner Feldon. Parang siya ang may-ari. Yet, he has the guts of saying, ito ay opisina ng bayan, ng buong bayan. Now, you are telling the committee, he spends money without being funded under the Appropriations Act in violation of Article 6, Section 29, Paragraph 1 ng Constitution, in violation of the Joint Circular. Entered into ng DBM, Civil Service. Ay, nako.
Yes, Congressman Acop, if it's an interjection, yes, you can.
Yes. I know how many of these basketball players are with the intelligence division of the Bureau of Customs?
Your Honors, Attorney Roy Lawagan is more competent than me to answer that question.
Your Honor, as of last June 2017, the athletes who were hired and designated at the IG were only 4, Your Honor.
May I know their names? Pwede ko ba malaman pangalan nila?
Sir, sila po sina Mr. Ronjin Rele, Bong de la Cruz, and the 2 other more, sir. They are not.
Pwede ko bang malaman kung talagang intelligence work ang inyong trabaho? Ano po yung essential elements of information? Yun po yung trabaho ninyo magkalap ng information. But may I know the essential elements of an information that would be useful to the agency? Kasi meron po yan
Actually, Your Honor, yung ginagawa nila is to promote the image of the Bureau of Customs. Nagagawa po nila yan kapag nakikikomingle sila with the society. And habang nakikipag-commingle sila, sir, sa society, ang mga tao, they are also giving their opinion, comments sa Bureau of Customs, which in turn, sir, kapag may nalalaman kami na pwede namin mai-address para doon kami nakikikon, sir. Actually, they are a good communicator sa Bureau of Customs, sir.
Alam po ninyo, ang nagtatrabaho sa intelligence, very basic yung essential elements of information na dapat ilagay ng bawat informant doon sa kanyang report. Be that as it may, yung sagot po ninyo, dapat nasa PR division po sila ng customs. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Congressman Acop. Next is Congressman Biazon, and then Congressman West Gatchalian, and then Congressman Paduano. So, Congressman Biazon, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I just proceed from the line of questioning? May I ask the athletes who specifically recruited you to join the Bureau in this capacity? Yeah, each one. Kung sino kumausap sa inyo para i-recruit kayo.
Sir, si Commissioner Feldon po.
Ako po, tinawagan po ako ni Kenneth.
Sir, sinabi lang po ako ni Bernson Franco po.
Ako naman ay tinawagan ako ni Kenneth, then sa ako sinabi kay EJ.
Your Honor, si Bernson po ang tumawag sa akin.
Okay, so sa pag-recruit sa inyo, anong ipinaliwanag sa inyong magiging papel ninyo sa Bureau of Customs?
Your Honor, for me personally, doon po kami doon sa, again, sa image building of the Bureau. And sa tingin po ni Commissioner, mas makakatulong po kami sa pa-engage doon sa public para po doon sa reforma at saka pagbabago po ng Bureau.
Yung image building by playing doon sa team ng BOC, tama ba?
Not only by playing, Your Honor, gumagawa din kami ng mga community works sa mga different ports po namin. That includes po yung mga kids ng mga personnel po namin.
Outreach.
Outreach po. Yeah.
Anong itinuro sa inyo about the Bureau of Customs para ma-communicate nyo sa public? Nag-undergo ba kayo ng training on how customs works? What the issues are?
Wala naman pong tinuro, Your Honor.
Tinuruan ba kayo kung paano ang proseso ng clearing ng isang cargo?
Your Honor, wala po.
Tinuro sa inyo kung paano ang patakaran tungkol sa balikbayan box?
Wala po din, Honor. Wala.
You were taken in August 2016 at yung contract nyo nag-end ng December 2016. And supposed to be up to now, you're doing your functions. Hindi pa itinuro sa inyo yung mga tinanong kong aspeto ng customs?
If I may answer, Your Honor.
No, I'm asking them.
Sa amin, Your Honor, hindi tinuturo kasi yung function po namin, ako sa pagkakalam po, doon po nalilinya po sa image building.
So, in your own capacity, paano mo ina-upgrade ang image ng Bureau of Customs sa public kung hindi kayo itinuruan ng basics na yun?
Well, Your Honor, bilang po naging national player dati at the mere fact lang na pupunta kami sa isang lugar, madali na po silang makausap, lalo na po yung pag-venue po yung basketball court. So mas madali po silang bigyan ng information about the reforms of the Bureau.
Like what reforms specifically ang naiko-communicate ninyo?
Like for example, Your Honor, yung sinasabi namin na seryoso po yung Bureau of Customs po sa anti-corruption and then po dun sa reforma ng Bureau. So
anong
basically,
specific program ang naipapaliwanag nyo sa public tungkol sa reform program na yun?
Specific po yung sinasabi namin lagi po na, yun, kagaya po, we're doing some community works na paano namin sa public na kahit paano may changes na po sa Bureau.
Si Mr. File, nakita ko nakalagay doon sa contract niya, intelligence analyst. Na-mention din niya kanina, sabi niya na under-training daw sila. Tama ba yung pagkarinig ko?
Yes, sir.
Anong training ay sinasagawa sa inyo pagiging intelligence analyst?
Sir, yung work po namin kasi pag nag-start po kami as basketball players lang po. So yung mga actually in training wala naman po yung sa intelligence analyst na yung ginagawa po namin ngayon. More on image building lang po ng bureau po.
Pero intelligence analyst ang sabi at ang explanation, you do functions as intel officers.
Yes, sir. Yung po nakalagay po sa contract po.
Naturo ba sa inyo kung ano yung hawsyaw?
Hindi po. Hindi ko po alam po.
Yung personero, alam mo kung ano yung personero?
Hindi rin po.
Orbit.
Yung tara, alam mong ibig sabihin nun?
Ang tara po para tax po.
Yung orbit.
Tax.
Okay. Sino nagbigay ng training sa inyo para maging intel officer?
Actually, wala po nagbigay po sa amin ng dinisate lang po kami na para doon sa as players tapos nagyan po kami as contract doon nilagay po yun po.
Kanino kayo nagre-report directly? Like for example, iba sa inyo assigned sa AOCG, meron sa Intel, meron sa Special Activities. Kanino kayo nagre-report directly?
Before po, nasa IG po kami kay Sir Raval po.
With the others?
Kami, Your Honor, kay Attorney Roy.
Your Honor, ako sa EOCG kay DepCom Debuco.
Your Honor, ako po kay Attorney Raval po.
Are you required to punch in pag-report niyo doon sa office? Time card.
Wala po, sir.
So who accounts for your presence in the bureau?
Wala po yung time card pero yung sila Sir Raval lang po before po pag lagi po kami nag-report po.
Do you submit written reports on your work?
No, sir.
Nabasa niyo naman yung contract na pinirmahan ninyo?
Yes, sir.
With regard dito sa nilalaman nito, nabasa nyo?
Not all, sir.
May I go to, you are the handler?
Yes, Your Honor.
So ikaw ang nag-handle sa kanila sa pang-araw-araw?
Yes, sir. And most
What
especially,
can you now say dun sa sinabi nila na wala pa pala silang training na ginagawa, hindi sila nasabihan or naturuan ng basic reform program? Because when I asked them kung effective communicators sila, as you say, they should have been able to tell us kung ano. They should have been able to at least describe to me, somebody who's been to the Bureau, kung ano yung basic processes. Kanina nga, balikbayan box yun ang isa sa mga major issue, hindi nila mapaliwanag yung proseso.
Your Honor, pinag-attend namin sila sa seminar, sir, regarding sa basic ng Bureau of Customs, sir.
Again, sorry, pakiulit.
Sir, pinag-attend po namin sila sa seminar dito sa Bureau of Customs kung ano po yung ginagawa dito sa Bureau, kung ano po yung basic principles dito sa Bureau of Customs, Your Honor.
So do you think naging effective yung sagot nila? Sa tanong ko, that was a golden opportunity to explain. If you had been effective in training them to do their job, they would have been able to answer us. Dahil public itong hearing na to, nakikinig ang taong bayan. They could have explained kung ano yung mission nila.
Sir, on my part, sir, they became an effective communicator of the Bureau of Customs, sir. It's because noong last year po na pumunta po kami dito sa Bureau of Customs, sir, medyo konti pa po yung nagda-like sa FB page natin, sir. However, nung pinapakita na po natin sila, nakikipag-commingle sila sa taong bayan.
No, I'm sorry to cut you off. No? Kasi ang sabi natin, sabi ng Bureau, effective sila as communicators of the reform. I asked them point blank, ano yung mga reform programs na yon? sa tingin mo, effective ba yung pagkasagot nila? Kasi it reflects on the leadership of the Bureau. Kung effective nga ba kayo, number one, sa pagpili, yung choice na sila ang kunin to communicate the reform, and two, to train them on how to do it.
Sir, Your Honor, considering na mas dumami yung nagda-like sa atin nagfa-follow sa atin sa website natin, nagda-like, yung positive comments, then we can say, sir, effective po sila.
Kindly wrap up, Congressman Biazon.
I don't think thank you, sir. I don't think I can attribute it to that based on what we've seen right now. Kanina may na-mention yung name ni Depcom Raval. What can you say about the comment?
For the record, Mr. Chairman, yes. I was listening to their testimony, and they mentioned that they were hired in August, if I'm not mistaken. I took over intelligence in November of 2007, Mr. Chairman. So they could not have reported to me before I took over, Mr. Chairman, because again, their contracts were made even before I took over the intelligence group in November, Mr. Chairman.
I think my time is up, but I would reserve for the second round, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Congressman Biazon. Majority Leader?
Yes, sir. We will have a caucus at 2 o'clock, so mauna na ako. Hindi naman mahaba ito at I have to prepare for our all-member caucus. The NBI, itong mga players nito, kawawa naman kayo. I sympathize with you. Na-recruit kayo. Ngayon, mahirap itong mga pinapirman sa inyong mga papel dahil there are many infirmities. Maraming mababiolate dito. Katulad ng mga kontrata niyo, nakalagay dyan, meron ba kayong reporting hours? Wala. Kenneth, ikaw na lang. Ikaw yata pinaka-spokesperson nila. Ikaw nag-recruit sa kanila. Meron ba kayong reporting hours?
Your Honor, most of our function is sa field po, Your Honor.
Kaya wala kayong reporting hours talaga, no?
Wala naman po, Your Honor.
Kasi nakalagay sa kontrata niyong pinapirma sa inyo na kailangan the second party shall, meaning kayo, first party yung customs, shall perform work on a time and a schedule to be agreed upon by both parties. Wala kayong pinag-agreehan, ano?
Yung sa time po, Your Honor, wala.
Tapos, we are in possession of, yung NBA kasi susunod, pero nakaupo na sila dyan, so mamaya na kayo mag-substitution, ano? Sila muna, dahil para hindi naman papalit-palit, nandiyan na rin lang kayo. I am in receipt of a customs special order kasi. Ito numero 58-2016. Attorney Anderson, may we have you back, please? It is a customs special order number 58-2016. Nandiyan po ba si... Oh, lumabas. Pakitawag po. Dito muna ako sa personnel officer. Anong pangalan po nila uli, sir?
Attorney Roy Labugan, Your Honor.
Abala konti yung pagkain mo. Attorney?
Roy Lawagan, Your Honor.
Anong background mo naman? You were hired, parang ang narinig ko, July 1, 2016 ka.
Yes, Your Honor.
So sabay kayo ni Commissioner?
Yes, Your Honor.
Nauna lang siya ng ilang oras? O nauna ka?
Nauna po sila.
O hindi ka naman pwede mauna dahil siya nag-appoint sa'yo. Nauna lang siya ng mga ilang oras dahil parehong araw ka. Siguro, minuto lang dahil umpisa ka ng July 1. Hindi, ma-under time ka pagka hindi kayo sabay pumasok So, paano ka naman na-recruit dyan sa trabaho mo?
Sir, before I became a lawyer, sir, nagtatrabaho po ako bilang security guard.
Ikaw yung security guard na pumasa sa bar?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Ay, congratulations.
Thank you po, Your Honor.
Hindi. Iba yung nasa Comelec, ano? Iba sa Comelec. Ito, hindi yata na-jaryo yun sa'yo. Yung na-jaryo ka rin?
Yes, na-jaryo po, Your Honor.
So, hinire ka. Dati ka ng security guard sa customs?
No, Your Honor. Dito po ako sa La Trinidad Pinget sa may Commission on Audit. Nag-security guard habang nag-aral, sir.
Ilocano ka?
Igorot tak, sir.
Ha?
Sir, I'm an Igorot, sir.
Well, mong Ilocano?
One, sir.
Diyak ko sa solutsot kayo nga, kababimit. Ano, kalugaran ka. Now, Attorney Anderson is there. Ma'am, I was asking about Customs Special Order 58-2016. Are you aware of this, ma'am? It says, signed by Commissioner
The
Feldon.
authorization, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes.
In the interest of the service, who drafted this, ma'am? Kasi kayo-
Our writers.
Ikaw ang chief of staff, but it passed through you.
Yes.
Yes,
goes
ma'am.
through
Just kasi in the interest of the service, Attorney Mandy Therese Anderson is hereby authorized to sign the daily time record of the following customs personnel.
Yes, Your Honor. That was because at the time, there were no deputy commissioners yet. There were no appointed. Only the commissioner was appointed at the time.
On September 2016?
Yes, Your Honor. The
So,
appointments
you mean
came
to say,
out in November and January.
So, he was running the bureau alone?
Yes, Your Honor. Basically.
There are no holdover of the former occupants?
None, Your Honor. There were no holdover.
So you're saying now that from the whole month of July, the whole month of August, and almost
September.
whole month of September, 3 months, Nick Feldon was running the bureau by himself?
We submitted a recommendation to the DOF for OICs.
So there were OICs?
Yes, there were OICs if I can remember correctly, sir, that was already in September. That
So,
it was
Kaya
released.
nga, September, so for 3 months, he was running the bureau alone.
Yes, Your Honor, all the papers, all the documents would come to our office.
I can just imagine how much smuggling happened then now that he has his full stuff and nai-smugglean pa tayo. Eh, ano pa kayo nung mag-isa siya doon for the first... Well, anyway, ma'am, you were one of the first hires also of Commissioner Feldon.
Yes, Your Honor.
How were you hired, ma'am?
His executive assistant contacted me through Facebook. She messaged me on Facebook.
Through Facebook?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you did not apply? They recruited you
No, Your
through
Honor.
Facebook?
Yes, I was working for a law firm when I got the message.
What law firm is this, ma'am?
Villarasa and Angangco.
Do you know of any previous relationships of Commissioner Feldon and that law office?
At the time, no.
At this time?
At this time, yes.
What is the relationship, ma'am?
I believe he helped them with the breakup issue of CVC.
Can you
I don't
elaborate?
know in the details, Your Honor. I was still in law school during this time.
Yes, ma'am, but you are from the Villarasa Law Office. You were one of the first hires of Commissioner Feldon. He has relationships with your former... Are you still connected with Villarasa?
No, Your Honor.
Why?
I resigned the day I met the commissioner because he asked me to report to work the day after. And so I reported to the office that same day, and they were kind enough to let me go after a long conversation.
That sounds very strange that you are a new lawyer, you are in a law firm established in the country, you would rather work full-time as a... So you work full-time as a consultant?
I
with
was
the
a
Bureau of
supporter of the president, Your Honor. I wanted to do my part.
No, so you work full-time in the customs?
Yes, now, yes.
So and how much do you receive monthly, ma'am, since you started?
I receive 50,000 a month less taxes.
That's all?
Yes, Your Honor.
We should salute you for willing to work for...
It's a temporary situation. It was from the very start.
Until when?
It's been extended a few times.
So it's more than temporary already. It's
For me, it's
extended
still
for-
temporary.
Okay, ma'am. So daily time records. But this gentleman said that they don't have any daily time records.
Yet contract, further payment, Your Honor, they're
They
required.
submit.
They're
Yes.
required to
So you-
submit daily time records.
And what does the daily time record state, ma'am? That they report from this time to this time, correct?
Yes, yes.
So there's
we were trying.
falsification.
Yes, we were trying to place in the records full service, but our HR wouldn't allow it.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
And what would the offense committed be? A daily time record is a public document, isn't it, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
it's a falsification of public documents.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you are a party to a falsification of public documents. You are lawyers. You should have argued with your HR. We cannot let these people sign this DTR because it's not true, it's false. That is a serious offense, ma'am.
Yes.
But because of HR, the HR people are not lawyers. It happens here. And sometimes I teach the Secretary General or whatever office there because they impose things which are illegal. So we tell them, we cannot do that because it would be illegal already. Like these people, they do not report daily, but if you look at their record, it's sworn. Wala kayong pinirmahan na daily time record. O wala nga. Ma'am,
Meron, Your Honor.
sabi nila, wala eh.
Meron.
Wala.
Uy,
Hindi,
bigla kayo.
sabi, pumirma ka ba ng daily time record?
Sila.
Durendes, nagsabi na kayo kanina, hindi kayo nagde-daily time record. Eh.
They don't have a logbook,
No, I'm
Your
asking
Honor.
now, I'm asking them now, ma'am. Yes.
Meron po sa yung DTR.
So nakalagay doon, from 8 to 5, nagre-report kayo.
Your Honor, gaya nga ng sinabi ko kanina, most of our time nasa field po kami. Dahil doon sa mga, minsan ng mga task na binibigay ni Commissioner. Sa akin po bilang...
Yun na, doon ako naawa.
technical
Kaya
assistant.
mo na, baka lalo kayong mabaon dito. Kawawa naman kayo dahil kayo ay ni-recruit. Pagkatapos, ang usapan nyo, lalaro lang. Yan ang totoo. Alam naman natin eh, ngayon na booking ito, so pinapaganda na kung saan may ginagawa kayong ganyan. Well, ayan yun na. Hindi naman kami, kayo ikuan lang dito. Ayaw na namin madawit pa kayo dito sa, dahil nagmamagandang loob. Ganon din yung si Miss Valdez na recruit na volleyball player. Hindi rin niya alam eh. Akala nila parang, di ba, malapit ako sa players. Eh. Ako manager ng team no. May team din ako na. Nangyayari yan na lalaro ka lang, may sweldo na, may allowance, parang ganon. Eh, hindi naman pwede sa bureau. So, ginawang kayo ng mga papel na ganito na in the process, eh, masasabit kayo. Sana, wag na lang natin habulin itong mga taong ito dahil biktima rin sila. Estudyante pa daw yung mga ibang volleyball players. And Attorney Anderson, you are the lawyer. You should have advised them. Kawawa naman sila to be signing daily time records, under oath. Kasi yung daily time record, mga kasama, nakalagay dyan. Lunes hanggang Biyernes, pumapasok ka alas 8 hanggang alas 12, lunch break. Kasi sa batas, kailangan 8 oras eh. Magsilbi araw-araw. Eh yan, pinipirmahan o hindi nyo pinirmahan. Sabi nga net, baka iba na lang ang pumirma para sa kanila. Nangyayari rin yan dahil wala na magkukwestiyon. Basta may makita lang na daily time record, eh, mahihilo na ako sa kadaming falsifications of public documents kung ilan counts na ito. So, wag na tayong pupunta doon. Doon na lang po sa inyo, ma'am. Now, you stated earlier nga that consultancy services are allowed when I wrote one, you say, when the services are not conducted by plantilla position. Tama po ba yun?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, your own consultancy service is for Chief of Staff. Ito po, Chief of Staff, Office of the Commissioner. Wala po ba sa plantilla yung Chief of Staff?
None, Your Honor.
Walang item na Chief of Staff sa office?
None, Your Honor.
And then, okay, you stated last time, ma'am, na hindi nga kayo appointive, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And in fact, in your contract of service, it states that you are not considered part of the paragraph 4. Nothing in this contract shall create an employer-employee relationship between the first party and the second party. As such, the services rendered under this contract shall not be considered as part of government service of the second party.
Yes, Your
So
Honor.
you are not a government employee.
Yes, Your Honor.
And that is where the danger comes in, ma'am, because a consultant only gives advice. She's only being consulted, but the one who should act or perform should be a government employee because, you know, under Article 11 of the Constitution, accountability, di po ba? You are not accountable, di ba? You are not accountable to the people, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that's very dangerous because you are performing, can you imagine, Chief of Staff. You even approve the daily time record of deputy commissioners, di po ba?
No, Your Honor. Deputy Commissioners? No, Your Honor.
I have, pakilabas yung mga document natin that you were also designated to be acting under, meron ba kayong mga daily time records ng Deputy Commissioners?
Yes, they have, Your Honor.
Who signs?
The Commissioner.
No, I'm asking, because I saw a document, ma'am, na binigay sa'yo yung authority ni Commissioner. Have you ever signed a DTR of one of the Deputy Commissioners?
As far as I know, sir, I haven't, Your Honor.
Ma'am, you're very young. I'm sure your memory is bright. You cannot top the bar if you cannot remember if you have signed a daily time record of a Deputy Commissioner. Ako nga, 65 years old na, naalala ko po yung mga ganyan na bagay-bagay. Now, the essence po rito, ma'am, is you are there, you are exercising, ito nga ang job description nyo, coordination, orchestration of projects or commitments directly involving the Commissioner and his direct reports. So, projects or commitments of the Commissioner, you are the one coordinating it, correct?
Not all, Your Honor.
Yeah, but
There
some.
are several. Yes,
Yet
several.
you are, kasi po, ang nakalagay po sa Constitution is public office is a public trust. Government officials and employees are accountable to the people at all times. Pero po kayo, walang accountability sa tao eh. You are performing very important positions in a very important agency and we will look into this. Dahil consultant po kayo, so you should be only consulting but you are signing daily time records.
Your Honor, those daily time records I only signed for several months because we were understaffed at the time because we just sat.
Yes,
now,
ma'am. But that
now
power
a
belongs...
plantilla position signs the daily time records.
Yes, ma'am, but signing of daily time records can only be signed by officials of the government. Kasi nga po, employees ito eh. They are stating under oath, and then ikaw, you are not an official, you are not even part of this government according to your contract, yet you are acting unofficial documents. Mabigat po yan, ma'am. Nakakaroon po tayo ng usurpation of public authority or public functions there because you have not taken an oath. Did you take an oath?
No, Your Honor.
Oh. Kami po, lahat ng government, that I shall obey the laws, decrees, orders promulgated by the duly constituted authorities of the Republic of the Philippines, that I shall support and defend the Constitution of the Philippines. You did not take this oath. You are not bound by regulations that the Commissioner has given you functions. Nakakatakot po yan, ma'am. Hindi po, now, we will hear this in another episode. No, doon na po sa Civil Service Committee namin i-investigate nito because we will have to look into this. Delikado po yan, yung Bureau of Customs, ma'am. And then, for that purpose, can you please give us copies of documents that you sign? Ano pong, what other documents do you sign as Chief of Staff of the Commissioner?
None, Your Honor.
Only this?
Yes, that was for a specific period of time because we were still trying to assign plantilla, this function to plantilla positions.
We will not also run after you. Kawawa ka naman, bagong lawyer ka lang nun. Siguro you were also excited to serve. But be careful. Be careful when you sign documents like those dahil you are not accountable to the government. You are not a government employee. Moreover, an official, yet you are supervising and approving the papers. So,
Yes,
just a
Your
reminder,
Honor.
ma'am. Now, players, okay na siguro kayo sa mga players. Kawawa naman sila. Dito na tayo sa NBI. Let's...
Thank you, Mr.
Boss.
Chairman. Yun lang naman ang gusto namin malaman nila kung anong kilalagyan nila.
Oo, dahil alam
Thank
ko,
you.
itong mga ito, nagmapagandang loob. Ito naman kasi si Commissioner, congressman lang ang kalaro nyo. 7-footer pa ilalaban nyo. Pambira naman. Siguro ang intelligence ginagawa nito para malaman kung sino yung starting five ng House of Representatives mamayang hapon, kung ano yung play na gagamit. But, okay na. Alis na kayo dyan. Yun na MBI muna. Dito na tayo. Yes, sir. Last 2 minutes na ito.
Clarification lang, hindi naman sila papauwiin pa, no, Mr. Chairman?
Hindi pa. Hindi
Ewan ko.
I think, may game
Kung
ba
pwede
kayo?
lang may konting tanong lang.
Yes,
mamaya.
sir. Okay.
Some
Wag
of
mo
our
na kayo
members-
umalis dahil chairman ng Ways and Means. Dito na ako sa MBI. Para naman po dun tayo sa, balik tayo dun sa droga.
Your mic still.
Sir, the NBI conducted initial investigation of this case, in fact, build up. Sino po ang kumuha ng statement ni bodega owner? Richard Chen.
Your Honor, this is Deputy Director De Guzman.
Yes, sir.
I am representing the NBI Director, Attorney Geran. And beside me is Deputy Director Dabin, who is in charge of our Technical Services Division. To my left is Attorney Galicia and Attorney Dennis Seihan.
Uy, si Dennis, yan.
Okay. He is the team, Your Honor, who conducted the investigation of this case. Attorney.
Thank you, Director. Now,
Dennis Seihan.
I was given a copy of a sinumpang salaysay ni Jen Julong. Did you get one? Did you get his statement? You are Attorney Dennis Seihan, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, did you get the statement of one Jen Julong?
Dalawang beses po nakuha na ng statement si Mr. Chen Julong, Your Honor.
Bakit dalawang beses? Paki-explica mo sa amin.
Yung pong May 26 po, kinuha na po siya ng statement. And then subsequently po, yung pong investigador na in charge sa aspeto niya, meron pa akong clarificatory questions sa kanya. Kaya pinatawag po uli siya for the taking of his
Kailan naman
supplemental statement. Your Honor, if I may check our records again.
Doon muna tayo sa, alam mo, sa May 26 dahil ikaw kumuha nun, di ba?
I was not the one who took down the statement, Your Honor.
Sino kumuha?
It was SI Darwin Francisco, Your Honor.
Nakakagulat nga itong forma ninyo sa NBA, parang sa barangay ginawa na, tingnan mo, ang heading sinumpang salaysay ni Jen Julong. Ayan, si Darwin. Is Darwin here?
Mr. Majority Leader, with your indulgence, let's just like to inform the committee that we have extended invitation to Mr. Richard Chen. Unfortunately, he's nowhere to be found. And we will ask the NBI also to locate Mr. Tan, or alias Mr. Chen, in our subsequent hearings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hindi ba naging person of interest ito, taong ito? And the part of the customs, Colonel Estrella, dahil ikaw nagdun, hindi naging person of interest ito para subaybayan nyo o what?
Your Honor, for us, Your Honor, he's a suspect, Your Honor. That's why we turned him over to the National Bureau of Investigation, Your Honor.
Suspect siya, so you turn him over there. Now, eto na nga nandito ba si Mr. Francisco?
Your Honor, he was invited and he was here during the last hearing. But right now, he's not around, Your Honor.
Importante siya dahil iniimbestiga nga itong smuggling drugs. Dito nahuli yung drugs. Tapos wala yung kumuha ng statement ni Julong. Ikaw yung administering officer lang?
Yes, Your Honor.
Director, nakausap mo yung in-check? Nakausap mo siya?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, how did you conduct the jurat? Yung jurat niya, yung panunumpa niya sa English, Tagalog, Chinese?
Your Honor, yung pong gabing yon, nalaman po namin na marunong naman po siyang magtagalog, pero konti lang po. Pero so, para ho makuha na siya na statement, gumamit po kami ng interpreter para ho maklaro ho yung mga...
Hindi marunong mag-English?
Hindi po, Your Honor.
So, Tagalog siya marunong?
Marunong daw po siya, konti po.
Kasi nga nagugulat ako na Tagalog nga itong salaysay niya.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after conducting the director, ano ginawa niyo doon sa tao? Sabi ng customs, suspect siya. Nahulihan siya ng more than 600 kilos of shabu, worth 6.5 billion. What did you do to him? Hindi ba dapat in-inquest na yun?
Actually, Your Honor, Attorney Seyhan is the best person who can answer your query because he is right there in the field.
Nandun siya?
And besides, he is the chief of our anti-organized crime division.
Nakakaawa na yata si Commissioner Feldon dito. Nung last hearing nga, sabi ko, did you notice that Commissioner Feldon does not invoke his right against self-incrimination? He just asks others to answer. Kaya ngayon si Direk, yes sir. Nahuli siya. Nakita yung droga, NBI kayo, boss. Nandun sa bodega niya, doon dineliver. Hindi ba possession na maliwanag na yon ng napakaraming droga?
Your Honor, while we were at the warehouse, nalaman po namin na yung palang taong iyon, hindi pa po namin talaga alam yung pangalan niya during that time, that he was the informant of the Bureau of Customs. So, nagkaroon nga po ng konting diskusyon ho doon sa area ho mismo na yun nga po, totoo po yun na ang nirelay po sa akin noon, ang gusto po ni Commissioner Paildon, makasuhan po itong warehouse manager. Yung nga lang po, during ho nung na-brief po akong ganyan, nalaman po namin na yun pala yung informante po nila. So,
sir, abogado ka naman First, who has constructive possession of the drugs?
Your Honor, he had constructive possession of the drugs.
So he was
Your Honor.
in possession of the drugs. Ngayon kung informant siya, tsaka na yun, discharge him as an accused. But you have to file cases against him first dahil yun kung talaga naman, yung judge na makakapag-decide yan kung talaga yan informant siya o hindi. Pero initially, informant, who told you that he was an informant?
Initially, Your Honor, I was told by Attorney Nolasco.
Attorney Nolasco, are you here? Ma'am, dito ka rin. Dahil, alam niyo po, dito na tayo mag-concentrate dahil, yun na nga, from one bungling act to another, bumibigat po itong lumalakas po itong kahinaan natin. Lumalakas yung kahinaan ng kaso. Yun po nangyayari. And I'll show you. Okay, ma'am, who told you that the possessor of more than half ton of illegal drug?
During that time, it was Colonel Estrella. We were informed that Mr. Chen was the informant.
But you did not ask who the owner of the warehouse was?
We did ask.
And you knew it was Mr.
Chen.
Mr. Chen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano ba? Richard Tan din ba ito?
Yung sa investigation po namin, we know him as Mr. Chen Julong. Pero they keep on referring to him as Mr. Tan, Richard Tan.
And then nagiging Mr. Chen also?
Yes, maybe it's the English name and the Chinese name.
You did not bother to find out?
We did find out na yun nga po, yun po yung kanyang parang alias using the English name Richard Tan, and then yung kanya pong sa passport is Mr. Chen Julong.
You have a copy of his passport? No, I will not ask now, but you copied it. Hindi mo pa alam, ma'am, kung meron kayong kopya ng passport niya, baka naman binigyan lang kayo ng ID galing recto. Tapos ibang tao na pala itong pinag-uusapan natin.
I'm sorry, sir. It's a license.
You did not even look at his passport. How would you determine his nationality? Ano bang nationality talaga nito? Kinikilabutan ako na National Bureau of Investigation po itong kausap natin. Citizenship lang ng suspect of 600 kilos of shabu, hindi pa natin ma-determine agad-agad. Driver's license. Alam niyo naman, ang dali kumuha ng driver's license para naman kayong bago-bago sa... Yes, ma'am. What is his nationality? You do not know.
The only thing we know is that he's Chinese, Your Honor.
Ma'am, I'm also Chinese. West Gatchalian is also Chinese. And almost
Mr. Majority, just to give you a little information, kaya ho, Chen ang nakalagay sa passport niya. Because in China ho, the pronunciation of Chen is equivalent to Tan dito ho sa Pilipinas. Kaya nga, we have to clarify, ano ba ho yan? Is it a mainland Chinese, Filipino Chinese? Very
Nakita mo
general
ba-
po yung word na Chinese eh.
I don't want to ask you questions, but did you see his passport?
Hindi pa ho.
What do you say? Nakalagay.
Sabi ho kanina.
Hindi nila nakita passport eh. Ang nakita nila, driver's license eh. Kaya nga, Director, pakinggan nyo naman ito. We do not even know the citizenship of this person. Hindi nyo alam.
As I understand it, Your
Diyos
Honor,
ko po.
because they are the investigators on hand, as I understand it, Mr. Chen is a Taiwanese national.
Okay, hindi ka malaman
It's
natin.
just that I cannot support
PROC, ROC, ayan na nga. Si Attorney Nolasco nga, basta alam nila, Chinese. Oo nga, Chinese. Ang dami rin Chinese sa Singapore. Ang dami rin Chinese sa Amerika. In fact, sila maraming tao doon sa buong Amerika, Chinese eh. Pero ang pinag-uunapan po nito dito, hindi yung ethnic origin. Ano ba citizenship niya? Filipino citizen ba yan? Sa China ba yan? Hindi ba kayo nag-alala naman, ma'am, kung Taiwan yan? Ano, may visa ba siya rito?
Your Honor, based on the records from the Bureau of Immigration, he's Chinese.
Chinese na naman. Ma'am, talk of country. You are talking Chinese. Is, anong country?
No specific details as to
Diyos
what
ko.
country, Your Honor.
You're not doing your work. A Chinese, ma'am, is it's not a nationality. That's an ethnic, that's a race. Ang dami po, hindi natin, okay, so hindi nyo alam. Ba't hindi nyo po inaresto siya? Sinabi lang nila, informant namin yan. Will an informant inform on himself? Kanya po yung drugs. Tapos tignan po ninyo, yung ginawa nyo, yung statement, attorney, ito po ang kanyang sinabi. Pwede mo bang ikwento sa akin ang lahat? Tanong nyo. Sagot niya, opo. May 25, 2017, bandang 5 to 6 ng hapon ay nakatanggap ako ng tawag sa aking cellphone. Ha? Nakatanggap siya. At nagpakilala si Wang Zidong ng Xiamen Customs Police at itanong sa akin kung dumating na daw yung shipment ng 5 insulator machine. At sinabi ko naman na dumating na kahapon, May 24, 2017. Doon na sinabi sa akin na madami na daw na laman yon ng mga drugs. At hinuli na sa China yung shipper, kaya natakot ako at ayokong hawakan. Naniwala kayo sa kwentong ganyan? Pusasan mo na dapat eh. Kasi nga, nakatanggap siya ng tawag sa cellphone niya, hindi naman niya kilala. This is Wang Zidong. Tanggap niyo na ba yung shipment yan? May mga shabu yan. Sino namang gagong tiga China Customs o Narcotics ang tatawag mismo doon sa konsahin nilang drugs? Oy, natanggap niyo na ba? Yan, maraming laman na droga yan. Di ba doon pa lang, batukan mo na yung iniimbestiga mo, niloloko mo naman ako. Pero hindi, yun ang kinuha niyong statement. O next question. Number 8. Ano ang sumunod na nangyari kung meron pa? Opo, tumawag po ako sa Chinese Embassy dito sa Pilipinas at nakausap ko si Chin Yen, office staff, at niyaya ko silang pumunta sa aking warehouse. Kasi natakot nga ako sa sinabi ng Xiamen Customs Police na tumawag sa akin. Boss, sa cellphone, hindi mo naman kilala to. Tinawagan ko din si Rainier. Sino si Rainier?
Your Honor, is the Chief of Staff of CIS, Your Honor.
Chief of Staff mo?
Opo, sir.
So kilala rin niya. So tinawagan ko si Rainier na siyang may contact sa Customs China at Customs Philippines at sinabi ko sa kanya ang impormasyon na itinawag sa akin ng Xiamen Customs Police. Boss, kung sino ito babatuhin mo na yung screen nito dahil yung Xiamen Police ang tatawag doon sa pinagdeliveran ng droga. Oy, natanggap mo na ba? Opo. Loko, droga laman yan. Kaya yung tao ngayon, siya tatawag kay Rainier para hindi pala. Now, very clear pala. hindi galing sa Xiamen Customs yung information, galing kay Richard Chen, Tan o Julong. Si Rainier, kaya pala silang ka-text ni Rainier at saka ang text niya, please protect. Diyos ko po. Parang ganito po nangyayari sa atin dito ngayon. Hindi po ba? Yes, sir.
Your Honor, yung pong sinasabi po ni Mr. Chen na kinausap niya si Rainer, Your Honor, this was the time that the number of Mr. Chen was already given to Rainer by his contact in China, Your Honor. Kaya po sila nagkausap, Your Honor.
So, sandali. Si Rainier, nakuha niya yung number ni Chen kay?
Doon po sa kausap niya si Mr. Shang Shaohui, the Director of International Cooperation Division,
Okay.
ASB
Kayo
China.
naman mga MBA na kumukuha ng statement, hindi na nagkakatugma eh. Sabi ni Julong sa kinuha niyong statement niya, tinawagan ko din si Rainier na siya ang may contact sa China. So si Julong ang tumawag kay Rainier, hindi si Rainier ang kumontak kay Julong, di ba? So ang sinasabi mo, Colonel Estrella, si Julong ang kinontak ni Rainier. Dahil yung tiga Xiamen, kumontak kay Rainier.
The way I was briefed, Your Honor, is both of them, Your Honor, were contacted by China Customs, Your Honor.
Kaya nga tapos itong mga investigador naman natin yung possessor of the drugs, kukunan nyo ng state, pauuwin pa ninyo. In flagrante delicto ito Nahuli yan. Then, sunod na tanong, sige, ituloy mo ang iyong salaysay. Hindi questions and answer Parang, ito na ang kanyang kwento. Opo, bandang 11 ng gabi kahapon, May 25, 2017, ay nakatanggap ako ng tawag galing kay Colonel Neil Estrella, Director ng Bureau of Customs. At sinabi ko sa kanya, ang sinabi sa akin ni Wang Zedong, siya na naman nagsabi nung sinabi ni Wang Zedong, through his interpreter na si Mr. Ko. Mayroon pa siyang interpreter. Sino to si Mr. Ko? Attorney Sian.
Your Honor, parang kasama po ni...
parang, nga hindi nyo alam kayo nag-iimbestiga So, ito kausap ni Julong, doon sa kabila, may interpreter pa na Mr. Ko. Kaya, through Mr. Ko, at nang malaman niya ang aking concern, may concern siya na meron siyang 6.5 billion pesos of shabu, ay agad kaming nagkita rin nung gabing yon sa Jollibee Pure Gold Valenzuela at personal na nag-usap. Yan na ngayon paliwanag. Makaraan lang ng 5 minuto, galing, 5 minutes lang isinama na kayo sa warehouse. Ito nga, kaya nagugulat naman ako sa NBI, naniniwala kayo sa mga... So ito, pagkaraan lang ng 5 minuto ay isinama ko na sa aking warehouse si Colonel Estrella at kanyang mga tauhan at itinuro sa kanya ang 5 crate na naglalaman ng insulator machine. Nagpatawag siya ng 2 o 3 drug sniffing dogs at pinaikutan at pinaamoy nga yung 5 crates at inupuan eto na mga aso. Eto na ang tanong ng investigator. Walang tanong. Ituloy mo ang iyong kwento. Hindi naman questions and answers dito Hindi na lang pinag-affidavit kung yun ang gusto nila. Ituloy mo kwento mo. Tinuloy. Second to the last na po ito. Malapit na po matapos itong 12 questions lang po ito doon sa tanong kung saan nakuha ang 6.5 billion na shabu. Ito po sa NBI. Okay. Ituloy mo ang inyong kwento. Binantayan po nila yung 5 crates at kaninang umaga nga ay dumating na din ang mga taga National Bureau of Investigation at kasama ang mga taga Bureau of Customs, CIIS, ay binuksan na yung mga insulator machine at nakita nga yung mga kilo-kilong shabu na nasa loob ng insulator machine. Next, last question, number 11. Pansamantala ay wala na akong itatanong sa iyo. Diyos ko po. May gusto ka ba bang idagdag, baguhin o palitan sa inyong iminigay na salsa? Wala na po. Tapos ang investigasyon. Ganito ba mag-imbestiga NBI? Sa'yo pala nahuli yung droga, pusasan mo na. Hindi. Number 12, last. Nakahanda ka bang lumagda sa ilalim? Opo. Katapusan ng salaysay. Is this the investigation that you conducted of a person and at whose warehouse
6.5 billion pesos of worth of shabu were confiscated. Sabi nga ni, huwag kang tatango-tango, Panyero. Magsalita ka sa mic para ma-record.
Your Honor, during that time po, nung kausap po namin si Director Estrella, nalaman po namin sa kanya na yun nga po yung informante nila.
Boss, wala nang pakialam si Estrella. Nasa inyo na, NBI. Hindi mo na lang binigay sa PIDEA. Wag na. Tinatamad kami magtanong. Kami, pinapasalaysay lang namin itong tao na ito. At saka, wala kaming tiyempo, wala kaming panahon. Inendorso nyo na sana sa... So, kaya nga, end of salaysay. And then sabi mo, kinunan uli siya ilang araw. Hindi mo masagot Ano na ngayon ang follow-up mo dito? Attorney Lasco, you were the one who headed that NBI team there. Ano ba naman kayo, ma'am? Ganito ba kayo mag-investiga sa biggest bust yata ito na nangyari? Tingnan nyo naman yung maiiyak ka naman sa ginawa nyong question and answer. Dapat investigation nga ho ito Pero ang ginawa nyo, walang tanong. Number 2. Number 5. Ikaw, ito na po. 1, pangalan. Number 2, interpreter. Number 3, ikaw pa ay nakahandang magbigay ng malaya? Opo, sir. Number 5, kung gayon, maaari mo bang sabihin ang iyong pangalan at bakay-bakay? Sinabi yung pangalan niya. Ito na. Ako po si Chen Jiolong, 48 gulang, pinanganak noong July 7, 1969 sa Xiamen, China, high school, graduate, businessman, at general na manager ng Hongfei Logistics Group na may address. Hindi ba lang, boss, anong citizen ka? Hindi ba very basic yan, boss, pag may nanumpa, ay Rodolfo Parinas, Filipino citizen of legal age. Hindi nyo tinanong kung ano citizen niya, citizenship niya wala. Kaya nga hindi nyo alam So, binigay niya. At kasalukuyan nakatira kay Gas doon sa Jericho Street. Huwag ko na sabihin yung address, baka naman lusubin siya, pero Paranaque City. Next question. Ano ang dahilan at ikaw ay naririto ngayon sa aming tanggapan? Siya pa tinatanong nyo, anong dahilan? Rito sa tanggapan ng National Bureau of Investigation, Anti-Organized and Transnational Crime Division. Sagot, narito po ako para magbigay ng salaysay sa pagbibigay ko ng importanteng impormasyon sa Bureau of Customs, CIIS, para mahuli ng BOC at NBI kanina ang kilo-kilong. Dito na lang sa statement nyo, talaga siya na yung hero Doon na yun na sinasabi na. Ba't ka nandito? Kasi hindi nyo inaresto So, ako po yung nagbibigay ng salaysay dahil ako po ang nagbigay ng impormasyon. Parang niloloko nyo na ang buong bansa niyan na ganito ang kinuha nyong statement. Tapos, pwede mo ba ikwento sa amin ng lahat? Yun na nga. 7. Number 8. Ano sumunod na nangyari? Kung meron pa. Yun. Number 9. Ituloy mo ang iyong salaysay. Number 10. Ituloy mo ang iyong kwento. Number 11. Wala ka nang sasabihin. Wala na. Tapos ang investigasyon. Yun po nangyari. So, kayo na po bahala dun sa iba at ganito ang nangyari. Now, sir, second, ano yung supplemental affidavit? Anong ginawa nyo? Ma'am Attorney Lasco, finally, nakaalala kayo ng tatanungin. Kasi nga, sabi kanina ni Panyero, meron daw nakalimutan tanungin doon sa una. Hindi ba yun ang sinabi mo, Attorney Siyayan? Yun ang paliwanag mo kanina. Dalawa po kasi yung may hindi ko natanong yung investigador nung una. Wala naman talaga siya tinanong, maliban lang doon sa pangalan niya. Yes, ma'am.
Nagkaroon po ng panibagong salaysay si Mr. Chen. Tinanong po sa kanya kung saan nanggaling yung shipment.
Makahingi ng kopya niyan dahil wala akong kopya niyan Mukhang yung aking confidential agent na hindi katulad nito na malalaki, masyadong madaling makita Yung confidential agent ko parang kay Ray Umali na little lady lang, yung akin little guy din. Wala akong kopya. Pwede makita rin natin. Are you interested to find out kung ano naman yung parto nitong... Yes. Uy, medyo iba na interpreter niya. Mahaba
ba ito? Ito nga ID niya. Oh. Office of the Senior Citizens Affairs, City of Caloocan. Hindi, yung Abonjo Tek Yang Tang. Interpreter pala yun. Ito ang kanyang ID. Republic of the Philippines, driver's license. Tingnan ko, expired 2016. Expired na!
That's Kenneth Dong.
Ay, Kenneth.
That's Kenneth Dong.
Si Kenneth Dong. O, tingnan nyo, yung ID ni Kenneth Dong, pinakita sa inyo, expired din. Nag-expire noong August 2016. O, yun ang mga nakat. Hindi nyo ba tinitignan ito mga expire? Suspense ito. Tingnan natin sunod. Walang ID naman si Julong dito. Meron yung interpreter. Ewan kung bakit may ID yung interpreter na galing sa senior citizens. Meron si... Kasi nga, hindi nyo siya treat na suspect, ano? Bakit wala siyang ID dito? May ID of Julong, Richard Tan, Richard Chen. Wala. Ako naman, kung ganito po ang Bureau of Customs natin at saka National Bureau of Investigation, ninenervyos na po ako rito. Yung dalawang PMAer dito, si CIIDD Chief Romy Acop, the most senior PMA member in the whole of Congress. And itong Intelligence Officer Class 72, General Espino. Ayan ang humuli kay Commander Dante. Ayan nagngangalaiti po sila eh. Meron, ma'am, ID?
Ito po yung sa driver's license.
Patingin, valid pa o expired din?
Valid naman.
Valid naman. Patingin nga.
Kaninong ID yan? Kaninong license?
Kay Chen
Julong.
O tingnan nyo naman ang kanyang pangalawang statement, itong una, May 26. Itong pangalawa, June 27. Pagkaraan ng isang buwan at isang araw bago Chen Julong, non-professional driver's license, expired. Expired na
2018.
Sa ngayon, July 7 August na tayo ngayon. Pero nung kinunan nyo, valid pa siya. 2018 pala. Saan kinuha ang opisina ito? Paranaque ang address niya. Now, ito na yung second niya. Ganun na naman Number 1, Mr. Chen, ikaw ba ay nakahandang magbigay ng isang malay at kusang loob na salaysay? Maaari mo bang sabihin muli ang iyong tunay na pangalan? Chen Julong, 48 years old, business, wala pa rin citizenship. Maski yung sino jurat nito, Atty. Lasco, ikaw, hindi mo rin tinanong, Pilipino ka ba o Chinese? Kasi nga, baka illegal alien Hindi man ba kayo curious? Ano ba ito? Illegal alien ba ito? O ito ba ay triad ito na nagtatago rito and everything? Wala wala rin dito. Then, ibigay ko na sa iba siguro ito. Ganun din. Pinaganda lang para palakasin yung istorya na siya ay informant. Tama ba? Anong assessment mo, ma'am, dito sa pangalawa? Dahil hindi ko pa nabasa. Anong assessment? Anong gist nito? Dahil sa iyo naman. Ikaw na nga yung nag-lead nung NBI team doon sa warehouse niya. Ikaw din ang nag-administer ng sinumpaang salaysay niya. Anong gist nito, ma'am? As an investigator.
Tinatanong po sa kanya kung saan nagmula yung shipment po. Tapos kung yung posibleng records po sa naging source. Ay, sorry po.
Paano circumstances na nangyari ito? Can you tell us, after 1 month, bakit biglang nakaisip siya o kayo na magbigay uli ng statement? Medyo matagal-tagal na yun,
After the raid po kasi, kinunan nga po siya ng initial statement. And during that time, ang ano sa kanya ay parang hindi na nga siya na-aresto agad. So, informant po siya nung unang parte ng investigation. So we conducted further investigation at yun na nga po, nagkalap po kami ng iba pang mga dokumento at saka ibang mga, nag-interview rin po kami ng mga tao sa Bureau of Customs para maintindihan namin yung buong naging proseso sa shipment. So, nangailangan po kami ng additional statement from Mr. Chen Julong So, inimbitahan po namin siya uli para magbigay ng statement. Specifically, pag...
So you invited him?
Opo.
We have
May
a copy of
subpoena
the
po.
invitation?
Mayroon po kaming supina na in-issue sa kanya.
Sinupina nyo na?
Opo, opo.
Okay.
Sinupina po namin siya, tapos pinagpaliwanag po namin siya kung ano yung dokumento na nagsasabi na galing nga pong China, yung shipment. So, hiningan po namin siya kung may available records sa kanya. Ang sabi po niya ay yung pong sa opisina nila sa Hongfei, China, ay kinonfiscate daw ng Chinese authorities po yung mga dokumento, kaya wala na daw po silang kopya pagdating ng mga documents sa China.
Wala na silang ay yung mga documents, meron naman siya documents yung pagdating sa Pilipinas, di ba?
Meron po naman siyang nabigay sa amin, yun nga, specifically yung packing list po ng
okay.
yung laman ng container
So,
po.
iniimbita niyo because are you telling us that on June 27, wala pa kayong case na napila?
Naglilikom pa rin po kami ng
Wala
mga...
pa nga. Wala pa.
Nagbi-build up, case build up po kami.
Para ka naman di abogado. May na-file na kayong case nung...
During that time, wala pa po kami
Yun
nakafile.
ang tanong ko eh.
Opo.
Yun ang tanong ko eh. Nagpapalusot ka na nagbi-build up ako. Hindi ko naman... Next question yon. Bakit wala pa? Doon saka mo sabihin. Ang tanong ko lang, ma'am, as of June 27, wala pa kayong na-file?
Wala pa po.
Director, saan ba si Director? Can you imagine biggest shabu seizure? Nahuli na May 26, June 27 na. Ito in flagrante delicto, nahuli. Now, doon po sa investigation nyo, lumabas nga dito nung I'll better speak in English because you're a lawyer. It surfaced during my interpellation last time that a warrant of seizure and detention was not even issued. How about on your end at the NBI? Were you not bothered that there is no warrant?
They were there at the warehouse.
You were there. Oh.
During that time po kasi illegal naman po per se yung items. So, since tinurn over na sa amin po yung investigasyon, nag-conduct po kami ng examination doon mismo sa site at kinonfiscate na po. Siniz na po, kasama po namin kasi yung Forensic Chemistry Division. So, siniz na po yung lahat ng mga
Illegal
nakuha.
per se?
Opo. Yung
Yeah,
pong
but ma'am,
drugs po.
under the law on seizures and warrants, you can only confiscate if it's visible. Pag nakikita mo, eto nasa loob ng warehouse. Sa loob nga ng warehouse, nakalagay pa sa loob ng crate. Binalangkas-balangkas nyo na wala man lang warrant. Pwede nyo man sana bantayan yan, nag-apply ng warrant, o nagbasa kayo ng konti sa Customs and Tariff Code, kailangan ang i-issue dito warrant of seizure and detention para valid. Now, ma'am, how will you file the case? How will you legitimize the admissibility of this evidence na ano ang pagkakumpiska? Wala. Invalid search and seizure. Dahil letter of authority lang naman ang binigay. After 1 month, hindi pa nyo nakita na walang patutunguhan ito. And then kinunan nyo na. Now, August 7 na po ngayon. May na-file na po kayo ngayon as of today?
Fina-finalize na po yung ipa-file namin.
Sagutin mo muna ako. Wala pa rin.
Wala pa rin po.
Alis na ako, Mr. Chairman. Bahala na kayo dito.
Thank you. Thank you, Majority Leader. Before we proceed, let me... That's correct. Before we proceed, we'd like to acknowledge the presence of the following members: Congressman Abellanosa, Congressman Jericho Nograles, Congressman Gonzaga, Congressman Tambunting, Congressman Oybareta, Congressman Pacquiao, and Congressman Abellanosa. In relation dun sa tanong ni...
Gentlemen, before I go, gentlemen, 2 o'clock, our caucus. So, at 2 o'clock, medyo pwedeng mag-suspend o maiwan ka muna, Mr. Chair. We will just call you because you are the author of the bill postponing the elections.
Including Congressman Wes Gatchalian. Okay, we will proceed. In relation dun sa tanong ni Congressman Fariñas, nakanino yung ebidensya? Nakanino yung 500 kilos of shabu nasa NBI? Can you submit to the committee yung certificate of inventory of the seized items? Do you have it now? Do you have it now? Can you please provide this the chair a copy so we can distribute it to the members? Meron niyang turnover receipt na receive ng, di ba, tinurnover ni Estrella sa inyo. Yun ang statement niyo, di ba? Tama ba ako? Is that correct, Director?
Yes, Your Honor. In addition, I would like to require our Chief of Anti-Organized Crime to include also the result of forensic examination of our
Okay,
forensic
please, sige.
chemistry.
Sige, please provide the committee a copy of that certification.
Mr. Chair, please.
Yes, Director Levin.
For the NBI. For the record, Mr. Chair, Your Honors, the seized illegal drugs or turned over or confiscated illegal drugs or surrendered illegal drugs are now in the custody of the Forensic Chemistry Division of the NBI after quantitative examination. It is now undergoing a qualitative examination, meaning as to the purity of all of this. There was a proper inventory by the agents who responded to the call for assistance by the Bureau of Customs, Mr. Chair, and after the items were brought to the NBI, this was turned over to our chemist, and it is now in the custody of our Forensic Chemistry Division, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for that, Director Levin. You just provide us a copy of the receipt that it was turned over already to the NBI. So bago ho tayo mag-umpisa, we have here a revised, and each of the members present are provided with this revised list, na galing kay Mr. Taguba, na kung saan ay may mga pangalan na yung mga taong allegedly na nakatanggap sa kanya, no? So, Paige, can you please provide Congressman Crisologo a copy? Sino pa bang wala? So, we can now proceed with the interpellation. And the next to interpellate, I would like to acknowledge Deputy Majority Leader Don Gonzales. And the author of the House Resolution number 1057, Congressman Wes Gatchalian. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we have a representative from the legal department of the BOC? Kasi yung tanong ko is really more of the legal aspect of the case that we filed. Sino ho ang pwedeng sumagot regarding doon sa case na final natin kay Anoche D?
Your Honor, tinatawag po si Director Ebreo.
Sino po?
Director Alvin Ebreo. He's the one in charge.
Tinatawag na yon?
Nandyan na po sa labas.
Mr. Chair, we'll just wait. If it's okay, we'll just wait for the director to come in.
It will not be deducted from your time, Congressman Gatchalian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
But can we ask everybody from Customs, ano bang meron sa labas? Nandito tayo. Can you just tell them to come in and sit down there? There are seats provided for them anyway.
Mr. Chairman,
Congressman Crisologo.
the list given to us does not include the last name. It's just the first name.
Mr. Mark Taguba.
Kasi madami mga empleyado na Jake.
While waiting for the legal, Mr. Mark Taguba, may tanong si Congressman Crisologo. Very short answer lang. Bakit
Yes.
walang apelyido ito?
Can you not include it? Can we ask Mr. Chairman, Mr. Taguba, to include the last name?
Yung iba po talaga, hindi ko alam yung last name.
Nagbibigay kayo
Okay,
ng
sige,
pera?
we'll get to that subject matter later as we ask questions later on. So, okay na? Is the legal department here?
For the meantime, Mr. Chairman, can we not ask Mr. Taguba to list down those he notes dahil hindi raw niya alam yung mga iba? Yung mga alam mo, pakilagay mo na.
Mr. Taguba, paki-comply lang yung dun sa request
kung
ni...
empleyado o hindi.
Gawan mo lang ulit ng bagong listahan, complete with the full name, if possible, as much as you can recall and remember. Okay, is the representative from the legal department here sa Bureau of Customs?
Mr. Chair, may we ask that he state his name and position in BOC?
Okay.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I am Director Alvin Ebreo, the Director for Legal Service, Bureau of Customs.
Okay, Director Alvin, last week we've already established that only 100 kilos ang na-filean natin ng kaso. And that involves Fidel Anoche D in Barangay Ugong in F. Bautista Street. And other remaining 500 kilos na established na kanina ho ng NBI ay wala pa ho tayong na-file na kaso. I was just wondering, do you think tatayo itong kaso nito? Or magiging mananalo kaya itong kaso nito against Anoche D?
Your Honor, I cannot speculate as of now as to the strength of the case that we'll be filing. But as of now, we have already collected all the documentary evidence from our end, from the port. But I believe one of the link that we needed is to produce the documentary evidence that would point to the location or the existence of the contraband at the warehouse, Your Honor. So to this end, we are communicating with the NBI to produce this documentary evidence, Your Honor.
Okay, but in your opinion, tingin mo ba itong LOA natin ay malakas na ebidensya at malakas na dokumento para mapanalo itong kaso natin?
Your Honor, so far as to the exercise of the visitorial powers of the Commissioner, we believe that he has the proper authority. Considering, sir, that first and foremost, this operation was conducted as an anti-smuggling operation and second only as anti-drug operation. So I believe, Your Honor, that the issuance of the LOA is valid, Your Honor.
Pero alam naman ho natin at the end na that's why you had the controlled delivery ay dahil alam niyo na ho na kontrabando ito at droga ang laman. So how can you say na itong LOA ay sapat na para sa kaso nito?
Yes, Your Honor. I have to distinguish, Your Honor. As to the first operation, as to the warehouse of Mr. Chen, I believe the issuance of the LOA is sufficient. As to the issue of whether or not the issuance of a LOA on the next warehouse, that is still in question, Your Honor.
Ilan bang LOA ang release ng BOC? Because I have 2 copies here. Ito yung binigay nyo. Tama ba ito? Dalawa lang?
Can I ask Director Estrella to confirm, Your Honor?
Please, Director Estrella.
Your Honor, I don't have a copy of the copies you're holding, Your Honor. But,
wala man lang kayong kopya nito?
The one you're holding, Your Honor.
Yeah, galing sa inyo ito.
Your Honor, if that is the same LOA that was issued to us, Your Honor, yes, we confirm we have 2 LOAs, Your Honor.
Okay, so this is also the LOA that you use for the second raid? Or is there another LOA that the good commissioner has given you guys for the second raid?
Same, Your Honor, because of the same address, Your Honor.
Pareho lang?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Director Alvin, I think sa akin opinion ay iba ho siguro sa opinion mo, pero tingin ko ho napakahina ng kaso natin. Number 1 ay wala man lang kayong warrant nung pumasok ho kayo sa warehouse. Kaya ho, I think intentional or not, ay tingin ko ho ito pang kaso ay madidismiss dahil napakahina ng inyong ebidensya. At ang mahirap po dito, alam nyo ho, mga drug syndicate natin ay maraming ways para makalusot, no? Hindi lang ho'y makatakas ho yung shabu shipment physically, makatago siya at pumunta sa ibang bansa. Ang ibang mga drug syndicate natin ay kumukuha ng napakagaling na mga abogado dahil alam ho nila na hindi ho ganun kasapat ang finances ng gobyerno natin para kumuha ng magaling na abogado. Kaya I'm very sure with these documents na LOA nyo, mukhang matatalo tayo sa kaso natin kay Anoche D. At pangalawa po, ang kinakasuhan yung tao ay caretaker lang yan ng bahay. Isang lumang bahay dun sa Ugong. Hindi man lang big fish ang kinakasuhan natin. So, ano bang kwenta na itong investigation natin kung ang hinahabulo natin ay napakaliit lang na tao na nagamit lang siya?
Your Honor, we are really doing our best to identify all the parties involved in this smuggling. Another thing, Your Honor, I would just like to state that there was also a waiver of consent on the part of the owner of the warehouse. where the visitorial power was exercised upon Your Honor. So I believe that on the issue of the warrant, that is already remedied by the issuance of a waiver, Your Honor.
Sige po, ilan bang abogado ang nakatutok natin sa kaso nito?
As of now, Your Honor, the team, the Bureau's action team against smugglers, they are now deployed. They have given this.
Pakisagot lang ho, ilan bang abogado ho ang naka-assign para tutukan itong kaso natin?
At least 8 lawyers, Your Honor.
8 lawyers ang
Yes, Your
nakatutok. Okay. Sige, punta ho tayo sa doon na lang ho sa 500 kilos na remaining nakakasuhan. Hindi ko na ho uulitin dahil halos nasagot na ho ng ating NBI. Ang akin lang ho, can you enlighten the committee? Ito bang si Richard Chen ay, ano ba ang trato natin sa kanya? Siya ba ay suspect, ang mastermind nitong the whole drug shipment? Or siya ay tinatrato nating informant at witness? Siguro, Director Estrella, you can help here.
Your Honor, balikan ko po yung pagkakakwento ko po sa inyo sa pangyayari. Nagsimula po ito nung makatanggap po ako ng impormasyon na ipinasa po sa akin ng aking Chief of Staff na si Mr. Rainer Ragos. Yung pong impormasyon na yon, sa aking pong appreciation, is a good intelligence information. Lalo na po kung ang sinasabi po noon ay napakalaking shipment daw po ng drugs. Nakakatakot po na yun ay makawala, kaya agad-agad po kaming kumilos at nag-organisa na puntahan agad yung sinasabing point of contact na po pwede ko makausap base ron sa impormasyon na binigay po ng ating mga counterpart sa China o yung mga taga-custom sa China.
So, pakisagot na lang ho, Director Estrella.
Yes,
Right
Your
now, ano ba ang treatment natin sa kanya? Suspect, kriminal, o informant na tumutulong sa inyo at posible pang maging state witness?
Your Honor,
Ito po ay tinutungkol ko ho kasi kung magpa-file tayo ng kaso ho sa 500 kilos, napaka-importante kung sino ang nagbigay ng information. So how do you treat Richard Chen?
Sir, suspect po, kaya po ang NBI ay pinayagan na po namin na mag-imbestiga na po. From there, na tinurn over na po namin yung ebidensya, hindi na po muna kami nakialam doon sa takbo po ng investigasyon, Your Honor.
Okay. May hold order na ba yan? Or did the NBI already put him on watch list, hold order sa airport natin? Dahil pwede na ho siyang, kung sabi nyo ay siya po ay citizen ng China o Taiwan, pwede na ho siyang tumakbo by now. Kaya ho, wala ho siya sa ating hearing ngayong umaga.
Sa ngayon po, wala pa po kasi kaming fina-file po na kaso po. So
maaring nakaalis na siya? Wala tayong panghawak kasi ho.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Director Estrella, babalik lang ako, no? A few weeks or months after the said raid, you mentioned that you flew to Xiamen to have a case conference. At kasama niyo dito si Richard Chen.
No, Your Honor. It was myself, the OIC of Intelligence Division, and 2 district commanders, Your Honor.
Okay, so Richard Chen was not there and Richard Chen was not involved in any way in that case conference?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Last question, Mr. Chair lang. I just want to clarify, no? I think internally in BOC, meron ho tayong tinatawag na warrant of seizure and detention. Siguro internally, ito po'y binibigay natin for certain goods na we find na may deficiency o may problema. So in this case, did we issue a warrant of seizure and detention? And I think maybe Attorney Marunilla can answer this.
No, Your Honor.
Bakit ho hindi?
The reason, Your Honor, is that for these kinds of situation where the goods are subjected to a letter of authority, usually what happens is that the apprehending team will file a report to the commissioner and then request the Office of the District Collector for the basis for the issuance of a warrant of seizure and detention. Unfortunately, Your Honor, up to now, I have not received either a report or a request.
Well, that document can help in the case, actually. And nakikita natin na dito palang internally in BOC, you had the prerogative to issue already a warrant, WSD, no? A warrant, pero hindi nyo pa rin ginawa na issuehan ng warrant pa rin. So ano bang documentary ang hawak natin para patibayin ang kaso natin dito naman pertaining to the 500 kilos na shabu shipment?
We've coordinated already with the legal service, Your Honor, and I was requesting them to provide me already with their report so that I will issue the corresponding WSD already before they file a case. Because during the previous conference, Your Honor, my impression was it was with the NBI, and NBI was trying to establish whether or not what specific port was, if they were validating the information that they got from Mr. Chen, Richard Chen, Your Honor, to establish if indeed that particular shipment was the one that went out of the Manila International Container Port. And that is the same document, the same report that we wanted to see, Your Honor, coming from the operatives. It's a standard operating procedure, Your Honor, at the Bureau of Customs that the operatives will immediately request a WSD. And in the conferences, Your Honor, this was already raised.
I think can we expedite on that matter dahil it will greatly help the case.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Director Estrella, just have one more question pala, no? Are you aware of the MOA between BOC and PDEA? Meron yata kayong MOA, no?
Sir, I'm not aware of that, Your Honor.
Maybe we can ask Director Wilkins Villanueva. I think Director Estrella is not familiar with the MOA that you have with do we have a MOA between BOC and PDEA na magtulungan kayo or etc. collaboration?
Yes, Your Honor. Ini-implement na namin ito, Your Honor, dun sa NAIA drug interdiction, interagency drug interdiction task group since 2014. Ito po yung task group na kung saan sama-sama po dito sa International Airport ang PDEA, PNP, NBI, Bureau of Immigration and Customs. Ang head po nito is ako po, sir, PDEA. So ito sir yung product of the Memorandum of Agreement ng lahat ng agencies involved. However, yung customs na personalities po dito ay yung Customs Anti-Illegal Drugs Task Group or yung CAID yung CAID po nila, sir. So familiar, sir, ang customs dito, and we already have since 2014.
So since 2014 pala yun, Director Estrella. So siguro Director Wilkins, kayo na lang ho sumagot. When it comes to drug shipments like this, ano ba ho ang linalaman ng MOU? Ano ba ang mga kailangan na steps or collaboration, for example, sa isang drug shipment na pumasok sa Pilipinas?
Your Honor, by the way, yung MOA natin is with Bureau of Customs is since 2010 po ito.
Tagal na pala yan.
Na po, apo,
and it's
Your
still
Honor.
operating right
It's
now.
still operating. Ito pa rin po yung ino-operate natin under the same MOA, Your Honor.
Okay.
So if yung practice natin sa drug, kasi sa Your Honor, itong Interagency Drug Interdiction Task Group na na-set up natin dito sa Pilipinas, ito, Your Honor, ang ginagaya ng lahat ng international airport sa buong Southeast Asia. Tayo, sir, ang model nito. Actually, 2 months ago, nag-umattend po ako sa Brunei nito. At yung model natin, itong model na ito ang tinitingnan, na kung saan, pag drugs ang pag-uusapan, PDEA ang mag-handle ng lahat. And then PDEA will be the one to coordinate to each and every agencies. For example, identity of the suspect, pupunta kami sa BI doon, sir, sa Bureau of Immigration. Yung security ng in and
Kindly wrap up, Congressman Gatchalian.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Go
Please
ahead.
proceed. Continue.
Yung security, sir, sa airside tsaka sa landside, ano yun, sir, sa PNP. Pagdating naman sa cargo o yung lahat ng baggages na papasok, Bureau of Customs yun, sir. So, in short, the whole system, nag-i-exist ito, at ito na, sir, yung resulta, yung mga different apprehensions natin ng more than 50 kilos of cocaine, shabu, at pinagsama-sama na yun, sir. At the same time, 3 weeks ago, nakakuha tayo ng more than 6 kilos na liquid cocaine. Paganahin lang natin, sir, yung different agencies. At alam nila, sir, pag drugs, PDEA talaga, sir, mag-handle.
Thank you, Director Wilkins, for enlightening us. So makikita na ho natin dito, Director Estrella, na napakatagal na pala yung implemented yung MOU Pero mukhang, again, ay hindi natin kino-collaborate o hindi tayo nagko-cooperate sa ibang interagency. Kaya ho siguro nalusutan tayo dito, Mr. Chair. That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Gatchalian. Director Estrella, when you received the information, ano una mong ginawa?
When I received the information, Your Honor, I called back Rainer Ragos and asked him about his assessment on that information because I don't know personally the sender, Your Honor.
Was he the one who made the assessment? It's not you.
I made the final assessment, Your Honor. I initially asked him his initial assessment, Your Honor.
And then what happened next?
And then he told me, Your Honor, that it appears that his contact there is reliable. And so he told me, sir, I think this is a good information. I strongly recommend we take action on this.
And
I told him, Your Honor, that yes, just give me a few time. I'll just think it over. And then I decided to go with the operation, Your Honor.
Okay, when you decided to go on with the operation, what did you do?
Sir, I called my OIC of the Intelligence Division and told him to prepare at least 3 teams because we might be moving to an operation. And I also called my contact, Regional Director Angelito Magno of the National Bureau of Investigation, and consulted him, Your Honor.
So you coordinated with the NBI immediately?
Yes, Your Honor.
And formed a team to conduct the raid?
Initially, Your Honor, just to organize and mobilize, because I still don't have the exact details of the information. I still need to meet Mr. Chen, the alleged point of contact, and validate the information myself to him, Your Honor.
Can you educate us kung sino yung team na sinasabi mo among the personnel of the BOC? Sino yung mga yan?
Your Honor, at that time, Your Honor, we're having a narcotics training course, Your Honor, for at least 15 personnel. And then I used this team, Your Honor, as my team to be joining me in that operation, Your Honor.
Okay. The reason why I asked that, Director Estrella, is because I was told now that it's coming out, no? Meron palang anti-illegal drugs task force ang customs eh. Why did you not coordinate with the anti-illegal drugs task force and instead coordinated with the NBI? You did not coordinate with PIDEA, and it's a clear infraction that you have committed because there's a standing MOA between the Bureau of Customs and PIDEA. Pangalawa, hindi mo in-involve yung iyong anti-illegal, anong papel nung anti-illegal drugs task force sa loob ng customs? Anong role nila?
Your Honor, the role also, Your Honor, is to be part of the a unit that also interdicts drug, Your Honor, by which I myself is also a member, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll just ask the members to pursue that point because I just find it ridiculous for a operation of an anti-drug operation to be conducted by a BOC without coordinating with the agency that is supposed to, or that is tasked to do it. Notwithstanding also that there are laws that they should have followed in the conduct of the raid, wherein you were actually tasked to coordinate directly with PIDEA when it comes to anti-illegal drug operation. So I will just ask the members to pursue that point later on. Congressman Akop?
May I just interject?
Yes, Congressman Akop.
May I know from Director Estrella, what time did you coordinate with the NBI?
Immediately at around 11 a.m., Your Honor, 11 p.m., Your Honor, on 25 May, almost the same time that I received the information, Your Honor.
Hindi 9:30.
That's my estimate of the hour at that time, Your Honor.
Yes. And who was the NBI officer that you coordinated with?
My contact at that time, Your Honor, is Regional Director Angelito Magno, Your Honor.
May I know why siya ang kinontak mo?
Your Honor, is a good friend of mine and I trust him. So I consulted him about the information that was relayed to me, Your Honor.
So it's because of your personal relationship na kinontak mo yung NBI. Hindi kaya meron dapat authorities ng NBI na dapat makipag-coordinate ka.
At that time, Your Honor, the information given, my appreciation to the information given to me needs further validation, Your Honor, and a high degree of trust and confidence, Your Honor. That's why I just consulted initially, Your Honor.
And you did not trust the Chinese customs officer who provided the info to your man there in your office?
I do not know personally, Your Honor, the customs officer who provided the information.
Is Attorney Magno your classmate before?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Nakop. By the way, we also invited yung Chief of Staff ni Director Estrella, si Rainier Ragos. In fact, he has submitted an affidavit. Unfortunately, he approached us earlier to inform us if he could be excused because his father just passed away this morning. So, and then we allowed him to leave, and he promised to attend the next hearing that this committee will schedule. So, the next to interpolate is Deputy Speaker Fred Castro. You have 3 minutes.
Hindi pa ito question, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Ebreo, you were saying that you're confident, ikaw ay medyo panatag ang iyong kalooban na magiging resulta ng kasong i-file ninyo for the first 100 kilos dahil meron na kayong nag-gather na mga ebidensya, no? O mga dokumento. Teka muna, huwag ka munang hot, no? At naobserbahan ko na sa inyo, sa legal department, kaparehas ni Director Estrella, ay kanya-kanya kayong biyahe, no? Ikaw, abogado. Si Director Estrella, abogado. Ni hindi kayo kumukonsulta sa mga iba pang dapat konsultahin. Kaparehas, for example, ni Attorney Anderson, na ayon kay Majority Leader Rudy Fariñas, ay bar-top notcher, pero kulang yung description sa kanya. Kung sa akin ay bar-top notcher at kabigha-bighani ang kagandahan, di ba? Bakit ganon kayo sa Bureau of Customs? Wala kayong coordination sa bawat isa.
Your Honor, I would not say that we have no coordination at the Bureau of Customs, Your Honor.
But in your narration, you did not even mention, not even Director Estrella mentioned that he consulted the legal department. You did not mention that you consulted the legal department, the Attorney Anderson, or any other sections in the Bureau of Customs. And now you are telling us that you coordinate with each other?
Your Honor, as to the time when the actual operation, or even just before the operation, there was no coordination with the legal service with regards to this operation, Your Honor.
Kaya nga, sinasabi ko wala kayong koordinasyon. Like for example, telling us that you have already gathered enough documents. You have to remember that as a lawyer, basic law is that it is not on the number of documents or evidence that you have. It is based on the quality of evidence that is most important. You forgot that basic law, Director Ebreo.
Your Honor, for the record, I did not say that we have already sufficient evidence, Your Honor. What I was trying to say a while ago, Your Honor, is we're still on the process of collecting the evidence, the testimonies, and other documentary evidence to proceed with this case. In fact, what is missing right now, which is very important, is the evidence that would link the said container to the warehouse, Your Honor. So that is what we are looking into right now, Your Honor.
Again, you are forgetting one basic principle in law. Why do you have to look for evidence that would link the owner of the warehouse to the illegal drug seized in that warehouse when possession is a presumption that whoever is in possession is the owner of that.
I agree, Your Honor. That is why we are on the process of coordinating with the NBI for the sworn statement of the owner of the warehouse, Your Honor.
Coordinating only now?
Your Honor.
Beforehand, you should have coordinated with the National Bureau of Investigation.
Your Honor, what I can only say is that there was a time when we were not yet involved in the investigation of this case, Your Honor. Only when the preliminary report from the CIAS that we were given information to work upon, Your Honor.
Your statement, Director Ebreo, is an admission itself that indeed there is no coordination in the Bureau of Customs. Pareha kayo lahat nagpapagwapo na kung sinong kukuha ng kredito. Like for example, Director Estrella, there is custom anti-illegal drug task force in the Bureau of Customs. Why is it that you did not coordinate with that section? Trying to enforce.
Your Honor, initially, Your Honor, what I have is an intelligence information that requires validation. The KITF, Your Honor, is operating mainly in our national airport, Your Honor.
Australia, I don't understand you.
Sir, our KITF, since I joined the Bureau of Customs, is confined, most of their operation is confined in our airports, Your Honor.
Are you sure of that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Custom Anti-Drug Illegal Task Force. The title itself does not say that it is only in the airport.
Yes, Your Honor. But since I arrived there, Your Honor, the KITF is mainly operating in the national airport, Your Honor.
But not only in the airport, they can also operate in other places.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, question, why did you not coordinate with them?
Your Honor, I'm also part of that task force, Your Honor.
It's not a question on whether you're part or not. I am telling you that you should have coordinated with the section.
I coordinated with them, Your Honor, towards the progress of the operation. But at the time that I have the information, Your Honor, I'm still validating and considering the urgency that we need to seize those drugs immediately, Your Honor.
Why are they not important in validation? And you feel yourself the only person important?
No, Your Honor. That's why I involved them, Your Honor, in validating using their narcotics dog, Your Honor. And their operatives arrived at the scene also, Your Honor.
That is already during enforcement. But prior to enforcement, you did not bother to coordinate with them. Yes or no?
Your Honor, at that point in time, Your Honor...
You answer my question. Yes or no?
I coordinated with them during the progress of the operation, Your Honor.
During the progress of the operation?
Not prior,
Not
Your Honor.
during the planning?
The planning was done while we are
I'm
moving,
not
Your
asking
Honor.
you, when was it done? I am asking you, you did not coordinate with them during the planning.
Your Honor, ginawa po namin yung pagpaplano habang gumagalaw na po kami,
That's
Your
why
Honor.
my question is, did you coordinate with them or not?
I coordinated with them, Your Honor.
During the operation?
While we are still conducting the operation, Your Honor.
Not during the planning.
There was no actual planning, Your Honor.
Therefore, you are operating without any plan?
Your Honor, while we are planning, we are already moving because we felt the urgency of that operation, Your
That's
Honor.
stupid. You plan and you operate. How many years have you been a lawyer?
I'm not a lawyer, Your Honor.
Therefore, much more that you should have consulted a lawyer. You should have consulted the legal department. You should have consulted the NBI. Do you agree or not?
I consulted the NBI, Your Honor. I agree with you,
During the
Your Honor.
planning period?
Yes, Your Honor, as I've mentioned earlier. Your Honor.
NBI affirm whether he consulted the National Bureau of Investigation during the planning period.
Can I answer that, Your Honor?
No, I am asking the NBI. Could you please affirm that you were indeed consulted by Director Estrella during the planning stage of the operation?
Your Honor, we learned from Director Estrella that he...
No, you are not also answering my question. Were you consulted during the planning period? Yes or no?
As far as our unit, Your Honor, no, sir.
Now, Director Estrella, would you still insist that you coordinated with the NBI during the planning period?
As I've mentioned earlier, Your Honor, tumawag po ako kay RD Lito
I am
Magno.
not asking you to whom you called. I am only asking you whether you coordinated.
Yes, Your Honor, I coordinated.
Therefore, the NBI is a liar.
They are from the different unit, Your Honor.
No, they are different unit, but I am asking whether you coordinated with them. And they said no. That's very clear. Anyway, hindi naman kayo talagang sentro ng aking ng aking question. Ang center ng question ko ay ikaw, Mr. Taguba. Hindi mo ba alam, Mr. Taguba, na nung lumabas ang iyong pangalan sa lahat ng pahayagan, telebisyon at radyo, ay ibinibilang ka na bayani ng Pilipinas? Alam mo ba yun? Sinasabi ko sa iyo ngayon. Ngayon, alam mo na. Dahil noong tinatanong dito, si Commissioner Faldon, ang sabi niya ay sinikap niya na alamin kung ano ang nangyayari sa Bureau of Customs, subalit ni walang isang tao na nagsasabi sa kanya ng tamang informasyon o magbigay man lamang ng informasyon. Kaya pumutok ang sinasabing deklarasyon ni Commissioner Faldon, kaya ikaw ang sagot sa panalangin ng bayan. Tama ba yan, Mr. Taguba?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Yes. At ikaw ay lumabas sapagkat ikaw ay may sapat na tapang sa iyong puso na isiwalat kung ano ang katotohanan na nangyayari sa Bureau of Customs. Tama ba yan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Wala bang nag-udyok sa iyo na lumantad at magsiwalat ng kung ano ang iyong nalalaman?
Wala po.
Ang ibig mo sabihin ay personal mong desisyon.
Your Honor, nilink nila ako sa drugs eh. Kaya kailangan kong i-clear yung name ko.
Sinong sila?
Your Honor, yung...
Kindly wrap up, Congressman.
I think CIIS.
CIIS, Director Estrella na naman. Yan bang iyong tinutukoy?
Yes, Your Honor. Kasi sabi nila doon daw nang galing sa container na yun yung drugs. Wala naman silang evidence talaga na maglilink doon.
Kaya ang iyong desisyon ay ibulgar kung ano ang katiwalian na nangyayari sa customs.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ngayon tatanungin kita. Ikaw ba'y talagang matapang?
Takot po ako, Your Honor.
Takot ka? Kaya lang sa pangalan at sa pangangailangan ng bayan ay kailangang panindigan mo kung ano ang dapat gawin. Tama ba yan, Mr. Taguba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Kindly wrap up, Congressman Castro.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Few more questions.
Please limit it to...
Itong binigay mo rito ay mga walang apelyido. Mangilan-ngilan lang ang meron. Natural ba sa iyo ang makipag-ugnayan ng katiwalian sa Bureau of Customs na hindi mo inaalam kung sino ang iyong kausap?
Your Honor, hindi naman, mga tao nila yan, tingin ko eh. Yung mga, hindi naman pwedeng sila mismo ang kumulekta para sa kanila.
Hindi ka nagkaroon ng pagkakataon na alamin ang apelyido ng mga taong iyong kausap?
Meron po akong mga nilagay dyan na apelido. Yung iba
Pero
po,
hindi lahat.
Hindi po lahat.
Sinabi mong mga tao nila, sinong sila ang iyong tinutukoy? Nandito sila, siguro. Tumayo ka kung ikaw ay sapat ang iyong katapangan at ituro kung sino sa kanila. Sige na, huwag ka matakot. Immunity ka.
Ngalanan mo.
Tayo. Ang gandang lalaki mo. Dali mo yung mic.
Tapikin mo yung balikat.
Ulo.
Panahon na, sige na. Kailangan ng bayan ng bayani na kaparehas mo.
Sino?
Oh, tapikin mo. Huwag ka matakot. Sino siya?
Attorney Teddy Rabal.
Ano ang kanyang pagkakasangkot sa katiwalian na iyong ibinulgar dito?
Mga pangalan na lang muna, Mr. Chair.
O, sige. Susunod kay Attorney Rabal, second runner-up. Anong sasabihin mo, Mr. Taguba? Sinong iyong tinutukoy?
Attorney Maronilla.
Attorney Maronilla. Susunod?
Director Estrella.
Director Estrella. Susunod?
Teddy Sagaral.
Saan siya? Wala siya rito? Ayun.
Okay. Anong pangalan?
Anong pangalan?
Teddy Sagaral.
Teddy Sagaral.
Okay. Susunod?
Major Gutierrez.
Saan siya? Major Gutierrez?
Your Honor, ano na siya?
Wala siya.
Hindi, namatay na po siya.
Namatay siya. Sinong susunod?
Maestre Campo po.
Maestro Campo, you
Mr.
are referring
Milo,
to
Mr. Campo.
Mr. Milo Maestro Campo.
Yes.
Susunod?
Jason.
Jason.
Hindi ko po alam apelido eh.
Pero kung ipakikita sa iyo, ay makikilala mo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Sinong susunod?
Nandito ba yung Jason?
Nandito ang Jason?
Turo mo.
Turo mo.
Wala po ata.
Wala siya?
Wala po.
Sino pa? Turo mo pa iba.
Maita.
Sinong Maita?
Sa formal entry.
Babae siya o lalaki?
Babae po.
Babae. Nandito ba siya?
Wala po.
Wala. Sino pang
Formal
susunod?
entry, sa formal entry ano yan?
Formal entry division.
Sino pa? Yung nandito, ituro mo.
Yun na po ata. Nasabi ko na po ata lahat.
Kung ikukumpara ang iyong itinuro sa iyong mga inilista, ay mas marami ang iyong inilista ito ba'y nangangahulugan na wala sila dito?
Yung iba po, wala po.
Pero kung sila ay ipatuturo sa iyo at ihahanay ang lahat ng empleyado ng Bureau of Customs, ay maituturo mo sila kung nandyan sila sa iyong personal.
Yes, Your Honor.
I think that's all, Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
Thank
Chair,
you very much.
Mr. Chair, nandito na lang siya. Kung pwede bang ibigay na yung mga pangalan ng mga
Mr. Chair.
sangkot na wala rito.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
DepCom Maestro Campo, let me acknowledge first
Sir,
the member, and
because-
then we'll give you time to
Yes.
to answer that.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Veloso, for a quick interjection.
Mr. Taguba already named names. Some are here, some are not here. We cannot foretell what will happen to the witness, but at least kung pangangalanan na lang niya, yung wala rito, that will be part of the record of this committee deliberation or proceeding. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Veloso. Mr. Taguba, yung mga wala rito, pwede bang pangalanan mo na rin? Kung wala pa siya doon sa listahan na iyong ibinigay dito sa komite, pakibigyan mo lang ng bagong listahan ang aming komite at para mabasa ng aming mga membro. Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
yes, Congressman Castro.
before I forget, considering the revelation of Mr. Taguba, may I move, Mr. Chairman, that the committee study on how to provide security for his safety.
Yes, I was about to say that, Congressman Castro, that with the revelation of Mr. Taguba that will put his life in danger, we will ask the Secretary General to sit down with the committee in order to provide security to the witness, Mr. Taguba. And there is no need for a motion for that particular request because since the witness is under was given or was granted the legislative immunity, considering the gravity of his statements and information he shared with the committee, it is incumbent upon this committee to provide the witness security as much as we can.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman
But before
Castro.
I end, Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Chairman,
gusto
Mr.
ko lang sabihin kay Mr. Taguba that he is indeed a hero for this country.
Okay.
May your thrive increased and
Thank you.
grow.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr.
Congressman
Chairman.
Castro.
Mr. Chairman.
We are about to go on suspension because there will be an all-member caucus in the other room.
Mr. Chairman.
But in the meantime,
I just want to ask Mr. Chairman if ever Commissioner Feldon will be coming. It's very important because may revelation po. At ang nireveal po ay mga trusted staff ni Commissioner Feldon.
okay, is Commissioner Feldon coming? Anyone from the Bureau can please inform this committee? Tayo po'y magsususpend for a while, and while on suspension, you
Mr.
can
Chair.
stay and enjoy the merienda provided
The Chief of
by...
Staff perhaps can answer, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
If Commissioner Feldon...
Yes, Attorney Anderson.
Mr. Chair, right now I don't have no advice from the Commissioner. All I know is he's at the hospital.
Okay.
Mr.
Mr. Chair,
Chairman,
can I ask
may
for
we
30
request,
seconds?
Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
may we request the Chief of Staff to inform the Director for his non-appearance here as he knows that he must get a certification from the doctor.
Okay, I think that is clear, Attorney Anderson. Yes, she said she agrees with that proposal. Then before we go on leave, would you like to continue with the questioning or we suspend for a while and then we come back so that we can have more time?
Mr. Chair, I don't think it will take about a minute. Pangalan lang, mga pangalan. Hindi naman mahabang listahan mo, di ba?
Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Taguba, please submit to us. Congressman Kimbo, before we go on suspension.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I strongly suggest that we continue,
Okay.
considering that the witnesses are here. And that secondly, Mr. Chair, I think we should give the individuals who were named the opportunity.
Yes,
Because if there's a lag of time, we will not. It will not be fair to them. I think that we should give them the necessary opportunity. And at the same time, let's also advise the Chief of Staff that Commissioner Faldon can now come because he was not named after all by the witness. Please tell him to hurry because we cannot be waiting for him here like there's no tomorrow. While his boys are being fried to death here, he deserves to be here because the battleground is here. He's a coward for not being here. Okay? Tell him to stop hiding behind the skirt of the Chief of Staff and under the guise of the people he's putting in the forefront.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I think it's fair that we allow these individuals, considering how serious the accusations are.
Yes, as I stated earlier, we will give time for those that were named to say their piece and try to clear their name before this committee. However, I just would like to ask the members if you want to continue or suspend for the meantime so that we can all attend the all-member caucus that is scheduled at 2 p.m. and temporarily suspend and then come back after the caucus to continue with our hearing.
Mr. Chair,
what is the pleasure of the body? Congressman Veloso.
As I said, it will not take 2 minutes for Mr. Taguba to name those who are not here. And then after that, Mr. Chair, we can suspend in order that we can give way to our caucus at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Then we can come back in order that those who were named can also be given a chance to defend themselves.
Okay, Depcom Maestro Campo, we will give you the time. No? But let me just ask the pleasure of the body as to what they want to happen. Should we suspend and attend the all-member caucus and then come back after the caucus and continue with our hearing? Or should you want to continue while the all-member caucus is ongoing? We can continue with the questioning. Kahit ako na lang maiwan, iwan nyo na lang sa akin yung tanong nyo. And
Mr. Chair.
Ask. Okay, Congressman Kimbo, and then Congressman Batocabe.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, let me state for the record that I'm the #1, in a sense, prosecutor of this entire. I mean, I happen to be at the forefront, along with, of course, with the chairman. And as the former chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, these are the shenanigans that we've been hearing about. And finally, it is light is being shed on this matter. But while I take that position, I think it's also fair because if we stop today at this time, the caucus will probably last 3.5, 4.5 hours. We really don't know, Mr. Chair. Okay. So I think we need to give these individuals the opportunity to defend themselves. So we can also ask them more questions, in fact. I think it's just a question of fairness. We invited them here over. Nagpresenta sila kahit isang araw, hindi nagtago itong mga ito. Hindi na nakakapagtrabaho. Sa tingin ko naman po, bigyan natin sila ng pagkakataon ipagtanggol ang sarili nila.
Thank you, Congressman Kimbo. Is that a motion?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, I so move, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
I second the motion, Mr. Chair. I second the motion.
Hearing no objection, the motion is approved. Therefore, we will continue and give time to the named.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
What is the point of order?
We have the list of interpellators, Mr. Chair. I suggest that we finish first the list of interpellators, and then afterwards they can defend themselves.
That's a good point. And is that a motion?
I so move, Mr. Chair, that we stick with our order of interpellators. I still have the floor, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
there is a motion, Congressman Crisologo, with your indulgence.
You know, it is the names have been mentioned and it is televised. I think we should also give them time so that they can defend themselves. It would be very unfair if we continue with the investigation without giving them time to defend.
Yes, we will give them time. As I stated earlier, there is a motion that they should be given time to explain, and the body ruled that we will give them time, and we will continue with our hearing. But in the meantime, there is a motion again forwarded by Congressman Batocabe. And may I ask Congressman Batocabe to restate your motion, please?
May I move, Mr. Chair, that we stick to the order of the list of interpellators, and after all the members of this committee or all our colleagues have asked their questions, the resource person so named by Mr. Taguba should be given all the opportunities to be heard.
Okay, that's very
Second.
clear. So there is a motion, duly seconded.
I object.
May
Mr.
we know
Chair,
the
yes.
objection of Congressman Abu?
Mr. Chairman, I think we must first heard the reaction of the following names that had been mentioned, the following person that had been mentioned. Before we
2
go to
minutes
the
each. I agree, Mr. Chairman.
sequences
2 minutes each.
of the interpellators. It will not take 10 to 20 minutes. Let us give them 1 minute.
Let us also
reaction.
be fair to them.
Yes, Mr. Chair. With due
Session-
respect to the Deputy
Session
Speaker.
suspended for a while. 1 minute. Okay, session is resumed.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Congressman Sarmiento.
I just want to put it on record. No? The document or the computation furnished us by Mr. Mark Taguba, only 25% goes to the government coffer. Kawawa pong bansa rito. Kawawa pong bansa rito. 25%. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Sarmiento. Okay, kanina. Okay, silence please. Silence. Let me just recap before we suspended. Meron pong request na bigyan ng pagkakataon yung mga napangalanganan. Tama ba yun? Na name, no? Dito sa revelation ni Mr. Taguba. At dahil doon ay meron pong nag-motion at nag-request na bigyan ng pagkakataon silang sumagot. Ngunit meron ding isang motion na forwarded by Congressman Batucabe asking that all the list of members who wants to interpolate be given chance to interpolate first before we allow the named BOC personnel to say their piece. Ngayon, in the huddle, habang naka-suspende ho itong ating hearing, ay napag-agrihan naman ng lahat na bigyan muna ng pagkakataon ang mga napangalanganan.
Mr. Chair.
Those that were named will be given 3 minutes. No more, no less. 3 minutes lang po to say your piece. Is that, am I correct, Congressman Kimbo?
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Veloso, yes.
the parliamentary status was this. Before we went into these discussions on whether or not to give those named a chance to defend themselves, there was an agreement by the committee that Mr. Taguba should already name those he wanted to name that are not here. Yun lang po. Kasi, as I said, we cannot foresee kung anong mangyayari dito. But at least, if those who are not here, which he claims to be a part of the kalokohan sa customs,
Okay.
are already named. At least kasama sila later on na mag-explain na hindi sila kasama.
Yes. Yes, Congressman Veloso, with your indulgence, no. While we were on break, si Mr. Taguba, following and responding to your question, gave the chair a list na pinapaserox pa ho natin doon sa mga taong hindi niya napangalanan niya, hindi niya naituro na wala dito. Ang mga pangalan po niya, for the record, let me just state this for the record, a certain Tita Nani, a certain Maita Acevedo, a certain Jason of the X-ray Division, a certain Major Gutierrez who passed away last month, a certain Jojo, a certain Jake, a certain Jerry and Alex, and a certain Sandra and Alfred. So yan po ang mga binigay niya mga names, and we asked the page to Xerox the document where Mr. Taguba wrote all these names and furnish all the members present with that document. So bigyan po natin a few minutes. So now we will proceed doon sa unang those that was first named. Tinuro ay si Depcom Raval, and then Depcom Maestra Campo,
Collector ng MICT.
He was the second one, no?
She was the second.
Okay, Attorney Maronilla, and then Director Estrella, and then Director Maestra Campo.
And then the other one, yung nasa likod. Teddy Sagaral.
And Mr. Teddy Sagaral. So please, we will allow you to say your piece. You're limited to 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr.
Depcom
Chairman.
Raval,
Good afternoon
you're
to the
recognized.
members of this committee. Your Honor, for the record, I have not met
You
Mr.
Pangalan lang po para...
I am Teddy Raval, Your Honor.
Okay,
I am
thank
Deputy
you.
Commissioner for Intelligence. I have not met Mr. Taguba prior to these hearings. I have not talked either by phone or in person to Mr. Taguba. If you noticed, Mr. Chairman, even during the start of these hearings and the hearing from the Senate, the intelligence group, the power of the intelligence group has been substantially diluted since I assumed. And there would be no reason why I would even ask Mr. Taguba kung bakit kailangan ko siyang bigyan ng pabor dahil wala naman na po ako kaming nagagawa sa aming opisina. At the same time, Mr. Chairman, a while ago, Mr. Taguba himself mentioned that tinetext lang daw po siya ng mga tao. And for the record, Mr. Chairman, well, I have not authorized anyone in my office or my friends outside to get in touch with anyone involved in the Bureau of Customs, especially those who transact with the Bureau of Customs. As a matter of fact, Mr. Chairman, the first memorandum that I issued when I assumed office is to make no contact with anyone that transacts with the Bureau, and the record will bear me out. I can present to you the memo that I issued, Mr. Chairman. And so, with that, Mr. Chairman, I categorically and specifically deny the allegations of Mr. Mark Taguba. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Depcom Raval. Siguro, in the spirit of fairness din, ano? Kasi yung maring may mga information si Mark Taguba na a certain one from this office is receiving money. Pero siguro mas magandang tanungin natin kung kilala mo ba, nakausap mo ba, nagkita na ba kayo, nagkausap na kayo nung certain person na binanggit mo o itinuro mo. For example, tanungin natin si Mark Taguba, kayo ba'y nagkita na ni Depcom Raval?
No, Your Honor.
Nakausap mo ba siya personal?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so I think in that direction, we might be able to give weight to the statements issued by Mr. Mark Taguba.
Mr. Chairman.
And
Siguro in fairness, let us ask Mr. Mark Taguba kung sino yung binigyan niya sa office ni Defcon Rabal para ma-confront naman ni Defcon Rabal kung sino yun. Baka ginagamit lang ang pangalan niya.
Yes, doon po sana ako papunta, Congressman Crisologo. And now we will ask si Mr. Taguba kung sino doon sa office ng, anong division yun?
Intelligence Group.
Sa intelligence group ang iyong nakakausap at iyong binibigyan sa bawat container na nilalabas ninyo dyan sa Bureau of Customs.
Your Honor, yung Jerry po, meron pong nagte-text sa akin. Jerry.
Is there a certain Jerry Defcom Raval in your office?
Mr. Chairman, there are only 5 in my staff. The first is my secretary, Grace Occidental. The second is an old-timer that yung 4 po kasi nadatnan ko na yun din. The other one is Roberto Salvacion. The third is Leonito Santiago. The fourth is Elvin Morris McKay, Mr. Chairman. There is no Jerry or whatever the name uses in my office, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Doon sa listahan ni Mark Taguba, merong Jerry na may cellphone number. Ito yung number na kumukontak sa iyo, Mr. Taguba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Sige. So we'll proceed with the others, no? Sino yung Okay, Collector Maronilla, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for the opportunity to clarify some matters. First of all, I will not deny that, like I previously said, I've already met Mr. Mark Taguba. In fact, the first time I met Mark was that he went to my office after this incident, and he was explaining kung ano ho yung naging participation nga niya. And the second time, I think he was accompanied by his legal counsel pang isang time na yun. Your Honor, I have not or do not authorize anyone to collect anything for the office of the district collector. I would believe that as the head of the port or the office that heads the port, it's very easy for people to get the impression that the district collector's office has full control or full powers over whatever happens in the port. But really, Your Honor, there are certain measures that were already, prerogatives that were already removed from the office of the district collector. First, the office of the district collector cannot anymore issue alert orders. The special stop, which is an emergency stop that the office of the district collector previously exercises, has already also been removed from us. We are not part of the cargo clearance process. This is all, the cargo clearance process of each port is limited to the approval of the formal entry division, and we only come in if there are extraordinary issues that need some policy guidelines. Therefore, if there was or there is someone being representing himself to be connected with the office of the district collector, as what Mr. Taguba has already said, I welcome that information. I will investigate it, and I will inform this committee as to the facts of that investigation. I know it might not be as credible because I'm the one being accused, but to be prudent about it, I need to do it, Your Honor. And again, thank you very much for this opportunity. I deny the allegations that my office is getting something to facilitate whatever shipments that are coming out of the Manila International Container Port. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Chair, clarification lang. Hindi naman ang office niya ang inaakusahan kung hindi siya mismo. Ang denial niya, ang office daw hindi involved.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. If that's the case, Your Honor, I also deny that personally I have not asked anyone to collect anything for in my behalf.
Mr. Chairman.
Congressman
Yes, yeah, perhaps we can ask Mr. Taguba if he himself hands in the money directly to the collector. Because sabi ni collector, his office is not involved. Can you please be specific about it? Are you the one going to his office, bringing the money, or may collector siya? Si collector, may collector ba?
No, Your Honor, hindi po ako ang nagbibigay. May nagko-kolekta.
All right. Mr. Chairman, it's common knowledge yan. Like BIR, customs. We've been importers for 23 years. May kolektor naman yan eh. Hindi naman yan ng kolektor ang nangongolekta eh. So may pooling yan sa customs eh. Then everyone will have to get their own share. Ganun naman ang sistema, di ba Mark? Can you confirm that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh. Galing yan from the first drawer up to the last person sa gate ng customs. Yun naman ang yun naman ang practice dun eh. So that's why, while we are giving this accused the benefit of the doubt and give them the opportunity to defend themselves, I think the statement of Mark Taguba pointing to certain individuals from the Bureau of Customs bears so much weight. Kasi yun naman ang practice yan sa customs eh. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
Chair.
Congressman Biron. Congressman Kimbo.
Just a point of order. Mr. Chair, can we proceed with the previous agreement? Since just to have the appropriate order, many of us have also waited to take our turns, but in the interest of fairness, we wanted each one to just give their own respective explanations, and then after which, let's not, everyone is well versed with whatever they will say. Let's ask Mr. Taguba later on. But in the meantime, as to all those who were named, if you want to explain and you've been given by the chairman 3 minutes, can we proceed first with that without interruption for a better order, Mr. Chair? I suggest, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Kimbo. So we now proceed with the Director Estrella.
Salamat po, Your Honor. Katulad din po ng sinabi ng iba, ang partisipasyon ko po dito, Your Honor, nung nakatanggap po ako ng impormasyon, ang inisip ko po agad ay hindi ho lalabas tong drugs na to. Bilisan natin at kailangang hindi ito makalabas. Yun po yung nasa damdamin ko nung time na yon. Kung may naging pagkukulang kami, Your Honor, along the way, katulad po ng mga binanggit ko nung una, we recognize those deficiencies that we were really feeling the urgency of that operation, Your Honor. Pero yung pong akusahan kami rito, Your Honor, na kami po ay tumatanggap po ng pera kay Mr. Mark Taguba para ho nakalabas itong shipment na to. Una kong tanong kung kami po ay tumanggap ng pera sa kanya, bakit pa ho namin hinuli itong shipment na to? Nung pong inaalam ko yung background at kung sino ang consignee ng shipment na to, doon ko po nalaman na pinahanap ko kung sino ang nag-asikaso ng shipment. That was the time that Mr. Mark Taguba appeared in my office. At sinabi ko nga sa kanya na benefit of the doubt, kung nag-middleman lang sila, tulungan na lang niya kami at sabihin niya yung totoo. That was the time, again, Your Honor, na binanggit niya yung pangalang Kenneth Dong, and he assisted us also to produce Kenneth Dong and brought him to NBI. Yun po yung first engagement namin na kami po ay nagkausap. I categorically deny that I received money from Mr. Mark Taguba. And I also categorically deny that I allowed anybody to use my name or to use the name of my office to collect that amount of 500 pesos to Mr. Mark Taguba. Your Honor, yung pong investigasyon na tumatakbo po ngayon ay nakakasakit po ng damdamin at talagang mahirapan po kami bumawi sa aming mga reputasyon dito. Kasama po ng aming mga pamilya at yung risk po na hinarap kami sa lahat at sinabi na po sa lahat na kami yung mga nag-ooperate sa illegal drugs. Ang napakalaki pong epekto nito sa amin. Pero wala ho kaming choice. Ang pakiramdam ko sa ngayon ay sasabihin ko sa mga tao ko that ito po yung risk ng ating profession. And we'll just have to face it hanggang saan po tayo makarating. I will face my accuser in the proper forum, Your Honor. Salamat po na marami.
Okay, thank you. Next is DEPCOM Maestro Campo.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Director Maestro Campo, Your Honor. First and foremost, Your Honor, I don't know Mark. I don't know if magkakilala kami. Hindi man tayo magkakilala, Mark, right? Tapos, yung nasa list, sir, na initial na binigay ni Mark is sa IAS, that's my unit, Your Honor, Import Assessment Service. Ang nakalagay na pangalan, Tita Nani. We don't have any Tita Nani in Import Assessment Service. Kaso nung tinanong ni Congressman so nag-assume siya na itong Tita Nani, in my case, inutusan ng boss niya. Sir, I hope you realize, I live in a small town. We are on national television. You have already destroyed me. Anyway, sir, common po sa customs yung magpa-picture tsaka mag-name drop. But because of the circumstances of this hearing, na wala nga akong pangalan dito, Tita Nani yung nakalagay. Tapos nung tinanong, inutusan siguro ng boss niyan. So, sinong Tita Nani? I don't know if they name drop me. I don't have to use any adjective, categorical or deny. No, I am not receiving money from illicit activities, Your Honor. I'm contented with my sahod. But I don't know what I have to say. Binuyang-yang to sa media. So, what I can say, Your Honor, when I go back to Bureau of Customs, I will step down from my appointed post. I will submit everything in any investigation. Accounts, my house, go ahead, Your Honor. Na-effect po yung pangyayari dito, pero ang masakit dito kung ginamit lang yung pangalan o di sira na rin equally. You can ask about my reputation, Your Honor, in the Bureau of Customs. I've only been there 1 year. I can probably be a rebel, but I'm not a thief. I don't get money from someone that I don't deserve. I work for my own money. Siyempre, nakakalungkot, Your Honor. Hindi naman mabawi. Nandun na sa media. I hope in this forum also, I submit myself, everything, my record, everything, account, lahat-lahat, Your Honor. Sana dumating din ng pagkakataon na umikot yung investigasyon na to na maklear yung dapat maklear. Because I also believe that these kinds of things is happening inside the Bureau of Customs. I'm not trying to defend the ranks of those being accused. With all due respect to each and everyone. I'm not trying to defend that. I'm trying to defend my integrity and honor, Your Honors. So I'm willing to submit myself in all investigation that there will be. Ang panalangin ko lang po, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, sana magkaroon din ng pagkakataon dito sa fora na to na sana naman yung walang kinalaman, maklear naman. I don't know kung mabawi pa yun, pero wala na na-broadcast na yun Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Director Maestro Campo. The next is Mr. Teddy Sagaral.
Magandang hapon po, Your Honor. Ako po si Chidoro Sagaral. Ako ang OIC ng CIS sa MICP. Nakakalungkot lang po dahil po sa aking 44 years sa serbisyo, 10 na po sa military at 34 po sa customs. Wala po ako naging kaso. Ngayon lang po ako naaksuhan ng ganon. 10 ang tao ko sa MICP at mahigpit ko ang pinapasinungunan yung akusasyon sa amin. Kami ho sa MICP, 10 kami, kasama ho yung aking mga tauhan. At si Mr. Taguba ho, 3 beses ko lang nakita sa opisina. Nung iniimbestigan namin tungkol sa drugs, at saka ho sa opisina ni Director Estrella na kasama po sa investigasyon. Nakakalungkot po na isipin na sira na ho ang aming pangalan ngayon. Ito ho ay nationwide broadcast, kaya wala po kami magagawa. Pati po ang pangalan ng aking mga kamag-anak, mga anak, ay nakakula po lang po ng dahil lang sa isang akusasyon. Ako po ay handang humarap sa anumang investigasyon at siguro po sa natitira ko pang taon sa bureau kasi senior citizen ako, 63 years old na. Sana po naman bago ko matapos yung aking taon sa serbisyo ay maklik ko naman pangalan ko, bagamat hindi ko na ho kayang baguhin yung mga ina ko sa akin. Maraming pong salamat.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Sagaral. Maraming salamat din dun sa ating mga taga Bureau of Customs na nagbigay ng kanilang pahayag tungkol dun sa akusasyon na ipinaratang sa kanila. So with that, we will continue with the list of interpellators that we have earlier. And at this point, we'd like to acknowledge Deputy Speaker Abu for his interpellation. You have 3 minutes, Deputy Speaker Abu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Marami sana akong tanong pagdating sa parte ng drugs. Kanya lamang, may mahalaga lang akong nais ding itanong na sana ito itatanong ko sa Committee on Ways and Means pero na-supersede ng mga events kaninang umaga. Kaya gusto kong itanong na to. Pero bago ko puntahan itong bagay na ito, nais ko lang puntahan yung sinasabi ng mga kasama ko kanina dun sa 23 crates, 5 ang nahuli, 18 ang nawawala. Sana napanood ninyo yung series na Pablo Escobar. Nung yung kanyang magdadala sa Miami ng mga drugs, ilang kilo yon, napakarami, toneladan na drugs yon, dadalhin sa Miami. Ang ginawa ni Pablo Escobar, bago umalis, umakyat siya doon sa barko, nilagyan niya ng drugs, yung flush tank ng toilet bowl. At nung nagdating sa Miami, nung pinuntahan ng mga Drug Enforcement Agency at saka nung mga Coast Guard, yun na nakita. So nung nakita na yung drugs na yun na lang ang tiningnan. Hinuli yung mga tripulante, pero nung kinagabihan, may mga scuba divers na tauhan ni Pablo Escobar ang nag-dive at kinuha yung toneladang mga drugs sa ilalim, yung mga cocaine, sa ilalim ng barko. Hindi na pinakalman yun dahil minakita doon sa ibabaw Nung una, nagtatako, ba't ganito ang ginawa? Pinahuli ba talaga ito ni Pablo Escobar? Yung pala isang taktika, baka ganyan din ang nangyari. Kaya kailangang hanapin natin yung 18 crates. Okay, next. OIC DEPCOM Hector Torres. Nung nag-assume ka ng office, sabi ni Attorney Anderson, underman ang Bureau of Customs. Tama, mali?
Tama po, sir.
Sa plantilla position, may 6,000 kayo na position, ano?
Yes, sir. 6,000 plus.
Ilang porsyento ang filled up lang doon?
Actually, less than 50%, sir. Because we are about 2,900 regular personnel.
Okay, less than?
Yes, sir.
So, ngayong pag-upo ninyo, ilan ang finilipan ninyo?
Actually, as regard to regular plantilla, so far po, ang unang guidance is to address promotion na mga matagal na ng empleyadong hindi na mo promote 10, 15, 20 years. So, ongoing po yun. Then partly may continue yung hiring po na ino-open ang Human Resource Division.
Yung mga vacant na plantilla positions, at yun lahat ng plantilla positions, may kanya-kanyang departamento yan, tama, mga division yan, no? Na pag tinignan natin yung yung personnel na yun sa certain division o sa certain department, yun inaayon sa bilang na kung ano yung dapat trabahuhin mo, tama?
Tama po, sir. Pero yung nga po yung table of organization ng Bureau of Customs ay base pa sa executive order noong 1987. So it means during that time, it may not be addressable to the current times.
Nitong pag-upo ninyo, at nariyan na yung CMTA, diba, pag-upo ninyo, ngayon na natin ini-implement yung CMTA, tama no?
To be clear po, sir, naupo pa ko ng OIC ng Internal Administration Group noong June 16, 2017 dahil nag-retire rin po yung OIC. But my primary position is Director, Financial Management Office.
Ganon. So, pwede kay Attorney Anderson, Ma'am, sabi ninyo kanina kay Majority Leader, mula nung June hanggang November, may mga OIC kayo diyan at wala talagang Deputy Commissioner pa na nakaupo.
No, sir. June to probably September, there was no OICs.
Sino ang namamahala sa department na hinahawakan ngayon ni DepCom OIC Torres?
Only the next in ranks of the director levels.
Ganon. So, sino nakakaalam ng mga pagpapasok ng mga tao pag-hire para ma-fill upan yung mga positions?
Our HR manager po.
Ganon.
Yes.
Okay. So, gusto ko lang liwanagin yung ang less than 50% ang unfilled position.
Yes.
Pinipilit niyo
unfilled.
Pinipilit ninyong malagyan ng tao ito para tumakbo ng maganda ang bawat division.
Yes, Your Honor.
Dahil naniniwala tayo na bawat nakalagay doong bilang ng tao sa isang division, yun ang tama para maayos yung takbo natin.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tama.
Yes.
DepCom Gambala, sabi ng aking kakilalang kaibigan, sabi sa akin, tanungin mo lang dyan ng maganda at si DepCom Gambala at si Director Maestra Campot, yung mga yan ang mahusay sumagot. Ganon. Paniwala ako. Bilang kayo nag-head ng COMSEN, tama na ho?
Yes, sir.
Ha?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ano ho yung Special Studies and Project Development Committee?
It's not part of COMSEN, sir. It's a task force, sir.
It is a task force under whose department?
Under the commissioner, sir.
Under the commissioner,
Office of the commissioner, sir.
But who headed this?
It's Director James Layog, sir.
Director James Layog.
Yes, sir.
Hindi ito under ng COMSEN mismo?
No, sir.
Okay. Sinasabi kanina mo, Attorney Anderson, na right sizing, kung ano yung unfilled position, pinipilit yung fill-upan at naniniwala tayo na kung ano yung tamang bilang doon sa isang division, ayun ang talagang tama para tumakbo. But you created a task force, Special Studies and Project Development Committee. 2016, may mga listahan ako dito. Naglagay kayo ng mga tao sa bawat plantilla position. Like dun sa plantilla position number 19. O, dito na lang tayo sa kan. Halimbawa ito, liliit naman. Ngayon lang. Halimbawa ito. Plantilla position number 356. Elias Portuguese. Ang kanyang position ay Counter Intelligence Analyst Assistant with monthly salary of 20,000. August 1, 2016 to December 31, 2016. Office of the Director. Lahat ng ito na nakalista ito, 110 personnel. 110 personnel. Ang lahat ng minakalagay dito na remarks, to be assigned at Bureau of Customs Special Studies and Project Development Committee. Ngayon 2017. Ngayon 2017, meron tayo ngayon dito na hinire na ang kontrata nila from January 1 to June 31, 135 personnels. Lahat ay Special Studies and Project Development Committee. Doon sa duration ng January to June, susweldo silang lahat. Susweldo silang lahat, yung 135, ng 20,990,406 pesos. Hindi, lahat na ito. From January to June, 6 months. Tanong DepCom Gambala, ano itong Special Studies and Project Development Committee at ganito karami ang personnel?
It's not under my group, sir, the SSPDC.
Salamat po. DepCom OIC Hector Torres, ikaw nakaupo ngayon sa personnel. Under mo yung human resource. Ano mga ito?
Yes, Honor. If you're referring to yung mga tao, sir, sila po ay contract of service personnel or job order personnel. They are under the Director James Layog, who is seated beside me now.
Anong objective ng trabaho? Anong job description ng mga taong ito? Ano yung objective ng committee ito, ng task force na ito? At ganito karami ang tao, samantalang yung pagpapaganda ng imahe ng customs ay 28 players lang ang yung kinuha.
Mr. Chair, can I be recognized, sir?
You're recognized. You are?
Sir, I'm Director James Layug
Yeah, okay.
of
You're
the
recognized.
Port Operations Service. I'm the head of the chairman of the Special Studies and Project Development Committee created by Commissioner Feldon under the Office of the Commissioner, sir. If I may, can I give the background, sir, of the committee? Nang mag-assume, sir, si Commissioner Feldon ng July 2016, last year, he called me up and asked me kung I am available and I want to help in the pushing for the reform agenda of our president, which is the anti-corruption, anti-graft crusade. So, being a former military personnel, was tasked and I had my share of anti-illegal smuggling or anti-smuggling operations and anti-organized crime missions. He asked me if I could join him in the Bureau of Customs. So, nang mag-assume po ako, dumating ho kami, sabi ko, sir, can we do a security audit and security and operational audit of the Bureau? Considering ang history po natin ay from the back door, which is Suluba Silang Tawi-Tawi area, very porous yung mga borders natin sa Malaysia and also in Balabac, no? So sabi niya, sige, make a study and then let's create a strategic plan how to curb out smuggling and illicit trade. So in the process, sir, ang nakita po namin ay kakulangan ng personnel in terms of the law enforcement capability. For example, sir, yung ating custom police nung nakausap namin, very limited ang numero nila. So they are just around 300, I think, or something. So when I went to Cagayan Valley, which is a very porous area, yung Batanes area, yung custom police natin doon na naka-detail, sir, parang dalawa lang sila sa Apari, which covers Apari down to Ilocos Norte, down to La Union. So medyo masyadong mahaba yung coastline. We have yung pag-isipan nga namin, there are 36,000 kilometers of coastline dito sa atin. And then another handicap was nakita namin, sir, is yung custom police or the enforcement service, security service of customs, sir, meron siyang water patrol division, supposed to be, na katapat niyang ka-level yan ng custom police division. Pero walang personnel, walang manning. Nung nakita namin, sir, dito sa mga outports, which we have 46 outports all in all, tayo yung lead sa boarding formalities. Tayo yung ang unang magbo-board sa barko, dapat, is yung customs, quarantine, customs and immigration, bago pa po yung Coast Guard. But because of the handicap na ng walang water capability, hindi agad naboboard ng mga custom police. So ang naging concept ngayon ni Commissioner, napag-usapan natin, paano natin i-augment outright yung strength ng ating kapulisan o custom police and our intelligence units in order to beef up immediately beef up yung pag-address dun sa smuggling, no? Anti-illicit trade, sir. So, ang nangyari, we created, we recruit and we hired job order o contractual personnel, especially mga former military enlisted personnel and former military officers to help out as force multipliers sa police and sa intelligence work. So, while also preparing dun kasi ang isa pong na-request ni Commissioner na nabigyan ng pondo is yung 20 speedboats na i-order natin. And manning ng 20 speedboats at 4 or 5 persons each, ang isang speedboat po sa limang crew.
Ako
yes, sir. Sir.
Director Layog, kuha na namin. Okay, maganda yung sinasabi mo.
Yes, sir.
Dahil sinasabi nga ng sana isa sa itatanong ko talaga ngayong araw na ito yung tungkol sa statistics na binigay ng United Nations Crime and Drugs Council yata yun, na yung nahuli natin drugs ngayong taong ito, noong 2016 ay 4-folds sa laki kaysa noong 2015. Maganda yon para sa atin. Pero, doon sa nahuling iyon, mas malaki ang porsyento na imported yung mga drugs. Ibig sabihin, nakapasok talaga sa atin. So, may problema nga tayo sa border security. Yan. So, maganda yan. Kanya lamang, ang problema natin, yung pinupuntahan kanina ng isa kong kasama dito, nalimutan ko na lang, yung coordination ng bawat isa sa inyo. Yung coordination lang. Sinabihan na ako ng chairman dito na tapos na yung oras ko kanina pa. So, that's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Abu. Before we proceed, we'll acknowledge the presence of Congressman T, Congressman Ferge Biron, Congressman Jose Paganiban Jr. So, the next interpellator is Congressman Dax Kua.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to give my time over to Deputy Speaker Kimbo I will still ask questions later, the next round.
Okay, thank you, Congressman Kua. Congressman Kimbo, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just try to be as brief as I can because I think a bulk of the meat for today na napag-usapan na po, no. Tanong ko lang, Mark, tulad nung napag-usapan natin noong nakaraang natutuwa naman kami na ipinagpatuloy mo dahil pinag-iisipan namin baka mapaatras ka doon sa usapin na sinabi mo nakaraang linggo. Ang pinagtatakahan ho namin dito lahat, pag tinitingnan namin, parang tila may mga katanungan. Katanungan halimbawa, pag tinitingnan yung pinamimigay na pera, ito ba ay matagal nang nangyayari?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Na-establish natin, player ka, di ba? Ibig sabihin ay nakailang taon ka na rin dyan sa Bureau of Customs. Kumbaga, hindi mo inimbento ito, naabutan mo na lang ito. Tama?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
So kung ang pamamaraan ay pagte-text o binibigay lamang ng hindi personal, may pinagdadaan ng mga tao, may personero, bawat lata, etc. Kumbaga, nakagawian yan ninyo bilang mga player.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung ginagawa mo, ginagawa rin yan ng ibang player. Tama?
Yes.
Nakakausap mo sila?
Yung iba lang po.
So player ka sa so Section 15, general merchandise lang. Tama?
Yes.
So pag sinasabing 40,000 o mas lagpas ng iba, minsan may 100,000 ang tara sa lata, ibang section yon. Tama ba ako? Ibig sabihin, maring bakal, sigarilyo, tabako, etc.
Your Honor, yung personal ko lang experience kasi yung sa GM, general merchandise.
Is 27,000, sorry, yung tara na binibigay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Nagtataka lang ako. Pag tinignan mo dito, ang binibigay mo sa IAS, ang pinakamalaki doon sa iba ay maliliit. Ngunit pagdating sa IAS ay 10,000. Halos more than 33% ng tara na pupunta sa IAS. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero pag tinitingnan ko ang partisipasyon ng IAS sa buong deployment o pagpaparating ng lata, parang hindi siya yung pinaka-critical. Bakit 10,000 ang tara niya?
Your Honor, kasi meron yung tita nani nagbibigay po sa akin ng tariff codes na dapat kong gamitin. Pag yun daw ang ginamit ko, hindi raw ako ma-alert.
Si Tita Nani, ano ang apelido ni Tita Nani?
Hindi ko po alam.
Ko? Ko ba? Mo? Ko? Ano bang...
Hindi ko alam.
Okay. So binibigay sa iyo yung tariff codes para maging malinaw, alam ka agad ang diskarte pagpasok ng general merchandise. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
So ibig mo sabihin, just because of that, 10,000 na pupunta sa IAS, kay Maestra Campo, lahat na pupunta?
Your Honor, kasi yung command center, sa ngayon, yung, iba-iba naman talaga kada administrasyon eh. So ngayon, ang ginagawa nila, yung command center, yung IG, EG, ganyan, wala pong kakayahang mag-alert. Ang gagawin lang nila is no basis. Pero pag IAS po, ma-alert yan. So, parang sila lang din ang may power mag-alert. Parang ganon.
So parang kino-confirm mo sa testimonya mo, parang sinasabi mo, ang IAS lang ang pinapakinggan pagdating sa rekomendasyon. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ang enforcement group, pwedeng magrekomenda pero parang hindi pinapakinggan. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ang intelligence group, pwede rin magrekomenda pero hindi rin pinapakinggan. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
So kaya pagdating sa IAS, ang laki nung nagiging kabahagi dahil tila sila lang ang pinapakinggan. Yun ang sinasabi mo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung bang dahilan kung bakit nung ating huling testigo, ito si Larry Bird Hilario. Kilala mo si Larry Bird, di ba?
Opo.
Okay. Sabi niya, pinapadala niya sa IAS. Doon niya pinapadala yung alerto o request ng valuation Parang tila kino-confirm. Kasi sa dami-dami, doon niya pinapadala dahil parang tila doon naka-centralize yung alerting power. Ganun ba ang obserbasyon ninyo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sa bali-balita mo, sa pagkakaalam mo, like I said, Mark, you are under oath. Congress has given you legislative immunity given so rarely. Napakadalang ibigay yan ng Kongreso. Ha? Binibigay sa iyo ito, pwedeng bawiin yan kapag meron kang hindi ibinibigay ng buong katotohanan. Kapag meron kang sinasalba, meron kang hindi buong-buo ang iyong sinasabi rito, pwede naming bawiin yan. At maging kabahagi ka doon sa transportation ng 604 kilograms of shabu. Ang tanong ko sa iyo, doon sa 10,000 napupunta sa IAS, kanino napupunta yan?
Hindi ko po alam. Ang binibigay ko lang po doon sa Tita Nani, yung 10,000 per container. Hindi ko naman po alam paano ang hatian nila doon.
Itong 10,000, sa buong talambuhay mo, wala ka na encounter na resistance nang gagaling sa iba't ibang opisyal kapag naibibigay na yung kabuuan ng 27,000, dire-diretso na ang pasok nung mga lata. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, pwede ko bang tanungin ang ating Comsen? Depcom Gambala.
Yes, sir.
Ito si Tita Nani. Kilala mo hindi?
No, sir.
Mr. Layog, magsabi kayo ng totoo dito. Ha? Sino si Tita Nani?
I have no idea, sir.
Wala sa opisina mo?
None, sir.
Sigurado ka?
I have a head, a division head.
Anong pangalan?
Hernanico.
Hernanico. Mr. Chairman?
At auction division. She's not with IAS, sir.
I'd like to request that she be invited, Mr. Chair, dahil mukhang ito ang pinaka-central figure sa pagtanggap o supposedly sa pagbibigay nitong pondong ito. So, importante para sa atin ito, malaman natin. Marami ng... I'll just avail of my second round pag medyo pagod na yung mga testigo natin ng konti. Pero huli na lang pong tanong, Mr. Chair. Ito po si General Icarma. Sir.
Yes, sir.
PMAyer po kayo, hindi ba?
Yes, sir.
Kayo po ang pinaka-senior sa lahat po ng ayers na nandito at mga dating sundalo.
Opo.
Ito po si Ariel Nepomuceno, former PMAyer, di lang nakapagtapos. Tama po? Tama po, ano ha?
Yes, sir.
Kaklase po ito ni General Wilkins, ni Colonel. Tama mo ba?
I'm more senior by 1 year to Director Wilkins Villanueva.
Okay, pero hindi kayo nagkasama doon dahil may kinong ka doon dati? Di ba? Kaya ka na-turn back? Dahil...
yes, Your Honor. He's my company mate and squad mate.
Okay. Sige. General, anong kabahagi ng trabaho po ninyo sa Bureau of Customs?
Your Honor,
Sa maiksi lang po, maiksi lang.
Ako po ang Deputy Commissioner ng Revenue Collection and Monitoring Group. Under po sa akin yung legal service, yung collection service at yung financial service.
Okay po. Sa legal services po, so papel din po ninyo siguraduhin na updated yung skills ng inyong mga abogado. Tama po, mga training, ganyan po?
Yes, sir.
Bahagi ho ba dyan yung tinatawag natin na mandatory continuing legal education? Is that under you?
Yes, sir. That is part of their refresher.
Paliwanag nyo nga po, anong papel nyo ho doon? Abogado ho ba kayo?
Hindi po.
Paano ho kayo? Anong role nyo as having jurisdiction over that is to make sure na maisagawa po ito? Paano ho ba? At anong ginawa po ninyo in relation to that?
If you will allow me, Your
Go
Honor.
ahead.
Okay. Ganito po yun. When I assumed in November of 2016, I came across yung training funds ng BOC sa RCMG at napakalaki po yung pondo. And then since most of the lawyers, especially legal service falls under me, I deemed it necessary that the lawyers conduct a refresher course as soon as possible. So sinabihan nila ako na Ang MCLE, sir, is a required refresher course for lawyers. I think it's lawyers. I think every 3 years. So I recommended to the training division to conduct this MCLE for us.
So ginawa po yung MCLE?
Yes, sir.
Kasi ginagawa po yan eh. Noong ako po yung head ng isang ahensya, ginawa ko rin po para sa lahat ng abogado nationwide dahil ang laking abala sa oras.
Yes,
so
sir.
ang ginagawa ko po ay sinisigurado ko, pinapatawag ko para isang bugahan na lang. Kumbaga 3 araw, umaga, hapon, nandun na kinoconduct yung MCLE kasama yung accredited MCLE provider. Tama po ba?
Yes, sir. For our case, it was UP which conducted it in
Wow,
the Bureau
UP
of
pa po,
Customs.
ano ha?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So lahat po ng abogado nag-participate?
I believe so, sir. Majority of them participated, sir.
Okay. May tanong ako, kasi tingin ko oportunidad din ito para malinaw. Dami kasing kwento, General. At pati po kayo ay tila naisasali yung pangalan na parang pinagtatakpan. So gusto ko po maging malinaw, General, because sa lahat po ng aking pagtatanong, kahit nung nasa serbisyo po kayo, ay you're a very upright man. A true soldier, General.
Yes, sir.
Pwede bang magtanong kung meron kayong naging obserbasyon sa nangyari patungkol po sa MCLE na isinigawa? Because this goes into the heart of the matter of honesty of the current leadership of the Bureau of Customs.
Sir, when we conducted the MCLE, I told the UP, the ones in charge, to make sure that they will not give any certificates to any of the lawyers who will not attend the whole 9 years or the whole 5 days, I believe. Yun po ang aking instructions po dun sa mga taga-UP.
Meron po bang nangyaring insidente na hindi sinunod o may nag-give rise out of that instructions?
Kindly wrap up, Congressman Kimbo.
I was informed...
Just 2 more. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I was informed that there were some lawyers who were not awarded the certificates, Your Honor.
What is the reason?
They did not attend completely the MCLE.
So was there a report pertaining to it?
I believe so, Your Honor, because I emphasized to the UP Secretariat, if you may call them that, they should be strict about it.
Can you identify the individuals concerned pertaining to this issue? And what was the specific accusation? General.
They, according to the report, because I was not present myself, they did not attend completely the 5-day review, the MCLE, and instead they asked someone to stand in for them on some particular days, Your Honor.
Who were those lawyers, officers of the bar? Can you name them as somebody who had supervision over this particular service?
No, actually, not all lawyers fall under me, Your
General,
Honor.
can you name those concerned individuals?
One of them is the Chief of Staff of the Commissioner, Attorney Anderson, Your Honor.
What about the 2? Or 2 others?
I am not sure about the 2 others, sir.
So may kaso ho bang nakafile patungkol po dyan on dishonesty or anything relating to that? Because asking somebody to stand in your behest, it's a pusure, di ba? May kinausap ka para maging present para sa'yo, contrary to your very specific instructions.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe, I'm not sure, but I was told that UP is following this up. That's as far as I know, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Chair, ito talagang panghuli na lang pong katanungan. Super panghuli na, Mr. Chair.
Super panghuli.
Super
Okay,
panghuli.
thank you.
Ha? Kanina ko pa nadidinig eh. Ha? So kilala ko lahat eh. Ng mga DepCom dati eh. Ha? Tulad nga nila Chika, lahat. So totoo ba? From the time nag-assume si Commissioner Faldon, walang acting DepCom, OIC, na pwedeng pumirma at that given time tulad ng sinabi ni Attorney Anderson? Totoo ba? Attorney Rabal, tanungin kita. Ikaw, matagal ka na dyan veterano, hindi ka naman naalis dyan. Meron bang acting or OIC na DepCom at that point in time? Because continuously, kanina pa sinasabi ni Attorney Anderson, walang iba pwede pumirma eh. Kaya ako, consultant, I will sign and execute documents of accountable officers. Good, Attorney Rabal.
Mr. Chairman, as far as I know, at DepCom Art La Chica never left the VOC because he was
Seso.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we had Attorney Raval. Meron pa ho ba dyan? Among the... Yes, ma'am. What is your name? Can you take the microphone, please? Ma'am, nakapag-oath ka na ba? Mr. Chair, pwede bang i-oath natin to? Kasi mabigat ang baka katanungan.
Can you please introduce yourself first?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I am Attorney Lisa Sebastian.
Attorney
Lisa Sebastian.
Lisa Sebastian. Comsec, please administer the oath of Attorney Sebastian.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Madam, please stand up and raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, please state your name.
I, Lisa Sebastian.
Do solemnly swear that you will tell the truth,
Do solemnly swear that I
the
will
whole
tell
truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth
and
in
nothing
this
but the truth in this
committee investigation.
committee investigation.
Thank you, Attorney Sebastian. Congressman Kimbo, you may proceed with your last question.
Attorney Sebastian, so nagtaas po kayo ng kamay ninyo. Kanina pa po sinasabi ni Attorney Anderson na wala kahit isang OIC na may kayang pumirma from the time na nag-assume si Commissioner Faldon all the way up to maybe sometime September na wala pong OIC na pwedeng pumirma.
Sir, I was designated OIC for the intelligence group together with some other personnel, POC personnel who were also designated as OIC in the respective groups.
From what time to what time?
August until later part of September.
Okay.
Barely 2 months lang po.
Yung time po na yon sa maiksing panahon, nandun na po si Commissioner Faldon, tama?
Yes, sir.
Nandun na po si Attorney Anderson, nandun na rin po?
Yes, sir.
Okay, maraming salamat. Mr. Chair, again, thank you for that comment, but obviously it's disheartening that while constantly we attempt to find the truth to each and every step along the way how this transaction took place, we are also forestalled by dishonest individuals who parlay themselves to the public as if they are the demigods of truth. But in truth and in fact, they are perpetual and compulsive liars. So, Mr. Chair, I think this is something that makes the cause as far as this matter is concerned even more difficult. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Kimbo. Before we proceed, let me
Mr. Chair,
acknowledge...
may be acknowledged
Let me acknowledge first the members that are present
Thank you, sir.
in this hearing.
Just 30 seconds. Sir.
Congressman Apple Pancho, Congressman Jose Enrique Garcia, Congresswoman Alexandria Gonzalez, Congresswoman Crystal Bagadsing, Congresswoman Juliet Ferrer, Congressman Anthony Bravo, Congressman Carlos Isagani Zarate, and Congressman Rodito Albano.
Yes, Your Honor. Just 30 seconds, Your Honor.
Okay.
Can I address it to Congressman Kimbo, Your Honor? Sir, I have noticed that when you ask Mark, me personally, I have nothing against Mark because I also believe that there are people really receiving money in BOC. I believe that. But nung tinanong mo po siya na yung 10,000 na IAS, obviously, alam na niya na ako yung director ng IAS, kay Tita Nani niya binibigay. My observation is, mayroon sa ranks namin that had been accused, and it's on record, Your Honor, that are even present here. They're accused individually, they themselves, na nandito sila. Yung iba po, Or for example, yung sa akin, Tita Nani, tapos nung pinilit, tinanong siya ni Congressman, kasi, nag-associate siya. So, I plead for fairness, Your Honor. Kasi, mayroong na-accuse sa ranks namin that are really here, so they will defend themselves. Yung sa akin, tumalon, Tita Nani pala yung sa lista, bakit? Tapos nung sinabi siya, sino ba ang sabi lang ni Mark kasi di inutusan yan. So, syempre, dahil iyas, I would like to appeal, Your Honor, that...
Director Maestro Campo, we will ask later si Mr. Mark Taguba a categorical question pertaining to that particular issue. No? Be rest assured, and to all of you who are here present, na ito pong committee ito ay fair. Lahat po, bibigyan namin kayo ng pagkakataon magsalita, bigyan po namin kayo ng pagkakataon depensahan yung sarili nyo. We're still in the process of gathering information at nang sa ganun, makagawa ho kami ng committee report. So far, what we have heard, what we have seen are only those that transpired within the 2 hearings that this committee has conducted. And it seems that meron pa yatang pangangailangan na isa pang hearing or 2 pang hearing para makakuha pa tayo ng maraming information bago tayo makagawa ng committee report. And be rest assured that if the committee comes up with a committee report, we will be fair, it will all be above board, and we will be giving opportunities also to those that will be accused. Please take note of that, Director Maestro Campo.
Thank you very much,
Okay,
sir.
thank you. Next, we proceed with the interpellation. This is in this order. Congresswoman Gwen Garcia, and then Congressman Amado Espino. Congressman Batocabe. I'm sorry, I get... First is Congresswoman Gwen Garcia, Deputy Speaker Gwen Garcia, and then Congressman Batocabe, and then Congressman Espino. Okay? Now, we recognize Deputy Speaker Gwen Garcia. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I should like to direct my first questions to the Chief of Staff of Commissioner Faldon, Attorney Mandy Anderson.
Your Honor.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I understand you're from Cebu.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, kababayan, magbinisaya ta?
Kung pwede pa lang.
Well, the majority leader started it kanina with his Ilocano. Maybe we can have 1 or 2 sentences in Bisaya.
Oh.
So, ikaw ang Chief of Staff ni Commissioner Faldon?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero sa akong pagsabot ganina, ang imong kontrata, consultancy contract.
Yeah, contract of service.
You are not occupying a plantilla position.
No, I'm not, Your Honor.
Is there such a plantilla position under the office of the Commissioner, Chief of Staff?
No, Your Honor.
There is none?
There is none.
Does that mean then that under the office of the Commissioner, right under him, no one would be authorized to sign for and in behalf of the Chief of Staff?
There are plantilla positions, Your Honor, coterminous positions, but none so far have been approved by the DOF. We've already submitted.
And the office of the Chief of Staff is a coterminous position. Was that one of the recommendations?
Yes, there is the only position that you could say is a Chief of Staff is an attorney 5 position, but it's not necessarily a Chief of Staff.
There is such a plantilla position?
Attorney 5, but no Chief of Staff plantilla.
And that has the same remuneration as what you are currently receiving?
No, higher, Your Honor. Higher remuneration.
And you've been working with the Commissioner for over a year now?
Yes, over a year.
May I ask why you never tried to be appointed to a regular position or a plantilla position, such as Attorney 5?
I started with the requirements last year, Your Honor, but as I said earlier, this has always been a temporary arrangement for me. I just wanted to do my part for this administration because, like I said, I am a supporter of the president.
So you have no intention
I have no intention of staying in customs. No,
with the
Your Honor.
with the Bureau of Customs?
No, Your Honor.
If there was no intention, why did you join the Bureau of Customs in the first place?
It was a call to duty, Your Honor, and the commissioner was very persuasive when he recruited me.
Yes, I read in several media reports how idealistic you are, especially when it comes to seeing to it that meritocracy should be the policy that would govern the appointment of employees in the Bureau of Customs. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And in fact, when I read about it, I was pretty proud to be a Cebuana because here was another Cebuana who was upholding what should be the overriding policy in all government agencies and in all functions of government.
Yes, Your Honor. But that case was just a case of shooting the messenger. I do not actually determine whether someone is qualified or unqualified.
I have not yet asked my question. I was just commenting on your focus.
Thank you, Your Honor.
On meritocracy. So as Chief of Staff, since that is a position that was given to you, may I know specifically then what your functions are? Because I guess this is different from being an Attorney 5.
Yes, Your Honor. Right now, my functions just are limited to determining whether the documents signed by the commissioner are legal or not. And we also have special projects, especially with the CMTA. I review those drafted by technical working groups, like the new EO that we submitted to the Department of Finance. I reviewed that before the commissioner signs it. There are also executive orders which we recommend to the president. That also goes through me. I also have a team of lawyers who work with me, and we're the ones who draft these special legal documents, if you may say.
But what really brought you to the nation's attention was a particular comment that you made. Of course, we all know that by now, and let me not repeat that anymore.
Yes,
but in a subsequent statement of yours, you traced all of this back to an alleged recommendation for a particular position emanating from the Speaker himself. And you did state that the Speaker had insisted that this unqualified person should occupy that position, and this was not unacceptable. Was it? I mean, these were words to that effect.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, basically.
Is it still unacceptable to you that anyone who does not fit into the particular job description as required?
It depends, Your Honor. Because if
the acceptability depends.
It depends on what the qualifications are provided by law.
Yes, of course.
Yes, because if you're referring to like the commissioner and the appointed officials, I mean, those are political positions, and the president has the sole prerogative to appoint these people. But with respect to career officials and plantilla employees, we have to follow the law and what the law or the qualifications provide. And that's why we publish even the qualifications for those newly hired and to be promoted.
How about contractual services? Are these also subject to the same standard that you have set for appointed positions, or they should also follow what is required for plantilla positions?
For contract of service, Your Honor, there's no qualifications provided by law, actually. So if, most of the contracts of service I know who are in my office are just data encoders. They receive documents day to day. So there's no legal basis to follow in recruiting them or in hiring them.
Well, Attorney Anderson, I have here a contract of service which I believe passed through your scrutiny.
No, Your Honor, not all contracts of service pass through my scrutiny.
But you are aware that this was a creation of your commissioner, and I believe as chief of staff, you would be there being a lawyer to review all contracts that he would sign. This is a contract that was signed by the commissioner.
Yes, for contracts of service, Your Honor, a certain Jessica Mamuri, who is also in my office, reviews all these contracts of service since I can't handle it anymore.
But you are chief of staff. You are supposed to be on top of everything else. That is the reason why you were called chief of all the other staff.
Yes, Your Honor, but yeah.
So may I just continue? I have a particular contract of service issued by the Bureau of Customs to a certain, I will no longer mention the name because I want to spare them the embarrassment. We believe that this was not of their own doing, that they have been put into this position. But this is a contract of service signed by Commissioner Faldon, and it specifically states, the second party specifically undertakes to provide technical, logistical, and administrative assistance to the special projects activities of the Commissioner, research and collect statistical, technical, specialized data from multiple sources of assigned special projects, including compilation of and completion of a variety of complex and time-sensitive reports as required by the Commissioner, and use all forms of media and communication to build, maintain, manage the reputation of the Bureau of Customs, all forms of media, monitor publicity, and conduct research to find out the concerns and expectations of the BOC stakeholders and the public. Now, these are very, very specific functions which would require very, very specific skills, training, and experience. This is a contract of service which I believe you, as Chief of Staff, was, by the very definition of your position, duty-bound to review and advise the Commissioner thereafter whether or not the person who had been chosen specifically to become technical assistant for special activities was indeed qualified. Because we are talking here of being able to use all forms of media and communication to build, maintain, and manage, research and collect statistical, technical, and specialized data from multiple sources, and submit reports that are time-sensitive and complex. These are all words that in its entirety call for very, very specific skills and experience.
I agree, Your Honor.
Kindly wrap up, ma'am.
I just have one question, last for her, but I have one more question for Mr. Mark. Would you now, in relation to your ideal of insisting upon meritocracy in government, that those who must be given a particular task and to be paid by government funds must be qualified to a very specific task, would you agree now that hiring one who definitely belonged to the arena of sports and not in the arena of communication, data gathering, or even preparing time-sensitive and complex reports, would you agree now that someone who came from the sports world would not be qualified for the position of a technical assistant for special activities that are very, very well defined in this contract of service?
Your Honor, I don't know the background of these athletes. I haven't read their curriculum vitae, but based on the assumption that
wouldn't you have
they have no background, yes, I would say they're not qualified at all.
And would this particular occurrence encourage the same, shall we say, righteous anger from one who is so bright, young, and idealistic, who has just joined government? Would this particular incident also encourage the same reaction as what you had been telling media as regards another incident?
For the record, Your Honor, from the very start, I had actually manifested my objection regarding the hiring of these athletes. But when I learned...
Did you mention this also to media?
No, Your Honor.
Did you also post about this?
No one asked about this.
Well, no one asked about the previous incident. Did someone
No.
ask about the previous
This was
incident?
initially, Your Honor, when the commissioner explained to us, we were a group of lawyers, explained to us what his plans were for
No, you were
these
saying that
athletes.
no one had asked you about this in media because the previous incident is well publicized in media.
When this came about, no one asked. This wasn't even an issue, Your Honor. It was just I expressed my objection regarding this during the time when we begun the program, when we started the program.
Would this merit the same righteous indignation as what you had displayed in the incident involving the office of the Speaker?
Having understood the purpose of them, Your Honor, no, it would not.
Thank you. Just one last question, by your indulgence.
Yes, last question, Deputy Speaker Garcia.
May I please ask for Mr. Mark Taguba?
Yes.
Mr. Taguba, with the indulgence of the chair, how did you understand the last question of Deputy Speaker Fred Castro, which prompted you to rise from your chair and start pointing out certain personalities? Does the Secretariat have a complete transcript of the question of Deputy Speaker Castro?
Do we have a transcript of that? The statements made by Congressman Fred Castro earlier,
which prompted
Mark Taguba to stand up and name names and point to the person. I'm sure it is in the transcript, no? Pwede bang, do you need a certain portion of the transcript, Congresswoman
If it could
Garcia?
possibly be read, just the very question
Okay.
that Deputy Speaker Castro had asked of Mark Taguba.
Doon lang sa portion na nagtanong si Congressman Castro at pinatuturo niya kay Mark Taguba yung mga tao sa BOC.
Your Honor, ang pagkaintindi ko po parang yung agency hindi naman po yung mismong tao.
Excuse me?
Yung departamento
Yung tinanong ni Deputy Speaker Castro, tinatanong ka kung alin dito na agency ang
department. Parang yun po pagkakaintindi ko.
or unit or department? Yun ba ang pagkakaintindi mo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Tama ba yun? Okay, so kung yun ang pagkakaintindi mo, kasi may ibang listahan ka kasi binigay dito with the corresponding cell phone numbers which, by the way, dinadial ko, off na lahat hindi na ma-contact. Itong si Jerry, itong si Jake, si Jojo, si Teddy. May mga cell phone numbers sila kaya lang hindi na ma-contact, cannot be reached na. I couldn't put two and two together kung bakit pagtayo mo, meron kang tinuro na iba na wala sa listahan dito. Pero meron ding ibang, may tumayo kasi doon sa likod One of them, sino ba yun? Yes.
Teddy Sagaral.
Teddy Sagaral. Si Teddy Sagaral nandito eh. It's here, di ba? Inilista mo. Pero yung iba, like for example, yung head ng IAS, yung si Director Estrella, wala naman dito sa listahan. Bakit nagkaiba-iba? Bakit hindi mo sinunod entirely kung anong nasa lista dito at biglang may sumulpot na mga bagong personalities na ngayon, isa-isa namang nagdi-deny na hindi sila kasangkot dito?
Your Honor, kasi nag-base lang din ako sa mga nagte-text sa akin. So, pagka...
Wait. Sinong nagte-text sa inyo? No. Yung tanong ko po, meron kang di ba? Ikaw nagbigay nito may listahan.
Yes po.
Eto nga, iniisa-isa mo sinong tumatanggap ng 20... What is about 27 or 28,000?
27,000.
27,000, pero hindi medyo nag-a-add up. Meron Pangalawang listahan to, kasi the first one was very vague. You gave a second list. At andito per department, or kung sino-sino yung CIIS director, CIIS district, nandito yung mga pangalan. Bakit nung tinanong ka, nung tumayo ka, iba naman yung pinoint out mo? Except for Teddy Sagaral, who is in fact in your list here. But none of the others, hindi namin mababasa dito But you are referring to, for example, IAS. Teddy Sagaral is the director of... sino ba ito? Sa CIIS ba? Sagaral? But ito yung IAS, si Tita Nani yung nasa listahan mo dito, pero yung pinoint out mo si Maestre Campo. Bakit ganun? Why is there a discrepancy between your list and kung sinong pinoint out mo kanina?
Your Honor, nag-base lang din ako doon sa tinext ko na sila daw ang kumukolekta dito sa certain na mga tao na ito. Kaya nung pinatayo ako na kailangan ko raw magturo, itinuro ko po yung
You're a player with the Bureau of Customs.
Yes.
Ilang years ka na?
Your Honor, last year lang ako nag
When did you start?
Mga August po.
Last year?
Yes.
So almost 1 year na?
Yes.
Sa buong taon na to, you have never tried to confirm? Kasi nagbibigay ka ng pera Di ba? Bibigay ka ng pera. Kung sasabihin, kasi si ang tatanggap dito, di ka ba natatakot na baka ginagamit lang yung pangalan ng director na yan at saka magkakaroon ka pa ng problema later on? Tinanggap na yung pera, hindi pa rin lulusot yung kargamento mo kasi pala walang alam yung director tungkol dyan. Di ka ba nagtaka doon? For 1 year?
Your Honor, wala kasing na-alert or anything doon sa mga container ko. Kaya inisip ko na totoo rin siguro ito. Kasi hindi nga na-alert po.
Your Honor.
Excuse me, I'm still... Mr. Chair, may I continue? Because there's an interruption.
May I remind the Director Maestro Campo that you will have your time. We will just wait till the members finish their interpellation and then seek the recognition of the chair, and we will give you that. Yeah, we will discuss that later after the question of Congresswoman Garcia is answered by Mr. Taguba.
So, ang pagkaintindi ko sa sagot mo, kaya ka nga, you did not need to confirm na talagang naitanggap ito ng mga directors concerned, yung mga tinawag mo kanina, kasi nga, hindi ka nagkakaroon ng problema for over a year.
Yes.
Tama ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And in 1 year, ilan na ang shipments mo kaya? Ilan containers na? Could you give an estimate?
Your Honor, I will provide...
Thousands?
Hindi ko sure, Your
Aabot
Honor.
ba ng thousands?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
5,000?
Tinanong ka na niyan last week Sabi mo, i-research mo. Sagutin mo si Deputy Speaker na maayos.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ilan? We were asked na pala this question How many thousands?
Marami na rin po.
Tens of thousands or tens of thousands?
Ang average po kasi sa isang linggo, naka-100 po. Na container.
100.
Container.
So, 100 containers in 1 month, 400 containers.
Yes.
And in 1 year, 4,800. Tama
Yes.
ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
At bawat container, lahat-lahat na yon, 40,000 lang binabayad mo sa
Your
gobyerno?
Honor,
Kasi general merchandise lang, sabi mo, general merchandise lang kayo eh. So 40,000 lang.
hindi naman po siya 40,000 nung pinakasimula.
Mas mababa?
Bumaba lang ng bumaba yung benchmark.
Bumaba ng, magkano pala at first?
Pagkakaalam ko, mataas din po nung simula eh.
Okay.
Nung pagpasok po ni Commissioner, alam ko mataas din po.
And sa lahat ng yon, yung 27,000 lang ang tara? Or ito lang ang maibigay mo as of now? At meron pa? Kaya nga lang, hindi pa lumabas sa questioning.
Kindly wrap up, Congresswoman Garcia.
Opo, meron.
27,000?
Opo.
In 1 day, ilang 27,000 ang binabayad mo?
Your Honor, per week kasi yan eh. Biyernes, kunwari, yan po ang napag-usapan. Doon ko na ibibigay yung pang isang linggo nila.
So
kung ilan na po yung isang linggo ko nun. Ilang container na.
So it's 400 containers times 27,000.
Yes.
Is that distributed? Inisa-isa mo dito eh. So punta ka sa lahat sa kanila. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11 personalities yung ano yung Tagalog niyan? Tinutulunan mo?
Binibigyan.
Yeah.
Yes.
11 personalities yung sinusuhulan mo?
Inaabot.
Every day? Every week?
Yes, Your Honor.
When? Kailan to? What day?
And every Friday po ito.
At what time?
Kung magte-text lang po sila kung kailan sila available. Usually mga hapon na po.
Pumupunta ka sa office nila?
Hindi po. May tao rin akong nag-aabot sa kanila.
Sa office nila?
Depende po eh. Iba-iba po sila eh. Meron silang tao na kukuha ng sobre.
Kukuha from you?
Doon sa tao ko po. Natutusan ko.
So they meet somewhere or binibigay doon sa opisina mismo?
Ngayon po, nag-meet sila somewhere else. Hindi po sa office nila.
Okay. Last question. Can you in all honesty, last to the last and I promise.
Okay.
Can you in
Last to
all
the last.
honesty say, kasi pag incomplete yung testimony mo or you're withholding, sabi nga ni DS Kimbo, pag kulang yung testimony mo, matatanggal yung immunity. So, last chance na itatanong ko lang sana. Yung binigay mo na list, ito at ito na lang ba? Or meron pang hindi mo na ibigay?
Yan na po. Yan na po.
Ito na lang? Are you sure?
Meron po ano lang po eh, hindi naman siya per container. Bale, parang abot-abot lang.
Meron pang iba?
Opo.
Abot-abot lang?
Opo.
Kanino yon?
Yung mga pulis sa customs.
Kalabas na.
Mga abot-abot nga lang po.
Sa Comsen?
Sa Comsen po wala.
Kay Commissioner Faldon?
Wala po.
Wala bang gumamit sa pangalan niya?
Merong
Tulad ni Tita Nani?
merong nagsabi sa akin na ilipat ko raw sa kanya yung Chris Bulastig.
Ano yon?
Yung Chris Bulastig po. Na nag-name drop siya na ako nagko-kolekta para sa office ni Commissioner.
Anong pangalan niya?
Chris Bulastig.
Chris Bulastig.
Opo.
At may naibigay ka na sa kanya?
Wala po. Personal experience, wala po.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman Garcia. Before we proceed, let me acknowledge the presence of Congressman Celso Lobregat, Congressman Francisco Datol Jr., Congresswoman Bernadette Herrera D., Congressman Sherwin Tugna, and Congressman Jerry Treñas. Mark, ano mo lang medyo dapat klaruhin mo dapat bigyan mo kami ng picture, paano yung lagayan, di ba? Paano mo binibigay, ito ba'y cash, ito ba'y cheque, ito ba'y nakalagay sa envelope, yung mga ganong klaseng detalye. Nang sa ganon, magkaroon ng idea sa pagtatanong itong ating mga kasamahan dito. Take note lang yan. The next to ask question is Congressman Batocabe. You are recognized.
Salamat, Mr. Chairman. Bago ako tumuloy sa aking pagtatanong, gusto ko i-follow up ang question ni Deputy Speaker Garcia. Deputy Commissioner Gambala, pwede bang i-print out ninyo sa amin ang entries from January to June 2017 below 60,000 pesos ang duties? Diyan po natin makikita kung sino ang pumasok sa customs. Pwede po ba maibigay, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, sa committee bang to?
Point of clarification, sir, January 2017, sir.
Tama po.
Yes, sir. Up
To June 2017.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
For custom duties paid below 60,000
sir.
pesos.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Commissioner Gambala. Ngayon po, ang tanong ko po ay ganito. Nung simula pong ma-appoint si Commissioner Faldon, napabalita po na pinatawag po ang lahat ng mga customs personnel at doon po siya nagbabala sa lahat ng mga magnanakaw at gumagawa ng kalokohan sa customs na pagbababarilin po niya. Totoo po ba to? Sino po pwede makasagot nito? Totoo po ba to na nasabi po niya yan?
It was televised, I believe, Your Honor.
Totoo po ba? Sino po ang pwede? Deputy Commissioner Gambala, Deputy Commissioner, sino po? Totoo po ba yan?
As for me, I'm not there during that time, sir, when he made that statement, sir.
Yeah, but according to the chairman, it was televised. Okay. Dito po, kanina sa opening remarks ng chair, ang unang-unang sinabi niya dito is that there is no question that illegal drugs in question passed through the BOC. Is this correct? Napalusutan kayo ng illegal drugs. Tama po ba? Batay po sa opening remarks ng chair. Sino po bang pwedeng sumagot? Napalusutan po ba kayo ng illegal na droga sa customs? Si Congressman Acop, gusto niyo sumagot si Congressman Acop? Yes daw, tama.
Sir Speaker, siguro tanongin na isa-isa yung mga Deputy Commissioner.
Okay, Deputy Commissioner Gambala, lahat ng Deputy Commissioner, tatanungin ko po kayo.
As far as our CIS Director's report is concerned, sir, yes, sir.
Sino pa ang Deputy Commissioner?
Deputy Commissioner Karma po.
Napalusutan kayo.
Nasabi na po ni Commissioner Faldon, I think in the previous sessions, that dahil sa kakulangan ng gamit, sigurado nalulusutan po tayo ng drugs.
Ganun din po ba kay Deputy Commissioner sa ibang Unipomuseno?
Yes, Your Honor. Ganun din po ang paniniwala.
So there is no dispute na talagang napalusutan ho tayo ng illegal drugs. Next step, pag napalusutan ka po ng illegal na mga kontrabando, ano po ang ginagawa ng Bureau of Customs? Tanong ko naman sa Deputy Commissioners, ano ang proseso pag napalusutan ka? Una, kontrabando, smuggled items, ano ang ginagawa nila? With respect administratively, doon sa mga empleyado na responsible. O dito na lang po tayo sa napalusutan ng droga. Nagkaroon po ba ng investigasyon mismo na kinonstitute kung sino at alamin kung sino ang responsable sa Bureau of Customs para mapanagot? Deputy Commissioner, kung sino nakakaalam.
Sir, Deputy Commissioner Dibuco po.
Sige po.
Sir, as testified by Collector Maronilla,
his office, I think, is conducting an investigation on this matter.
Was there any formal investigation conducted first, informing the responsible officers of customs of the charges and asking them to explain and giving them the opportunity to be heard? Meron bang tinatawag po tayo ng ganong proseso sa ganitong mga bagay?
So under our bureau, there is an internal investigation division under the CIS that conducts such investigations.
Meron bang investigation? Yes, Director.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes po, sir. Meron pong investigasyon na ginawa, Your Honor.
Nung last time po, nagsabi si Director Hilario ni walang charge sa kanya na binigay, hindi siya binigyan ng preventive suspension, hindi siya pinapaliwanag kung bakit siya ay mananagot. Totoo po ba to?
It appears, Your Honor, no statement was officially submitted by Mr. Attorney Hilario to CIS, Your Honor.
Total, nagsabi ka sa akin ng yes. Bigyan mo po nga ako ng record of the proceeding ng administratibong kaso na pinag-file ninyo sa lahat ng customs officials involved. Pwede ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then pagtingnan po rin namin kung ano ang mga paliwanag ng mga kawani ng customs kung bakit nangyari ito. Pwede ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Ngayon, ang tanong, meron na po ba kayong inistarta ng criminal proceedings dito sa mga liable customs officials?
None yet, Your Honor.
Wala pa po kayong sinusumite sa piskal?
None yet, Your Honor.
Okay. Ang tanong, doon po sa mga importer, meron na po ba kayong kaso?
The NBI is the one investigating those who were involved, Your Honor.
Alam po ninyo, pag ako pinadala ng droga sa airport ng isang kasabay kong pasahero at pag nahuli ng customs, ako po ang kakasuhan, tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Nalusutan, hawak-hawak ang toneladang droga, pero walang kaso.
Your Honor, when we turn over the evidence to the National Bureau of Investigation, Your Honor, what we did was to submit to the NBI all pertinent documents and assist the NBI in the investigation, Your Honor.
Are you aware that you are the one that should enforce custom and tariff laws? And any violation, including the initiation of criminal cases, should be initiated by the Bureau of Customs. Are you aware of that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, definitely, you cannot just clean your hands and give it to the NBI. As far as the CMTP is concerned. Ang tanong ko po, kanina pinag-usapan may mga termino, player, importer, broker. Now tell me, ano ang role ng importer, player, broker under present practice ngayon sa pag-aangkat ng mga goods papasok sa atin, o papasok o palabas?
Bago mo sagutin yan, I'd just like to inform all the members present here in this committee hearing that you are exempted from attending the plenary session today at 4 p.m. because of your presence here, and you will be marked present just for the information of everybody. Director Estrella, your reply, please.
Broker pong sinasabi nila, marami pong klase po ng broker. Meron po yung registered, accredited. Sila po yung pumipirma.
May I just interrupt you? Pwede po ba natin i-limit na lang dito sa transaksyon na to? Dito sa nangyari to. Nandito yung broker, nandito yung consignee, nandito yung player. So, tingnan po natin ang bawat role ng bawat isa.
Yes, Your Honor. Doon po sa sitwasyon na to, it appears na ang signing broker po si Mr. TJ Marceliana. At si Ms. Tatad naman po, siya pong importer. Pero nagtanong-tanong nga po kami at we were informed na na-involve nga dito si Mr. Mark Taguba kay Ms. Helen Tatad. So tinanong po natin siya. At nung tinanong po natin siya, binanggit niya po yung pangalang Kenneth Dong na siya raw pong nagmiddleman ng shipment. So para ho maging fair at hindi ho tayo pagdudahan, we both invited them to report to the National Bureau of Investigation and submit themselves for investigation, Your Honor.
Thank you. Legally, under present processes, ang involved lang po dyan ay ang broker, EMT, si Mr. Marceliana, and EMT, yung consignee. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
At wala itong si Taguba, player.
Wala po, Your Honor.
Tama. Now, pag ikaw importer, does this mean na ikaw ang may-ari ng goods?
Yes, Your Honor.
So in other words, ang may-ari ng goods na to na dumating sa inyo ay EMT. Ito si Ms. Tatad. Tama.
It appears in the document, Your Honor.
Tama. At ang nag-facilitate ng paglabas ay si Mr. Marceliana. Tama.
Tama po, Your Honor.
Kung titingnan mo sa dokumento, pwede mo nang kasuhan. Tama.
My appreciation of the situation at that time, Your Honor, is that we agreed to turn over the investigation to the NBI para po sana hindi mabahira ng pagdududa, Your Honor, if we will make our own recommendation.
Okay, yan ang problema. Ito, pag may smuggled items, pumasok sa inyo, misdeclare, sino ba ang pinoprosecute ninyo? Yung owner, ang importer, tama? O aanapin mo pa kung sino ang real owner?
At that time, Your Honor, we're not yet sure of the information that we gathered. That's why we are still, we submit to the NBI the necessary documents for investigation, Your Honor.
You know, the reason why I'm asking this question, because I want to point out the inherent defects in the customs processes. You know why? Because, you know, the consignee is not the real owner. Ang problema, pag may nakuha kayo ng misdeclaration, sasabihin ng consignee, hindi naman ako may-ari niyan eh, iba ang may-ari. So, ang nangyayari po, hindi nyo nakukuha yung talagang tunay na may-ari, yung big time, tama?
Tama po, Your Honor.
O bakit nangyayari na ang consignee, pinapayagan ninyo maging importer na hindi naman pala siya ang may-ari nung kargamento?
Your Honor, for the past, we've been recommending suspension and cancellation of consignees found to be not the real importers, Your Honor.
Ay, mabuti sinabi mo yan. Kasi tiningnan ko po ang sinasabi nyong effort to curb smuggling and other illegal activities within customs. Alam mo ang ginagawa lang ninyo, nakita ko, doon sa matrix ninyo, blacklisting lang ng importer. But suspension. But there is no accountability. Paano mo masasampulan? Sabi nga ni Commissioner Fildon, pagpapatayin niya, meron na bang namatay? Okay. Meron bang nakasuhang kriminal? Wala ko kayong sinumiti sa amin nakasuhang kriminal.
Sir, may I refer that to the legal service, Your Honor, who's filing the
Yes,
case?
because you submitted to us there is no listing of any consignee or importer that is a respondent in a criminal proceedings. Nothing. Is that true? Can you ask your legal?
Your Honor, there are cases filed against the importers and even
Mr. Chairman,
consignees
may
under
we
the...
ask that he introduce himself? And did he take his oath, Mr. Chair?
He already did earlier, Congressman Tambunting.
Thank you.
He is the... can you please state again your designation and your name again for the benefit of those that are here now?
Yes, Your Honor. I am Director Alvin Ebreo, the Director for Legal Service, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor, and to answer your question, it is a fact that there are cases, criminal cases filed against importers and then brokers, Your Honor.
Yung sinumiti po ninyo may mga comparison pa pero wala hong criminal cases under Commissioner Fildon. Can you now submit to us the actual criminal cases filed against these importers and then the status and what branch of court are they pending? Paki-sumiti po.
We will submit,
Meron
Your
po
Honor.
ba?
There is, Your Honor.
Can you say under oath na meron ka ng kinasuhan na criminal?
Yes, Your Honor.
Saan?
Before the DOJ, Your Honor.
DOJ, may na-file na sa korte?
Based on our records, Your Honor, there are already, the cases were already filed before the proper courts, Your Honor.
And that is the time kay Commissioner Fildon?
Even before the time
No,
of...
no, no. I am asking ngayong time ngayon.
As of now, Your Honor, based on our records, most of the cases, if not all, are still on the preliminary stage, Your Honor, before the DOJ.
Okay, basta you submit to us all cases filed, criminal proceedings at the time of Commissioner Fildon.
We will submit, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, ito po. Yung tunay ho na may-ari ng kargamento, nahahanap po ba ninyo?
Your Honor, our investigation, so far as I know, on the conduct of the investigation of the CIAS, and considering that the only parties accredited by the Bureau are the importers and brokers, there are only the persons that are listed. So these are only the people that we have on our database.
Yes. Pero hindi na tayo maglokohan. Pero itong mga importer na to, hindi naman sila may-ari ng goods, di ba?
It appears, Your Honor, and considering that it has already come out during this hearing that in fact there are other persons behind this registered consignees, Your Honor.
Okay, may I ask the Deputy Commissioner, let's say Deputy Commissioner Gambala, don't you think it's about time that we really regulate the accreditation of importer so that to prevent any Tom, Dick, or Harry to apply as an importer? Dapat talaga sila may-ari ng goods and dapat may accountability. Tama po ba?
Yes, sir.
Don't you think that it should be one of the reforms that should be initiated in the Bureau of Customs?
Yes, sir. It should be.
May I ask the other deputy commissioners? May I ask the other deputy commissioners if they think so?
Your observation is very correct, Your Honor. But actually, as of now, Your Honor, the import entry, there is an undertaking there wherein the broker undertakes that everything stated is true and correct.
So if that is true, why is not Mr. Marceliana not a respondent of any case?
Well, I believe, as stated by the CII's director, there is an investigation.
No. It should be with the Bureau of Customs. But hindi ginagawa ng Bureau of Customs yan. Kayo ang nag-accredit ng broker, kayo nag-accredit ng importer. Dapat ginagawa rin. Hindi naman pwedeng bigyan nyo sa NBI. Ang pagkalam ng NBI sa pro-enforcement of customs law. Sa legal, ba't hindi nyo ginawa yan?
Your Honor, if we are referring to this current case or this smuggling of this particular contraband, we are still in the process of collecting the documents and testimonies in order for us to file the proper charges, Your Honor.
But you are a lawyer. Prima facie parang on its face res ipsa loquitur. Ha? Nandun na ho. Nakapangalan kung sino saan pinapunta yung cargo, sino ang broker, di ba? Under customs law, meron din penalty yung broker.
Precisely, Your Honor.
Okay, pero wala pang ini-initiate na kaso.
We are in the process of...
Okay. So, with respect to the disciplining of personnel, sino po ang in charge yan?
Your Honor, in case of administrative disciplinary matters, usually the normal process is for the CIS to initiate the investigation, and when the proper notice of administrative charge has already been signed by the commissioner and sent to the respondent or the employee, then it will be sent to the legal service for the prosecution, Your Honor, where the employee concerned will be able to air his side also of the case, Your Honor.
Now, in the case at bar, was there any referral to your office from the CIIS?
As of now, Your Honor, there is no official referral from the CIIS, but based on the other reports that we got through the initiative of our personnel, we have drafted the notice of charge, Your Honor.
Thank you. Alam mo ninyo, kaya tinatanong ko po to, kasi maliwanag. Ha? Maganda ang intensyon ni Commissioner Faldon na linisin ang customs. Sinabi nga niya, dalawa ang gagawin niya. Ang opsyon niya, pagbababarilin niya, na asop na wala pang pinagbababaril. So kung walang pinagbababaril, dapat kasuhan administratibo at the very least. Pero as of now, kahit sinasabi mong gusto mong linisin, pero iba naman yung ginagawa. Hindi pa nga nyo sinisimulan ang pagkaso dito sa mga tiwaling opisyal na nagpalusot nito. Di ba? Walang kaso, walang initiate as of now. And then yung proseso po, yung paglagay lang po, sinasabi ko nga, Kung ako po pasahero, may nagpadala sa akin ng bagahe at ako'y nahuli ninyo doon sa airport, ay kahit sabihin ko hindi naman sa akin yung drogang yan, I am sure kakasuhan po ako. Diba? Dito, maliwanag. Sino ang tumanggap? Sino ang nag-facilitate? Sino ang player? At the very least, kasuhan ninyo. And I am sure, siguro sa mga abogado, pag-aaralan ninyo, iba po ang violation ng customs and tariff law sa dangerous drugs. And it can go independently. And yet, customs has not even initiated one case, notwithstanding you have a lot of lawyers, a lot of bright people there that can really, concretize the intention to cleanse the Bureau. Indeed, you are saying you want to cleanse the Bureau, but where is the action? Nothing. I am sorry. In this case, you failed miserably. With that, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much, Congressman Batocabe. Next is Congressman Amado Espino. You're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
To be followed by Congressman Cesar Sarmiento.
Hindi ko alam kung paano ko sisimulan o magtatanong pa ako, hindi na. Dahil baka patigilin ulit ako, Mr. Chairman. Nakakalungkot dahil yung unang hearing natin, itong pangalawa ngayon na inquiry natin, pagkatapos nakikinig din ako doon sa Ways and Means Committee. Isa nakikita ko, Mr. Chairman, wala naman ulit mangyayari dito sa mga investigasyon to. Kaya nakakalungkot. Siguro ang isang maganda lang dito, nangyari ngayong hapon, bagitin ko na itong mga pinaiwanan natin mga players, sana ma-excuse na rin natin sila. Narinig ko lang na wala silang pakialam at narinig ko na hindi sila assigned sa intelligence kasi yun ang mga tanong ng mga kababayan ko na basketball crazy na kasalungay ngayon may tournament doon sa probinsya namin na wala silang pakialam at ako po'y natutuwa ron. Kaya nga po kung pwede, Mr. Chairman, imumove ko nga po na kung pwede, pauwiin na po natin sila. Wala na po silang ginagawa rito. Gusto ko lang pong malaman nila na kami po naniniwala rito na wala po kayong alam sa mga nangyayaring ganito.
Okay. Yung ating mga kasamahan, wala naman na siguro kayong questions para sa ating mga athletes, no? Sa volleyball players, sa basketball players. Tanong ko lang, yung volleyball players, hindi pa kayo natatanong, no? Sino sa inyo ang estudyante? May estudyante ba sa inyo? Doon sa team ng volleyball, walang estudyante doon? O meron na estudyante? Wala? O sige, so... okay, so kung wala na kayong gustong itanong doon sa ating mga... Congressman Biazon, you have any question?
One question lang, Mr. Chairman, kung magtutuloy pa ba kayo doon sa service nyo sa BOC?
Ayun, sino bang spokesman ninyo? Kenneth, kayo ba'y... ang tanong ay kung kayo ba'y magtutuloy pa sa inyong contract of service sa BOC?
Your Honor, depende po sa kay Commissioner kung tutuloy pa.
Okay, sige, thank you. Congressman Espino, you may proceed.
Thank you very much. Pwede na kayong umalis.
Okay, so...
Salamat po.
Mr. Chair, may pinapatanong lang kanina.
Sige,
sa
okay.
isang...
Sige, one question bago natin yan. Sige.
Kay Ginoong Kenneth Doremdes. Ano nga ang pangalan nyo nung... Ano yung moniker ni... Captain Barbell, no? Tama ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yun ang palayaw mo, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pasensya ka na, naabutan ko pa kasi sila Freddy Ubalde, sila Philip Cesar, yan ang mga abit gidabe, yan ang kapanahunan ko, no, ha? Oo. Bernie Pabiosa, partner, ha? May tanong ako, Captain Barbell. Itong si Mark Taguba, kaibigan mo?
Hindi po.
Hindi kayo magkakilala?
Hindi po.
Never mo siya nakasama sa isang tagpuan, sa isang bar?
Never po, never.
Yung mukha niya, hindi mo talagang nakasama kahit isang beses?
Hindi po. Ngayon ko lang po siya nakita dito.
Okay, sige. Maraming salamat. At huling pakiusap ko na lang po, Mr. Chair. Wala naman po kami sama ng loob sa kanila, no? Dahil ginagawa lang po nila, akala nila, hinire sila para maglaro. Pero itong mga ito din po kasi nakakalaban po natin sa basketball. Wala naman po tayong pang-hire ng consultant kung po pwede ho ba pag nakalaban namin ng customs, huwag na sila lumaro. Ha?
Okay,
Pwede ba?
bigay na lang na.
Kasi kung gawin nila uli, patatawag natin sila dito. O di kayo maglaro kayo, pero alam nyo na yung gagawin nyo. Pwede, Marlo? Pwede? Yan. Si Congressman Abu, huwag nyo nang bantayan. 5'3" na nga lang yung tao, binabantayan nyo pa.
Okay, so mukhang wala namang tanong na. So I guess we should excuse the athletes in this hearing.
Maraming salamat ulit, guys.
Unless,
Thank
of
you.
course, na hindi nila alam dati ang trabaho ng Bureau, kung ano bang Bureau of Customs, itong pagdinig natin, nagbibigay sa kanilang kalinawan para maintindihan nila. If they want to stay, they stay. If they want to leave, they can leave.
Okay, so maliwanag naman yung sinabi ni Congressman Sarmiento. Yung aming pakay dito, kung kaya pinatawag namin kayo ay hindi para akusahan kayo, kundi humingi ng kalinawagan doon sa nangyayari ngayon sa Bureau, because we strongly believe na yung pag-hire sa inyo ay violations of certain civil service laws. At gusto naming maintindihan yan dahil ayaw naman namin na ginagamit lang kayo ng kung sino-sino. So yun lamang ang aming gustong iparating. Kung gusto nyo magstay, you are welcome. Enjoy the merienda prepared by our majority leader. Kung pagod na kayo kakaupo dyan, pwede na rin kayo. You are excused.
Kasi Mr. Chair, yung tanong ko has something to do with the function said by the Commissioner with respect to improving the image of the Bureau of Customs.
Oh, yeah.
Pero siyempre, alam naman natin kung ano talaga ang major functions ng Bureau of Customs.
Para lang sa kaalaman ninyo, no, mga atleta, wala ho sa business ng pagpapapogi ang Bureau of Customs. Ang kanilang mandato ay mangolekta ng buwis. So kung kayo po ay sinasabihan na para gumawa po ang imahe ng Bureau, para gumawa po ho yun, hindi na kailangan ng basketball player. Mangolekta lang sila ng tama. Gagwapo na ho yung mga yan. Kaya yun lamang ang gusto natin ipaalam para lang naiintindihan natin yung nangyayari. So okay, so we will proceed now with the interpellations and our athletes are now excused.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gaya na sinabi ko po kanina, na pong narinig natin, pinakahuli nga po si Congressman Batocabi kanina, na nabanggit niya na wala pa na-charge kung sino nag-import, kung sino ang broker, kundi ang nandito lang sa atin si Mr. Taguban na sa tingin ko, ang papel niya ay siya itong facilitator or siya ang consignee, whatever. Kaya ko po rin kanina tinatanong yung 250,000 na ano kasi yung 250,000 yung po ang pinakamaliit na binabayaran namin magkakaibigan pag may ni-import po kami. Dahil dumadaan po kami lahat sa broker o kaya consignee o pa sila whatever. Tawag. Kaya kung may isang kinabuti itong pandinig natin itong hapon na to, siguro para mapadali sa ating mga importers kung paano sila mag-import na hindi dadaan kung sino-sino. At kagaya nung pinakahuling import po namin, dumaan po kami, 400 po ang binayad bawat container dahil dadan daw po sa red lane. Parang ganun po yan. Kaya ganun po kahirap sa ating mga importer, sa ating mga kababayan ito. At gusto ko rin tanong sana, pero kung tanong kay Deputy Commissioner Gambala, kailan yung nag-kodita kayo, yung sa Magdalo? Anong year yun?
It's July 2003, sir.
2003. Nagka-imbestiga tayo rito doon sa aking committee noon na chairman, 2003 din, tama?
Yes, sir.
At tinanong ko sa inyo, what is the cause of the kodita? Tama po ba?
Yes, sir.
Ang sagot ninyo tungkol saan? Bakit kayo nagkodita?
It's a cry against corruption, sir.
Guys, against corruption. Kaya sabi ko sa inyo noon, ako'y humahanga sa inyong idealism, pero sana ginawa nyo sa tamang paraan. Tama ba?
Yes, sir.
Hanggang ngayon, hinangaan ko pa rin yung ginawa nyo yun. At yung naging sanhi, sa palagay ko, ng pagpakamatay ng isa nating upper class. Tama ba yan?
I'll find out, sir.
Palagay mo?
Partly, sir.
Salamat. So, ngayon I have very high hopes dahil doon sa Pangasinan, yung 15% ng nagkukonsumo ng onions dito sa buong Pilipinas ay galing doon sa aking bayan, sa Karatig Bayan. At tuwing may bumaba ang presyo na in-encourage namin ang aming kababayan na magtanim ng sibuyas, ay lugi na katakot-takot dahil may mga smuggling daw ng sibuyas. Sa amin, parokyal na interest namin yon. Kaya ako'y, nung naupo kayo dyan, ng mga underclass ko, karamihan, natutuwa ako dahil nung nag-create pa kayo ng inyong command center, dahil ako'y naniniwala ng pinakamagaling pa rin command structure ay yung binubuo ng mga militar. Akala ko mag-i-improve sa customs. Hindi rin. Dahil sabi nga nag-i-import pa rin kami, ganun pa rin ang hirap, humirap pa ngayon, tuloy pa rin ang smuggling ng sibuyas, nadagdagan pa pati smuggling ng mga meat, smuggling ng mga chickens. So, Mr. Chairman, kasama kitang author din noon ng Dangerous Drugs Act of 2002, very high din ang expectation ko, lalo nung po si President Duterte. Inilagay yung isang magaling na underclass ko, na alam kong siyang pinakamalapit yata kay President Duterte, si Mr. La Peña, na akala ko siya maging Defense Secretary, pero nilagay sa drugs, kaya alam ko ng interest nila nasa drugs. I am so low moral kasi ngayon pa mangyari na dito sa panahon ninyo, kayong nasa customs, diyan pa magkakaroon ng pinakamalaking drug bust na walang na-charge. Karoon din ang NBI, marapang hopes ko rin na sana nabago na rin, Mr. Chairman, ang ng NBI kasi alam niyo po, bago eleksyon ng 2013, na-charge po ako ng murder ng witness ng mga taga-NBI. Alam ko yung matagal na sa NBI, alam po nila siguro to. Nang witness nila isang 13-year-old boy. Nakasama ko raw siya nung inorderan kong patayin yung mayor doon sa At nagpaimbestiga po nito, presidente mismo ng Pilipinas. Dahil malapit sa kanya yung kalaban ko sa pagka-gobernador sa Pangasinan. So I am sad, sabi nga kanina habang pinapanood ko rito mga proceedings natin kayo nakaraan. Kasi sa akin as an investigator, as an operator before of anti-narcotics, sa mga hindi po nakakaalam, graduate din po ako ng DEA school doon po sa Glencoe, Georgia. Ewan ko kailan kami, pero alam ko ako lang po noon napunta roon. At alam ko po kung ano ang hirap namin, kung paano sugpuin ang drugs sa Pilipinas. Ang record ko po nandun sa Clark, nandun po sa Subic, nandun po sa Angeles, sa Olongapo, sa Central Luzon, Northern Luzon at Metro Manila. Anyway, binabagit ko lang po yun, lagi kong premise kung gaano po ang epekto nitong mga ginagawa nating proceedings na to. And I'm very sad, gentlemen, that this is happening. Because as an investigator, as an operator, as an intelligence officer, I think these operations had been done purposely to fail. And in fact, I told the NBI and the PDEA, magsabi kayo doon sa open investigation doon kung anong pakiramdam niyo dahil I think kuha po ang customs dito dahil nakahuli sila. Sa palagay niyo ba magpaprosper yung pinal niyong kaso? Sabi ko sa inyo. And by experience, I'm saying now, na-dismiss siya mga kasong ipapile ninyo. Siguro naman yung mga abogadong nandito, naniniwala sa akin sinasabi. Anyway, kung may kabubuti man, Mr. Chairman, sana nga, investigasyon na to. Yung po sana ang organization siguro ng Bureau of Customs, yung sistema ng Bureau of Customs na kanina sinabi ng Chief of Staff na wala sa plantilla na hindi government employee pero pumipirma ng mga papeles ng customs na tumawag pa sa ating speaker ng imbisil. I could just imagine the kind of arrogance prevailing in Bureau of Customs na wala pala silang mga plantilla positions na na-occupy ng mula Hunyo hanggang September according to their Chief of Staff. Hindi po ba nakakalungkot yun, Mr. Chairman? Kung mayroon po sana siguro nga nating mabago dahil po napaka-importante ng Bureau of Customs, PDEA at NBI. Siguro po yun lang po ang mabago natin. Dito po kasi sa mga hindi nakakaalam, lalo itong mga players natin, ito pong investigasyon ito hindi po para maghanap kung sino may kasalanan o hindi. Kundi po gumawa po ng batas para pawasto itong ating mga ahensya. At nakita na niyo po rito sa mga tanungan lang kanina, kung ano po ang lumabas, kung anong may customs mayroon tayo. Meron tayong pumipirma ng mga daily time record po ng ating mga tao na hindi naman pala membro ng gobyerno. Abogada pa naman, top-notcher pa naman. At sabi nga po ng isang kasama natin, napakaganda pa. Well, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, yun lang po aking masasabi, Mr. Chairman. Sana po nga may paratingan itong investigasyon na to. Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat.
Thank you, Congressman Espino. Before we proceed, no, information lang. I don't know if we can, maybe we can validate this, no. Ito daw si Richard Chen ay may kapatid na isang inmate sa Bilibid. Ang pangalan ay Chen Tao Yu. No, ang kaso niya ay droga rin. So itong Richard Chen, alias Richard Tan, alias Chen Julong, ay may kapatid daw na nakakulong sa National Bilibid na ang kaso ay droga rin. So paki-verify nga ito at gusto nating maano to. And there are also apprehended precursors in the Bureau of Customs that has been sitting there for several years at hindi pa tiniturn over sa PIDEA. So maybe we'd like to ask the Customs to submit to this committee a list of all those containers or barrels or whatever it is na merong lamang droga o precursor na nahuli in all this brouhaha, you know, honorable members, I'm surprised why the anti-illegal drugs task force is very silent, no? Can we ask him to sit down here, please? Sino bang hepe ng anti-illegal drugs task force dito? Ikaw si... Can you please join us here? Ang pinag-uusapan ay droga. Ikaw ay nasa likod. At itong ating mga nandito sa harapan hindi makasagot. It is very clear also that in the beginning, when we asked the CIIS Director Estrella, whether he has coordinated his actions with the anti-illegal drugs task force, he candidly said no. He did not. Instead, he coordinated with NBI instead of PIDEA and the Anti-Illegal Drugs Task Force. We need your presence there, Lieutenant Andrade. Diyan ka lang, ha? Nag-oath ka na, no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So we now proceed with the interpellation. The next to interpellate is Congressman Cesar Sarmiento.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Pasakali lang po, again, ang function po ng Bureau of Customs, threefold. Major function, revenue generation, facilitation of trade, and anti-smuggling efforts. Pero sa dami po ng volume of shipment, so gumagawa tayo ng mga sistema para ma-facilitate yung trade. But we have to balance the trade facilitation aspect sa anti-smuggling efforts. Too much focus on trade facilitation would lead to the entry of anti-social goods like drugs, yung mga garlic. Kaya nag-iisip po tayo ng mga system para mapabilis. So what does this mean? We have to intensify and strengthen our intelligence effort. Okay? Kaya sa trade facilitation, nandiyan yung OLRS, EPRS, and selectivity system. And even we have the procedure on accreditation. Okay? Kaya ang barometer ng good performance ng Bureau of Customs would be to surpass the revenue target assigned to the Bureau of Customs. Am I correct? Especially so now, we are in the process of deliberating our budget. Sinabmit na sa atin 3.7 trillion to fund our various projects of the government. But how can we do that if the second revenue generating agency will fall short of their collection? Kaya ang barometer is revenue generation. If you are able to surpass your revenue target, good image ka sa tao. sikat ka. No need. Umalis na yung mga players. Hindi na kailangan yung tulong ng mga players. Pero if there are anomalies left and right, hounding the agency, ay talagang sasayad po ang imahen ng Bureau of Customs. Kahit si Marian de la Riva, Pia Wurzbach, or kung sino pa ang kailangan nyo para ma-boost ang image nyo, no amount of endorsers to boost the image of will be futile. Now, sa accreditation process, kahit trade facilitation, we want to ensure that the importers are legitimate. But before one can import, nandyan po ang AMO. Now, sila po ang nagbibigay ng accreditation. May I know from AMO, Attorney Grace, gaano ba kalaki of volume of application for accreditation? Bilisan po natin, maraming take up PR image, accreditation, lanes, benchmarking, RMO, chain of command, and CHEN.
Your Honor, nasa restroom lang po si Attorney Malapit.
Sinong assistant ni Attorney Grace?
Wala po siyang kasamang assistant.
Okay.
Patawag lang po namin.
Kasi may mga volume of application and you also deny application for accreditation. Tatanong ko sana kung ano mga basis for the denial. Now, punta tayo doon sa kay EMT. Alam naman ho natin, si EMT is sole proprietor, new importer. Ano bang ginagawa sa pag-accredit? ICC would only be sufficient. I'm sure there's so many documents being required for one to be accredited as an importer. You just, hindi nyo ba tinitingnan yung opisina? You don't conduct ocular inspection? Who can answer? Kasi if you have conducted ocular inspection on the office of EMT, titingnan yung office complement, kung maganda, because you'll be able to judge whether or not an importer is legitimate. Grace, ang tanong ko po, ano ang volume of application nyo on a monthly basis?
Good afternoon po, sir. Sir, Your Honor, yung...
accreditation, importer.
On a daily basis po, Your Honor, we receive 60 to 70 applications.
So, madami po yan. But of course, it doesn't mean pag nag-apply, approve. May mga denial kayo, di ba?
Sa ngayon po, Your Honor, na bago na po yung procedure, we primarily depend, we heavily rely on the BIR ICC, Your Honor, yung tinatawag po na...
BIR?
Yes, sir, yung Importer's Clearance Certificate.
Well, I think medyo may weakness tayo dyan kaya nalulusutan tayo Kung nalusutan ng BIR, dapat pagdating sa inyo, vigilant tayo. Bakit nakalusot ang EMT sa BIR considering that EMT has admitted that consignee for hire lang siya. But ang pagkaalam ko, during my time, I joined the Bureau in 1987, I left in 1998 serving 4 commissioners, Padilla, General Mison, Tomas Apacible, former congressman, and Commissioner Paraino. And at that time, before one is accredited, tinitingnan po, nililitratuhan. Of course, nasusuhulan din. Hindi nyo po ginagawa yung inspection?
Your Honor, the ocular inspection requirement was taken by the BIR. It is now anchored, it is now subsumed dun sa kanilang tax mapping function, Your Honor.
Well, okay, but again, ang mga consignee magagaling yan Inadmit niya nga, so nagpapagamit. So probably, Mr. Chair, we could take a look again at the accreditation process of importer. Even if it has been covered by tax mapping by BIR, and I think ang Bureau of Customs should be more vigilant in seeing to it that when they import, they are really legitimate importers. Number 2, yung sa lane po, sa lane, napaka-importante, related to sa RMO, may mga parameters dyan. A total of 652 entries, 532 went to green lane, 9 red, and 111 yellow. Understandably, maraming green lane because of the confession made by Mark Tuguba. Even may checkpoint, kung may checkpoint yan, hindi yan makakalusot. Dahil po sa familiarity and sa suhol, yung checkpoint nakataas kaya mabilis. Now, my question is, Green Lane leaves the premises without the cargo's containers being opened. Tama? Tama? DEPCOM Gambala. Pag Green Lane, no opening of containers.
Yes, sir.
Pag na-route or na-tag as red lane, open for inspection.
Inspection or X-ray, sir. Intrusive or non-intrusive, sir.
Now, may we know kung what had been done dun sa 9 na shipments? Open physical inspection or non-intrusive inspection?
It was examined, sir.
It was open?
Yes, sir.
Could you please submit to us the results of your inspection, whether or not there was discrepancy?
Yes, sir. I'll
And
get the data, sir.
may proseso yan before
Yes,
the
sir.
container is being opened. A-apply kayo sa arrastre.
Yes, sir.
All of these things,
Yes,
submit nyo sa amin.
Yes, sir.
And the outcome,
Yes, sir.
may discrepancy ba o wala? Bakit na red lane yan?
Yes,
Okay? Okay, we go to benchmarking. May I know from DEPCOM, Gambala, what is the basis of our assessing the duties and taxes? What kind of valuation are we following?
It's not under my group, sir, the
Kanino?
valuation, sir.
Dibuko.
Yes,
Dibuko,
sir.
please answer me.
Yes, Your Honor.
What kind of valuation are we using in computing the correct duties and taxes?
The number one method of valuation, Your Honor, is the transaction value method, Your Honor, wherein the transaction price is the basis for computing.
Based on invoice, right?
Yes, based on invoice, Your Honor.
Why, do we have other valuation being resorted to by customs in collecting duties and taxes?
Yes, Your Honor, the similar value method. And
Ano yun?
The similar value of goods method, Your Honor, and the identical.
Yung benchmarking, mabilanggit ka?
Wala pa akong nabanggit. Actually, Your Honor, as I have said before, yung benchmarking, hindi po allowed dyan. That's why we are using the transaction value method. If I can explain, Your Honor, please.
Ay, hindi na.
Yes,
Kasi yung mga lumusot na kargamento ng EMT, saan duman yun? Di ba benchmarking, 40,000 pesos? General merchandise?
Well, Your Honor, support po kasi dumaan yun, Your Honor. But as I asked Director Maestro Campo, it was at 40, Your Honor. If you remember, it was referred to by Mr. Hilario for computation, for value verification. And it was 40,000 because it was covered by AFTA, Your Honor. Actually, only duties, only VAT were paid, but value-added tax, not new duties anymore.
General margin, ito bang yung AFTA, yung preferential treatment?
Yes, Your Honor.
To avail of low tariff rates?
Yes, Your Honor, because...
Why? General merchandise ba? Covered to ng AFTA? General merchandise ito.
Pag meron siyang certificate of origin, Your Honor.
But again, when a shipment is subjected to yellow lane, because one is availing of the AFTA, they are subjected to review of documents.
Yes, Your Honor.
So even if they have submitted a certificate to support its claim for preferential treatment, dapat maging vigilant kayo. You have to consider not only one shipment, but you have to consider previous shipments.
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, Your Honor, as of now...
ano mo na lang, nagmamadali ako, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Chair, may mga assigned target tayo. Definitely, big companies, legitimate importers, are not subjected to benchwarming. They are based, their shipments are assessed based on transaction value. May I know who are those who can avail of benchwarming? Benchmarking? Sino ang malis na kasi. Sino-sino po, what kind of shipments that can qualify for benchmarking na 40,000 lang ang binabayad?
Hindi, as I have said, Your Honor, hindi po kami...
Then who is the right person who could answer? Kasi if we're going to get from the record, mas marami yung shipment na dumaan sa benchmarking system. My point is, Mr. Chair, may assigned targets po ang Bureau of Customs. If they will follow strictly the transaction value, they will be able to meet their targets. But for last year, na-meet nyo ba yung target ninyo?
No, Your Honor, but we were 97-something %, Your Honor.
But again, Mr. Chair, we have to revisit the practice of the Bureau of Customs, itong benchmarking na 40,000. Kasi ang practice po ngayon, pagkakaalam ko, maraming magtatanong sa Binondo kung sinong gusto mag-import. Pag nagtanong na ganito, paparating ko, ang bayad 40,000. Tapos, nawili, hindi alam ni Mark Taguba na ang dumating pala, ang may laman ay kakaiba, mas mahal pa. Because if we are going to subject these shipments to rigid inspection, considering that the importer is just a newly accredited importer, definitely we could collect more. Ang nangyari po, because of the benchwarming, there is allowance for some tara, mas malaki pa yung tara compared to the customs and duties collected. So, Mr. Chairman, we encourage them to revisit. Nalulugi po ang gobyerno. Okay. Chain of command. Naging amo ko po si Commissioner Paraino. Nung pumasok si Commissioner Paraino, wala po siyang ginalaw na organic personnel. So, we were given assignment dahil may trust and confidence. Because ang sabi ni Commissioner Paraino, lalagay ako ng bago, mag-aaral pa, at prone to, yung learning curve matagal pa. So, if we commit a mistake, the commissioner resorted to waiting for us to self-destruct, for him to give the reason to kick us out. But in this case, may mga organic personnel, mga matataas dyan, si Deputy Commissioner Nepomuceno, Raval, organic personnel yan, and yet nababay pa sila because of the new officers brought in by the commissioner without trust and confidence being reposed sa organic. So dapat mabago po ito, sayang. Okay? Number 3, yung unfilled position. Narinig ko sa tanong ni DS Abu na more than 50% ay unfilled. Am I correct, OIC Torres? Yes? Ang pagkaalam ko, funded yan, pero unfilled. What happens now if at the end of the year, may savings? Hindi ko alam kung saan gagamitin. But, parang nabasa ko, if it remains unfilled for quite a time, i-collapse yung position. Why? Hindi naman kailangan hindi naman pinupunuan So again, Mr. Chair, we have to look into this carefully, the matter of unfilled positions for so many years. Okay? Then, RMO. Sa RMO po, is a creation of an executive order. Tama pa, Deputy Speaker Garin? Executive Order 836, signed by the President. What is the force in effect of this executive order? It has the force in effect of a law. Diba? Now, here comes the creation of a command center. Dahil ito po, napaka-importante ng role ng RMO. Dito po, malalaman talagang mag-green lane or red lane or kung sinong huhulihin. But because of the passage of Customs Special Order dated September 6, 2016, ang naging powerful is COMCEN over RMO. Now, may I read the pertinent portion of the executive order giving importance to the role of Deputy Commissioner for Intelligence Group. The Deputy Commissioner of the Intelligence Group, in his capacity as manager of the RMO, may recommend to the Commissioner of Customs new policies and organizational improvements to the RMO to increase its efficiency. So, mukhang na-diluted na. Ito na ang nag-take over na yung COMCEN. And Section 7, oversight function of the Office of the President over the RMO. The office shall submit a quarterly report of its work program and accomplishment to the Secretary of Finance and the Office of the President. May we know from the Bureau of Customs whether they are in compliance with this particular provision, giving a quarterly report. May I know from the Deputy Commissioner for Intelligence?
Mr. Chairman, as far as I know, no report has been submitted by for that particular.
So in other words, the Bureau of Customs is in clear violation. They are not following the executive order signed by the President. So, Mr. Chair, yan lang po ang aking mga observations. Sana I did not ask individual questions. Sana they have taken note of my observations. One coming from the Bureau of Customs, who worked for 11 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Congressman Sarmiento.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Congressman Zarate.
just an inquiry, Mr. Chair. Ang dami na ho kasi nating narinig sa several hearings. Ano? May I just inquire, Mr. Chair, if the committee intends to conduct an ocular inspection on this matter, Mr. Chair, doon ho sa area kung saan itong 6 na o 5 container vans are now being secured. Doon ho sa issue na meron pang mga container vans na hindi na buksan that apparently contains questionable or misdeclared items including possible drugs. So, yun ho ang inquiry ko, Mr. Chair.
For the information of Congressman Zarate, wala pa hong nag-move na tayo'y pumunta, no? Ang committee ay pumunta doon sa Bureau of Customs to conduct an ocular inspection. However, if it is the pleasure of the body, the chair would like to hear a motion.
In that case, Mr. Chair, may I move that the committee, possibly in cooperation also with the Ways and Means Committee, to conduct a joint ocular inspection, especially in the Bureau of Customs as well as in the areas where the 5 crates that contain drugs, the shabu, will be inspected, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion that the committee, together with the members of the Committee on Ways and Means, conduct an ocular inspection on the...
Mr. Chair, before we proceed with the motion, if I may just make a manifestation and a follow-up with regards to what we asked from the last time during our executive session. If I may,
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
yes, you may.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as I believe we asked the NBI, it is also connected with this before we make any visits to their area, to the BOC. We asked the NBI last executive session if they could give us a copy of the investigations they've done with consideration to what we are hearing today in connection to the crates that have appeared or they have taken into evidence, and the other crates or the other packages that were imported at the same time with regard to the said crates, Mr. Chair. And if the BOC can also forward us the manifest na mga kasabay ng mga crates na aforementioned, Mr. Chair.
BOC, narinig nyo yung sinabi ni Congressman Velarde? Okay, let me repeat it. No? Congressman Velarde is requesting the BOC...
Just the NBI, Mr. Chair.
And the NBI to submit...
the investigation, last meeting, our executive session, Mr. Chair, we requested the NBI to forward us the list or investigations done with, which is connected with the certain 6 crates that we are having this hearing for, Mr. Chair. Because I believe there are also other crates that or packages that were delivered at the same time and we do not know where they are. So we are asking also, in connection with that also, if the BOC can be give
Are we
to give that.
referring to the seized items?
To the seized items,
Your Honor?
Mr. Chair. And also, kung ano yung mga nakasabay nung seized items na yun. Of course, hindi lang naman yung 6 na yun ng mga kasabay na pumasok o dumating, hindi po ba?
So we will ask the BOC to submit as well.
BOC as well.
The documents pertaining to the other.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Other shipments.
And what
or
they have
entries,
done. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Nakasama doon sa shipment na nahuli. Did I get it right?
Yung kasama dun sa shipment na yun na hindi na nakasama sa na-mention na recovered goods, Mr. Chair.
Okay, NBI, did you get it?
Your Honor, are you referring to the packing list po? We have a copy of the packing list for
Kasama yung, hindi yung packing list lang nung anim na minention natin, yung mga kasabay na mga items, yung mga kasabay na mga pinasok nung anim na crates.
So in other words, the committee, you are required to submit to the committee the list of items in the same container where that crate of shabu was
In the same
found.
container or the same, if I should say, billing of ladings na kasama nung
Okay,
mga
just submit to
na
this
items na-
committee all the pertinent documents relative to that particular shipment where that shabu was found, okay? Okay. Director.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, kasabay po yung mga ibang container, yung mga kasabay niya mismo na pumasok during that time. Kasabay nung said na mga ano na yun, na mga items yan.
Sorry.
Kasi, Mr. Chair, alam ko importante din po yun dahil hindi na lang naman natin masasabi na baka eto lang ba yun o meron pa ba ibang nakasabay doon na hindi na natin bigyan pansin? And kung ano ba ang nagawang aksyon ng BOC at nagawang aksyon ng NBI tungkol dito sa mga bagay nito. It may be late at this time, but at least we should know kung ano ba ang nagawa ng BOC at ng NBI dito sa mga ito.
Okay, please provide us with that document, BOC and NBI. Director.
Mr. Chair, as a reply to the query of the good congressman, as I understand it, the 4 crates containing 500 kilos of shabu were the ones turned over to us by the Bureau of Customs. Insofar as the other things are concerned, contained in the container, I think the Bureau of Customs in a better position to submit to you.
If I may,
But
Mr. Chair.
insofar as what were transmitted to us, we have a copy of that because it's under the custody of our forensic chemistry division, and I believe it was already examined, and we can submit a report on that.
If I may, Mr. Chair, just for the clarification, kasi the last time si Attorney, may I know your, Attorney Nolasco, when we were asking during the executive session, we were asking kung yung mga investigasyon o inimbestigahan ba nila ng mga ibang kasama na mga items na sumabay sa pagpasok nitong mga aforementioned crates. So these are the things that we were asking them during our executive session, and I was hoping that we will be given those items as they said they would be giving us. Unfortunately, I see none here in our desks, Mr. Chair.
Your Honor, we have a copy of the packing list for MCLU 600-1881, and then we also have the copies of the packing list for the containers that were containing shipments that were delivered to the address 3050 F. Bautista Street.
Only for that station. What about the rest nakasabay netong mga items na to? Yun nga yung sinasabi ko na BOC should also forward us the listing, yung complete listing. Kasi kung hindi nyo matitingnan yung mga ibang crates na yon, I think marami na rin, it could be possible na marami na rin nakakalat na kung ano man droga, kung meron man droga yung mga yon, kung hindi na-imbestigan o na-follow yung mga yon. Ano?
Okay. Sige. Your Honor, the last time that we discussed the issue was during the committee hearing of the Committee on Ways and Means, and in that hearing, there was an information where 18 crates are still missing.
They were mentioned during the Ways and Means.
And what we wanted to ask from the BOC and the NBI are documents pertaining to that shipment where that 5 crates belong. Tama ba ako?
Kung saan kasama yon,
Kung
Mr.
saan
Chair.
kasama yun. So in other words, packing list ang kailangan.
Kasama yung billing of
Bill
lading
of
nga ba ang
lading,
tawag?
packing list, all
Oh.
other pertinent documents related to that particular
And if
shipment.
they can also submit, Mr. Chair, yung mga kasabay na containers na dumating. Kahit mahaba yun, Mr. Chair, I think importante yun sa investigation natin dahil hindi natin alam kung mayroon pang ibang nakalusot sa ibang shipment na kasabay nito, Mr.
So
Chair.
please, BOC, please comply. Okay? There is a motion that...
Yes, Mr. Chair, may I reiterate my motion?
Please reiterate your motion.
To conduct a joint ocular inspection with the Committee on Ways and Means on the subject matter of this inquiry, Mr. Chair.
Okay, there is a motion to conduct an ocular inspection by the Committee on Dangerous Drugs as well as the Committee on Ways and Means.
Mr. Chairman.
Congressman Biason, if it's an amendment
related to this.
in relation to the motion, yes, please.
Yes, in relation to the motion, may we be clarified as to what specific area are we going to do an ocular inspection?
Okay. The movement of the motion specified that we should conduct an ocular inspection on the seized containers, crates containing the shabu. So that is in the possession of the NBI for the 505 kilos, and the 100 kilos is in the possession of the PIDEA. So am I correct, Congressman Zarate?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
And in fact, if there are still containers or crates in the possession of the BOC, then we might as well also go to the Bureau of Customs, Mr. Chair.
Okay, does that satisfy the good Congressman? Okay, so there is a motion and duly seconded. Do I hear any objections? Hearing none, the motion to conduct a joint ocular inspection on the apprehended or seized containers containing shabu is hereby approved. Okay, so we proceed now with I see Director Villanueva raising his hands, and then Director Estrella. Director Villanueva.
Your Honor, the 100 kilos of shabu was already in the, it's in the custody of PIDEA, but we need a court order, Your Honor, for the conduct of ocular inspection, Your Honor.
Thank you for that information. So the committee will ask for a court order in order for us to be allowed to conduct the ocular inspection. And I guess that goes the same with the NBI, no? We need to secure a court order. Am I correct? Okay, so thank you. We now proceed with the interpellation. The next to interpellate is Congressman Rodante Marcoleta. I'm sorry. Before Congressman Marcoleta, I promise that I will recognize Director Estrella. You're recognized, Director Estrella.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, just want to share an information that as regards to the question of the discrepancy between the 23 molds and the 5 molds that was raised in the committee hearing of the Ways and Means, may I refer you to the NBI because I think they already have an answer to that discrepancy, Your Honor.
NBI, do you have an answer to that? Yung nawawala daw na 18 crates?
Yes, Your Honor. Because yung pong mga facilitators, si Mr. Kenneth Dong and then si Mr. Manili, nagsubmit muna po kasi sila ng mga respective statements nila. Ang nangyari po, yun doon po sa packing list na pinadala po kay Manili, yung po kasing packing list na iyon, meron pong 14 line items. And then ito pong si Mr. Manili po, ang ginawa po niya is tinrim down po niya into 5 items po bago ko pinadala kay Kenneth Dong. Meron po kasi silang exchanges so ng text messages na naka-attach po doon sa statements nila.
So in other words, hindi nawawala yung 18? Is that what you're saying?
Hindi po dineklara yung 5 crates po.
hindi po diniklara. Yun po kasi ay printing cylinder daw po yun. And then hindi po nakadeclare doon po sa final packing list po. So yung final packing list po na pinipresenta po sa Bureau of Customs, 4 items lang po iyon. Hindi po kasama doon yung printing cylinders.
I guess you have to submit to the committee all those documents para matingnan namin at ma-scrutinize namin. Any tips na may laman din na shabu yun? Meron ba kayo natanggap na ganon? Director Estrella, NBI, meron ba kayo natanggap?
Mr.
Sir,
Chairman.
Yes,
Sir,
Director
what I
Estrella.
understand to the explanation of NBI is that yung pong original packing list, sir, na hawak po nila ngayon yung dokumento is different from the document that was earlier presented to us. Meaning, the original po talaga na packing list, there are 5 that was declared and not 23, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chair, we want...
Congressman Sarmiento.
We just want to be clarified kasi in due respect to the NBI, during the process of your investigation, maliwanag naman kanina, upon the interpellation of the good majority leader, ang dami po natin lapses. Ngayon, andito na naman tayo. So, ang hingin natin mo, Mr. Chairman, is the manifest, the original bill of lading, na natanggap po ng custom. Kasi maliwanag, sinasabi po ron, may 23 cases kasama doon sa isang van. Doon, 5 lang po ang naibaba. Asaan po yung 18? Yan po natatanggap natin. Yun lang sana, Mr. Chairman. Kaya siguro si colleague natin rito, Congressman Velarde, yan rin ang hinahanap niya ata.
Precisely, Mr. Chair. Dahil
Kaya
gusto natin
sabi,
malaman.
Pati yung chairman po natin sa Ways and Means, yan pong hinahanap natin kanina pa. Sana naman in due diligence this time by the NBI, masagot po natin kasi ulitin natin sa 5 kahon lang po, this is already 605 kilos. Valued at 6.5 billion. Asaan po ang 18 kung talagang nakalusot yan? Yan po hindi natin masagot, Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Chair,
Now, it was pegged at somewhere 22 billion pesos, Mr. Chairman. Yan lang po. Sana masagot po ninyo ito.
Ayun, napakalaking discrepancy. If indeed these 18 containers or missing crates contain shabu, 22 billion daw po yung aming computation dyan. So talagang malaking tanong ayan sa isipan ng ating mga kasamahan dito sa Kongreso. So, you want to say something, Director?
Yes, Your Honor. As I understand it, when Director Estrella called the NBI, and when the NBI came to the scene, there was already a container, a cylinder opened. And the container van was no longer on site. So it was already unloaded. So it is hard for the NBI to determine where are the other things that were contained in the container because they were not present when the container was there.
You see, that's the problem. You see, binuksan nyo yung container in the absence of NBI, PIDEA, and all the rest. Binuksan nyo as BOC, as CIIS. So that now has a lot of question in the minds of our members. You see, that's the point that we're driving at.
Yes, Mr. Chair. if I
And
may.
yes,
Precisely the point, Mr. Chair, why we're asking for their documentation and what they have done, their report on what they have done with the container in question and the other items in question, Mr. Chair. Kung maaari, masabit na nila as soon as possible.
So BOC and NBI, please provide us with the documents that we need, okay? So we now proceed with the interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The next to interpellate is Congressman Marcoleta. You're recognized, Congressman Marcoleta.
Mr. Chairman, Mga ilang paglilinaw lang po. Dami po ng mga nagtanong eh. Nasaan po ba si Mr. Taguba? Doon ka, oh. Mr. Taguba, sino po ba ang employer nyo?
Wala naman po akong hindi naman po ako employee.
Kanino po kayo nagtatrabaho? Yun po yung tanong.
Meron po ako mga kliyente. Marami po akong kliyente na nagtatanong kung kaya kong magparating ng mga ganitong item.
Dito sa mga pinag-uusapan, sinong tao ang kausap mo? Yun ang ibig ko sabihin sa employer.
Dito po, si Kenneth Dong po ang kliyente ko.
Siya ba yung nagbibigay sa iyo ng ito, sarili mong estimate to 158,000 pesos na ibinibigay mo bilang tara, pambayad sa shipping, arastre, at saka yung tax? Sa kanya mo ba kinukuha itong perang to?
Opo, nagsabi ako sa kanya, ito yung gastos natin. Pwede ba tayo mag-deposit para pa-facilitate ng container?
Siya ba yung importer?
Ang alam ko po, siya po yung importer dahil di ko naman po noong una kilala si Richard Tan.
Alam mo, napakahirap kasing maniwala na sa laki ng perang naibibigay mo sa bawat containers. Isipin mo, ikaw nang nagsabi, 100 containers per week. Ang ibig sabihin noon, 400 containers per month.
Yes,
Pagkatapos hindi mo masabi kung sino yung talagang taong kausap mo para i-facilitate itong napakaraming containers na to.
Your Honor, iba-iba nga po ang kliyente ko.
Dito nga sa pinag-uusapan natin, sino ang direktang kausap mo? Kasi ang sinasabi ng NBI, sinasabi ng Customs, ang importer dito ay nagngangalang Miss Tatad. Kayo po ba si Miss Tatad?
Yes, Your Honor.
Teacher po kayo?
Kapapasa lang po.
Pero importer kayo?
Diyan po sa dokumento, ako po yung nakapangalan. Pero,
Oo nga,
consignee
pero
po,
importer
right?
kayo?
Hindi.
Hindi kayo importer. Kilala mo si Mark Taguba?
Sa pangalan lang po. Siya po kasi yung gumamit nung accreditation ng EMT.
Wala pong kasing kapupuntahan to pag hindi kayo magsasabi nun. Hindi ba ang ang broker mo si TJ Marceliana?
Ano po, nakilala ko po si Mr. TJ Marceliana nung nagka-problema na po. First time ko po siyang nakilala.
Pero yung ginamit na importer, kayo po yung EMT Trading, kayo ang may-ari nito.
Opo.
Bago po kayo maging importer, ang mga broker po at saka importer, kagaya ng mga naunang nagtanong, kayo po ina-accredit ng Accreditation Management Office.
Opo, Your
Meron
Honor.
pong mga dokumento kayong isusumiti sa kanila, capitalization, ang address po ninyo, ano po ba yung track record nyo, ano po ba yung mga inangkat ninyo, para po kayo ma-accredit. Hindi po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Tama po ba, sino man ang representative ng Accreditation Management Office? Hindi po ba ang importer ay dadaan sa inyo para i-accredit ninyo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sa mga tweet, alam nyo kung saan ang address. Hindi mo ma-accredit ang isang importer nang hindi mo alam ang address.
Yes, Your
Nang
Honor.
hindi mo siya pinatawag sa opisina mo. Nang hindi mo alam kung sino yung kanyang board of directors. Nang hindi mo alam kung anong capitalization niya. Lahat ito, kinakailangan mong i-verify para ma-accredit. Accredited ba yung EMT Trading?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh. Kung accredited siya, bakit lumilitaw, hindi siya yung may-ari nitong pinag-uusapan nating mga containers na to? Teka muna, Mark, paano nyo nabayaran sa shipper o dun sa kung saan man nyo kinuha yung mga kargamento kung hindi kayo nag-open ng LC? Sino nag-open ng LC? Dapat ikaw, hindi ba? Sangayon sa batas, Ang LC, i-open nung importer. Ikaw yun, Ms. Tatad, di ba? Turuan na naman. Ikaw ang importer sa batas, ikaw ang mag-open ng LC. Paano nyo babayaran lahat yun? Kung alangan namang dadalhin ng shipper yun kung hindi siya bayad. Ang sabi ni Mark, 10,000 sa container deposit, 11,000 arastre, 60,000 shipping. Yung binayaran pa nyo kung saan yung lupalop kinuha lahat ng mga ito. Sino nag-open ng LC? Hindi alam ng custom ito. Paano? Bakit po yung address na ginamit ay yung sa Hongfei, Philippines, Mark? Hindi ba sa batas, ang address na gagamitin mo ay ang address ng importer?
Hindi ko po alam masyado yung
Hindi mo alam.
technical.
Binigyan ka namin ng legislative immunity para magsabi ka sa amin ng walang alam? Nang hindi mo naiintindihan kung ano pinag-uusapan natin dito. Isip-isipin mo ito, 158,000 pesos per container. Pagkatapos hindi mo masabi, sinong tao nagbibigay sa iyo ng ganun? Napakarami pera nito, Mark. Ikaw, nag-iisa ka pa lang na taon, sabi mo kanina. Kumbaga sa pinag-uusapan, bagito ka pa. Kasi yung iba nga, experienceado na. Ikaw, 1 year ka pa lang. Ang dami mo nang kakilala. Alam mo na kung sino yung mga bibigyan. Even assuming na, ito, hindi po natin sinasabi kung totoo lahat ang sinasabi niya. Pero dito sa tarang-tara lang, alam mo na kung sino yung bibigyan mo. Tanong, halimbawa, yung binibigyan mong 10,000 pesos, halimbawa, yung IAS. Ito ang pinakamalaki kasi. Naturally, kakilala mo itong taong ito. Every month mong kinakausap ito. Ito yung nagsabi sa'yo kung anong gagamitin mong code para makalabas yung kargamento mo nang walang masyadong problema. Kilala mo itong taong ito. Regular mong kausap ito. Alam mo ang address niya, di ba?
Yung Kenneth Dong lang po ang kilala ko.
Teka muna, itong binibigyan mong 10,000 pesos, kilala mo ito sapagkat regular mong nakakausap, regular mong binibigyan ng pera. Alam nga naman hindi mo man lang kakilala. Hindi mo ba iisipin na baka sakaling hindi niya ibigay ito? Malilintikan ako doon sa principal ko. Baka kailangan alam ko kung ano yung address mo. Di ba? Kailangan alam ko kung saan ka nakatira para alam ko kung saan kita hanapin. Wala ka man lang masabi dito kung sino-sino itong mga taong ito. Bakit?
Your Honor, hindi ko alam yung address nila. Kilala ko lang sila, nagkikita
Hindi mo
kami.
alam kung kanino mo kinukuha yung perang ibinibigay mo sa lahat ng taong sinasabi mong pinagbibigyan mo. Okay? Hindi mo rin kakilalang masyado itong mga taong regular mong pinagbibigyan ng tara. Ito, napakarami na kung kukwentahin mo, 27,200 pesos per month per container. Paano ka naming paniniwalaan? Kasi meron kang tinatago anong kaugnayan mo kay TJ Marceliana? Ikaw ang broker, bakit ikaw ang parang walang masyadong ginagawa? Bakit ang facilitator ang palaging nakikipag-usap sa customs?
Your Honor, ang duties and responsibilities ko lang po kasi is sa entry declaration, more on office documentation lang po.
Ano ka mo?
Ako lang po yung nag-prepare, lodge, nag-sign ng entry declaration or yung tinatawag nating single administrative documents na required to be filed sa Bureau of Customs.
Ngayon, nasaan yung kopya mo? Nasaan yung kopya ng mga entries na ito?
Meron po ako, Your Honor.
Lahat ng mga containers meron ka?
Yung particular po na iniimbestigahan po natin, Your Honor.
Kung meron ka, sino ang may-ari ng mga containers?
Your Honor, kasi ang kausap ko lang po rito is si Mark Taguba po.
Yan na nga, magkatabi kayo
Apo.
Turuan na kayo ng turuan
Hindi po, Your Honor. Kasi gaya po ng sinabi ko, Your Honor, sa opisina lang po ako for documentation only.
Kaya nga, tinatanong kita ngayon, ikaw ang nakakaalam ng mga entries.
Apo.
Okay? Kasi itong mga entries na ito, kung talagang gagawin lang namin, masusumpena namin yung Liquidation and Billing Division ng MICP. Tama? Doon lilitaw kung sino ang may-ari ng shipment. Tama o hindi?
Tama po.
Kasi kung ibibigay mo na ngayon, para hindi na kami mahirapan magsabi na, kasi makukuha namin. Kung hindi namin makakuha doon, pwede namin kukunin sa
Sir,
Philippine Ports Authority.
Based on document po,
Sino ang may-ari?
si EMT Trading po ang naka-registered importer po for this particular
Eh
shipment.
sabi niya, importer lang siya. Ikaw bang may-ari ng mga kargamento?
No, Your Honor, broker.
Hindi, si Ms. Tata, ikaw ba may-ari ng mga kargamento?
Ang ano ko po dito, consignee for hire lang po talaga ako. Wala po talaga akong alam kung kanino
Bakit
po
mo
talaga.
pinagamit yung import trading mo?
Gusto ko lang pong sa retainers ko po, royalty.
Magkano?
1,500 po
Per container?
Opo.
Ang trabaho mo lang para ipagamit mo lamang yung EMT trading.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi mo kilala kung sino yung may-ari ng mga kargamento
Hindi po.
na dumaan sa...
Hindi po, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, gusto ko magtanong po sa Bureau of Customs. Kahit sino po pwedeng sumagot. Hindi po ba totoo na within 24 hours, lahat po ng shipment na manggagaling sa mga sulupalop ng daigdig papunta sa ating bansa, magpapadala po siya through electronic transmission nung tinatawag nating inward foreign manifest. Totoo po yun o hindi? Online po, pinadadala yun. Within 24 hours, ito po yung process. Totoo po o hindi?
Your Honor, under existing regulations, Your Honor.
Totoo o hindi? Yun
Totoo
lang.
po, totoo po.
Okay. Yung pong shipping line na magsisip noon, kung gagamit siya ng agent, ida-download po niya yung inward foreign manifest at electronically, padadala niya po sa Bureau of Customs.
Tama po, Your Honor.
Ang Bureau of Customs po, mayroong computer portal na marami pong, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, higit sa 10 opisina. Kapag ka po yun, sinend sa inyo electronically, alam na po ninyo ang bawat laman ng lahat ng containers. Tama po o hindi?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Sa mga tuwid, hindi isa, hindi dalawa, hanggang 10. Palagay ko hanggang 12 pang opisina dyan, kasama ang opisina ng Commissioner of Customs. Bawat isa sa kanila, nakikita po nila ang laman, ang actual na laman ng isang container. Ngayon po, bakit sinasabi kanina ni Mark Taguba, kaya siya nagmamadali, sapagkat nakikipagpaligsahan siya sa benchmarking para makamura siya, para 40,000. Ang sabi ni Mark kanina, paano mo naman nalaman na itong binibigyan mo, binibigyan niya sa kung kani-kaninong dapat pagbigyan? Kasi po, wala naman pong na-alert sa mga containers na pinadala ko Tama naman, hindi? Sinabi mo kanina. 400 containers a month, walang na-alert. Pero dapat merong ma-alert, di ba? Dapat merong ma-alert, di ba?
Yes, meron po.
O kaya ka nga gumagamit ng benchmarking para hindi na ma-alert Sa mga katuwid, sa sinasabi mo, ang daming dapat ma-alert sa container na pinadadala mo, bakit hindi po ninyo nakikita? Samantalang lumabas na po sa manifest nung, kung ano po ang laman ng mga yon. Bakit wala pong nakakasilip isa man sa customs kung ano yung laman nung dala niya? Siya na pong nagsasabi na ka-alert po lahat ang kanyang mga kargamento. Kaya po siya, kung hindi ka alert, Mark, hindi ka magbabayad. Hindi ka magbibigay. Tama o hindi?
Yes,
Oh.
Your Honor. Your Honor, may I be recognized? Just to
Is it
respond.
related to the
Yes.
question of Congressman
Yes.
Marcoleta?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you have 1 minute.
As part of the task of our office of monitoring and combating undervaluation, it's not true that EMT, ROSS, and Integrity Trading has not been alerted. Our office had alerted that for so many times. Just to be clear about it on record. We are not protecting anyone. We go against anybody.
Okay, thank you
Thank
for
you,
that
sir.
information. Congressman Marcoleta, please proceed and please wrap up.
Okay, maganda po yung sagot niya. Sino na po yung mga opisinang na-alert po ninyo? Sino-sino, kaugnay po doon sa mga kargamentong pinag-uusapan, sino-sino pong mga opisina ang inalerto po ninyo?
Sir, what I mean by alert is I'm referring to Section 14 of the CMTA, the power to alert. I am recommending to DEPCOM Gambala as the head of command center if we see undervaluation declarations based on their papers. Then, as per our office record, EMT had been alerted, and so as the other two, SSS and Integrity, which apparently came out to be handled by Mark behind the scenes. So it's not true that they've been saying kanina pa na hindi sila na-alert. No. I'd like to say that, Your Honor, on record. We base on numbers. We don't protect anybody. We alert those who are alertable. Thank you, sir.
Yun nga po, yung tinatanong na, sino po yung na-alerto ninyo? Ano pong nangyari nung magbigay po kayo ng alert?
Your Honor, I can only recommend. So it will be forwarded to the command center. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, when you recommended the alert, kanino po nyo nirecommend ang opisina? At ano pong ginawa ng opisina yun?
To the command center, Your Honor, and it was transmitted to MICP. And if I may state, Your Honor, while this investigation had been going on already, my office, because if I was the recommending alerting officer, it will go back in full circle to my office. While the investigation is already going on, there is even an EMT cargo that had been alerted by my office and pinabalik pa sa opisina ko para ipa-release. I did not sign for that because I know that investigation is ongoing. DEPCOM Gambala knows that. I forwarded it back even with a comment.
Question. Sino nag-utos na ipa-release?
The processor is the port. MICP has to send it back to the command center, and the command center has to forward it to us. If it has been inspected and there was no derogatory cargoes, so it will be seen if there are misdeclarations or not, or if the difference in terms of valuation, yung examiner ng port, example, 9% yung difference, so mag-upgrade yun. But the bottom line of everything, sir, after the action taken by the inspection team, hindi nila ma-release yun, ibabalik nila yun sa COMSEN, then sa amin, dahil values yung pinag-usapan doon. Actually, sir, mga last week lang yata yun, or 2 weeks ago. I brought it up at the EXICOM. Akala ko ba itong EMT inimbestigahan na? Bakit binalik pa itong, ipapa-release nyo pa to? So I did not sign for that, sir.
Sino nag-order sa'yo na ipa-release in spite of your objection, Director Maestro Campo?
Sir, I'd like to place things in the proper perspective. I was not ordered. It was from the port, it will go back to to COMSEN, then me being the recommendatory officer, ibabalik ng com center sa amin, then we will check yung computation, upgrading ng binayaran niya. But I immediately noticed that it was EMT trading and the investigation is already going on. So I did not sign for it. I throw back the paper to COMSEN, to DEPCOM Gambala, and he knew what I did.
What did you do, DEPCOM Gambala, when you received that information?
As far as I remember, sir, we opened up it to the EXICOM, and as we discussed with Attorney Jet, because he is the collector of MICP, we decided to just hold it, sir. for further investigation, sir.
So hindi na-release yung EMT cargo. Is that what you're saying?
That's, I think so, sir.
Is
Because it's
that
with
correct?
the, because it's
Yes,
with the
Your Honor.
collector, sir.
Just to explain the process. Your Honor, a warrant of seizure and detention, when it is issued, well, first, sir, it's a alert order, I'm sorry. An alert order, when it is issued, it's actually an administrative proceedings against the rest. What is actually being requested to the port, this point, if it's a valuation issue, to the special inspection team, which also headed by AOCG, is that the role of the port is to open the shipment, conduct a 100% examination, and report whatever findings that we have. Your Honor, again, the final decision whether to release it or not is with the command center. However, if there are no discrepancies in the findings in the examination, the continuous processing recommendation, because of those no findings, will always be recommended. But the regulatory information coming from the command center will guide them whether or not this is the only issue at hand. If there are other issues at hand other than potential misdeclaration, then the command center has the prerogative not to release it. Alert orders are issued by the command center, and therefore it is also the command center that actually lifts them, Your Honor.
Okay, in this particular shipment, you have lifted the alert order.
No, sir.
Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. Because as far as the ES is concerned, because they was the requesting party, they did not approve of the lifting, sir.
Your Honor.
Ang tanong ko, teka, nakakalito eh. Ang tanong ko ganito, no? Nakalabas ba yung shipment na yon?
No, sir. No, sir.
So hanggang ngayon nandiyan pa
Yes,
sa
sir.
bureau.
Yes,
okay. Sige, please, Congressman Marcoleta, I'm sorry, please proceed for your last
Your Honor,
question.
before the good congressman, I'd like to submit the document because baka may drugs pa kayong hinahanap doon. Ito yung hindi ko pinirmahan na iparelease even with the ongoing case. The funny thing, Your Honor, pardon me, since day one, as a resource person, every time I talk, I have documents. But apparently, I have documents, I have facts. But apparently kanina sa isang tanong lang ni Congressman, sira yung pamilya ko eh. Sana proteksyonan nyo rin yung resource person na
We will.
honest.
Submit all those documents to the committee, Director Maestro Campo, and we will give you the opportunity to be heard. And this committee will not prejudge anyone in this particular hearing. All we wanted to determine is what remedial legislations are we going to come up with, as well as perhaps recommend possible prosecution against anyone whom we see are guilty of infractions, malfeasance, misfeasance, nonfeasance in the performance of their duty in this bureau.
Mr. Chair.
I hope I made myself
Yes,
clear.
thank you very much, Your Honor.
Congressman Acop.
This address to Director Maestre Campo. Alam mo, Iho, nung pumasok ka sa public service, kasama yan sa sweldo mo eh. Oo. Ako nga eh, for 18 years, Congressman Gus Tambunding knows it, for 18 years, yung stigma na nandun sa likuran ko, I carried it for 18 years. So, Iho, magtiyaga ka muna. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you
It
very
is
much.
what you call occupational hazards. May hazard pay yan eh.
Actually, sir, napakaliit lang ng point ko eh. Kasi naniniwala ko sa inyo lahat, marunong kayo magtanong, matatalino kayo. Nilagay ni Mark, as I've said, I have nothing against. Nilagay ni Mark yung unit ko, IAS, then may pangalan doon na Tita Nani. Tapos bakit biglang tumalon sa pangalan ko? Dahil sa pagtatanong ni Sir kanina, isang congressman, hindi ko nga kilala si Mark. I have nothing against Mark. Ang point ko yung procedure, Your Honor ba? Naggawa na siya ng lista. I'm sorry, sir. I have to defend my honor. My children are crying right now. Gumawa na siya ng lista, sir. Ang nilagay niya, Tita Nani, sa Import Assessment Service. Tapos nung na-push siya, natanungin dito, tama ba yun, sir, na nag-assume na lang siya? Siyempre, alam na niya sino yung IAS eh. So, ako na yung pangalan na nilagay niya dito. Pero ang nilagay niya, Tita Nani, when he was pushed to point on someone, paano natalon ka agad sa pangalan ko? Sinabi naman ni Mark, di kami magkakilala.
Okay.
Yung Nani, hindi ko rin yan kilala.
Okay, for clarity, Mark, tatanungin kita ulit ha. Kilala mo ba personal si Director Maestro Campo?
Mr. Chair, hindi pa po ako tapos eh.
Ay,
Di ba?
I'm sorry,
Kasi may
Congressman
interrupt,
Marcoleta.
ma-upset na naman yung ano. Aalis
Okay.
na lang ako rito,
Sorry.
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, I got carried away, Congressman Marcoleta, because I was about to ask Mark Taguba.
Kasi po, ginagawa natin to, hindi naman sa kung may nagsabi na ganito, naniniwala po ang mga congressmen. Hindi po, maniwala kayo sa amin. Kaya namin tinatanong lahat ang mga tao para malaman natin kung sino nagsasabi ng totoo. Hindi ko mo tinuro po kayo, naniniwala na po kami. Magtiwala po kayo na lalabas naman ang katotohanan dito. Kaya tinatanong ko po nga si Mark kanina pa, nagsimula ako dun sa Miss Tatad. Medyo nahihirapan lang tayo sapagkat hindi nila sinasabi yung totoo. Sabi mo kanina, importer for hire ka lang. At nagbabayad sila sa'yo ng 1,500 per container. Sino ang nagbibigay sa'yo ng 1,500?
Si Mr. Mark Taguba po.
Okay. Kanino mo naman kinukuha yung binabayad mo doon sa may-ari ng EMT Trading?
Doon po sa opisina ko, yung sa 1,670,000 na yon, meron na po akong para sa kanila.
Oo nga. Sino nga tao? Kanina ko pa nga tinatanong sa iyo eh. Sinong tao o sinong financier ang nagbibigay sa... Kasi facilitator ka rito eh. Ito nga Tara, ikaw nagbibigay. Pati nga yung 1.5 nung importer, ikaw din ang nagbibigay. So malinaw na malinaw dito, ginamit lamang siya. Ikaw naman, nagpagamit ka. Pero sa katotohanan, kagaya ng naunang nagsipagtanong dito, meron na po kayong liability ngayon pa lang kapag hindi nyo sinabi yung mga tao na yan. Sapagkat lalo na ikaw, Ms. Tatad, ikaw ang may-ari ng importation company, itong EMT Trading. Huwag mo sasabihin kung consignee ka na nagamit ka lang, hindi mo alam kung sino yung tao sa likod ng mga ito. Hindi po pwede yung ganun. Kung wala kayong may bibigay na pangalan, pansamantala kayo ang mapoprosecute dito. Katulad mo, Mark, hanggang ngayon ayaw mong sabihin, napakalaking pera nito, hindi basta-basta pera ito. Alam ko naman na hindi nanggagaling sa iyo ito. Sino yung, sa particular na mga containers na to, sino yung nagbibigay ng 1,500 kay Ms. Tatad?
Your Honor, yung pera yan nanggagaling po kay Kenneth Dong. Tapos,
sino siya?
Isa po siya sa mga client ko.
Kenneth Go.
Dong.
O, kilala mo siyang personal, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Saan siya nandito ba siya ngayon?
Wala po, Your Honor.
Pero alam mo yung address niya.
Ang pagkakaalam ko sa Las Piñas po siya nakatira.
Malaki ang Las Piñas eh.
Hindi ko pa napuntahan yung bahay niya or
sa ganitong karaming pera na binibigyan niya sa iyo regularly, sapagkat kailangan mong bayaran ng mga taong dapat mong bayaran para mapabilis ang kargamento mo. Hindi mo alam ang address niya. Sa akala mo ba may maniniwala sa iyo na hindi mo alam pati address niya? Binibigyan na nga kita ng pagkakataon. Kanina sinabi mo kasi, tinatanggap mo yung legislative immunity. Alam mo yung condition noon, sasabihin mo yung totoo at pawang katotohanan lamang. Alam mo, mula pa kanina, nagsimula ako magtanong sa'yo, wala ka nang sinasagot eh.
Your Honor, yung sa address niya, hindi ko talaga alam. Yun ang katotohanan doon. Hindi ko alam yung address niya.
Pero alam mo siyang puntahan?
Meron siyang tambayan na pinupuntahan namin.
Itong ganitong kalaking pera, tambayan lang ang pinag-uusapan ninyo? Alam mo siyang tawagan. Nag-uusap kayo. Alam mo ang telephone number niya, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
O sabihin mo nga yung telephone number kasi marami nakikinig.
Ang telephone number po niya is 0917-853-1158. Yan po ang phone number.
Landline?
Wala po ako nung landline.
Email?
Wala po akong email niya.
Yun lamang ang tanging nag-uugnay yung isang cellphone number na yon?
Meron pa po siyang isa pang telephone number.
O, sabihin mo yung isa pa.
0917-895-9659.
Ano ang kaugnayan ng Kenneth Go dun sa Hong Fei, Philippines?
Your Honor, may clarify ko din, itong taong ito, marami siyang shipment.
Alam ko.
Marami po siyang kilalang, hindi lang po siya nakatie-in kay Hong Fei. Meron din siya mga kilalang ibang Chinese na gusto rin mag-business, magparating ng container.
Sa mga tweets na sinasabi mo,
middleman siya.
Hindi siya middleman, consolidator siya. Tama? Sapagkat ang isang container, kailangan puno yun. Hindi isang tao lang. Merong isang master bill of lading. Tama?
Yes.
Tama o hindi?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pagkatapos, lahat ng mga individual na nagparating doon, meron silang tinatawag na house bill of lading. May kanya-kanya silang respective na house bill of lading. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Kung makakakuha tayo ng mga dokumento na yon, hindi ba? Kung talagang ikaw ay nagsasabi ng totoo at gusto mong makipag-cooperate para mahuli natin kung sino talaga ang may-ari, sapagkat kung hindi ako nagkakamali, kapag hindi kayo nakapagsalita, kabay yung tatlo, sabit kayo. Kung meron kang itatagong dokumento, itong mga entries na to, kung tawagin nga ninyo ito, SAD eh. Single Administrative Document. Ito yung Import Entry and Internal Revenue Declaration, IEIRD. Di ba natin di mo pwedeng ibigay sa amin yung kopya nito para itong, kasi rito, kapag naibigay mo itong hard copy na ito, Mark, at na-retrieve natin, para sa mga containers na ito, ay may pakikita rito kung sino yung customs examiner, sino yung nag-approve, kung sino yung chief ng Formal Entry Division na nag-process, pumirma. Para hindi na tayo mahirapan, edi mahanap na natin kung sino yung may-ari nito.
Your Honor, meron po akong kopya.
Nakalagay dyan yung pangalan ng may-ari ng containers? O yung importer na naman ang ituturo mo? Paikot-ikot lang tayo rito eh.
Your Honor, hindi...
Yun na nga, ganun ang mangyayari rito. Miss Tatad, ang pananagutan mo rito, pinagamit mo, kung talagang hindi ikaw ang may-ari nito, pinagamit mo yung EMT trading. Hindi mo man lang alam kung ano yung ikinakarga, kung basta nagbabayad sila ng 1.5 sa'yo, sapat na sa'yo yung kumita ka ng ganun. Ngayon, bumulaga sa ating lahat na mayroon palang nagagamit pala ito para pati shabu ay dalhin doon. Magkakaroon po kayo ng pananagutan sa batas sapagkat kailangan nating matukoy sino yung tao o mga tao na nasa likod nito. Makukuha po namin MISG, STG, Colonel Gambalan, di ba?
Yes,
kapag kayong na-download na yung detalye ng Inward Foreign Manifest,
yes, sir.
Yung opisina po ninyo, i-validate nyo, i-store po ninyo sa database ng portal.
Yes, sir.
At yung po hindi na-delete yun, nandyan yan.
Yes, sir.
Sa mga tweet, makikita po natin yung yung description ng goods, quantity, pangalan ng carrying vessel, sino yung consignee, container number, para makita po natin kung sino yung shipping company. At sa shipping company, sasabihin po niya kung sino yung nagpadala.
Yes,
nandun po yun.
Yes, sir.
Bakit hindi po natin maibigay yun? Kahit sino po sa inyo mahawak ng portal ng computer, meron po kayo nito.
Yes, sir. It could be seen in the port, sir.
At makikita natin kung sino ang shipping line.
Yes, sir.
Doon sa shipping line, kitang-kita po natin kung sino nagpadala. Tama
yes,
po?
Yes, sir.
O ba't po hindi natin maibigay sa komite kung sino yung mga taong nasa likod nun?
We'll submit it, sir.
Ito po, ang pagkakaalam ko po, yung may mga portal dito, yung Office ng Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner for Enforcement Group, Deputy Commissioner for Intelligence Group, Office ng Deputy Commissioner for Assessment and Operations, Office ng Deputy Commissioner for Revenue and Collection Monitoring Group, District Collectors ng Port of Manila, MICP, Deputy Collector Operations ng napakarami nito, pati Chief ng CIIS, Chief ng CIIS, Port of Manila, Chief CIIS, MICP, Chief CIIS, POB. Napakarami po na pinagdaanan po nung containers ni Mark Taguba. Bakit lumitaw po na nagamit pa niya yung benchmarking? Kung 400 containers per month, wala po bang isa man doon sa nakakakita ng portal, identical po na 40,000 pesos? Kapani-paniwala ba, Mark, ikaw? Ay, ikang tatanong. Kapani-paniwala ba na 400 containers per month? Iisa ba yung value niya? 40,000 pesos?
Your Honor, kasi ano yan, parang normal, lahat naman ginagawa eh. Lahat naman yang ginagawa yan.
Saan?
I mean, kumbaga hindi lang naman ako ang gumagawa.
Hindi nga, ito nga yung tinatanong ko eh. Kaya nga, inamin mo na eh. Ang tinatanong ko, 400 containers a month. Ang sabi mo, one year ka na eh. Sa Makatwid, that's about more than 4,000 containers. Hindi ba magtataka, isa man dun sa nakakakita ng portal na yon, ito pala yung, ibig bang sabihin, lahat ng 4,000 containers na yon, halos substantially, pare-pareho ang laman nun. Ang value niya is only worth, is taxable by 40,000 pesos. Wala po bang nag-isip man lang na katakataka naman ito? 40,000 containers, 4,000 containers in a year. Ang ibinabayad ni Mark Taguba is 40,000 pesos. Ina-address ko po kung sinong gustong sumagot sa BOC. Bakit po hindi kayo na-alerto na ba't po pare-pareho? Maliban na lang kung ma-justify ni Mark Taguba na talaga pong iisa naman po yung sa bawat container po talagang eksaktong-eksakto, pare-pareho po yung laman po ng container. Kaya po 40,000. Bakit po walang nakakita? Magmula po sa opisina, ako po, walang akusasyon po ito. Ito po curiosity lang ng isang, kasi po educational din sa akin ito eh. Bilang isang mambabatas na wala namang masyadong kinalaman sa aduana, ang pinanggagalingan ko po ay puro pagtataka. Kasi po, ang isang normal na taong katulad ko, magtataka ako na, teka muna, bakit naman ang lahat ng dumaan sa, bakit naman, ang lakas naman ng Mark Taguba naman. 40,000 lahat. Sana man lang pa iba-iba. Merong 55, merong 87, may 92. Hindi masyadong halata, Mark. Paano mo nagawa yun?
Your Honor,
Kindly wrap up, Congressman Marcoleta.
Yun nga po yung kalakaran sa...
Kalakaran?
Opo. Lahat, hindi naman po ako lang ang gumagawa niyan.
Alam mo, seryosong charge ito, Mark. Ibig mo sabihin ang custom nagpabaya. Kasi kalakaran ka mo eh. Ayokong mag-akusa, Mark, ha? Pero sa iyo na nanggagaling. May seryosong charge ito na ito'y kalakaran. Ngayon, kung sinasabi mo na kalakaran, kaya ba hindi na pinansin ng customs?
Yun po talaga eh. Yun ang makapagbibigay po ako ng mga consignee rin na gumagawa rin ng ganito. Hindi lang naman ako nag-iisa.
Pero paano kang nagsimula? Yun ang sino yung nagturo? 1 year ka pa lang dito eh. Kumbaga sa bagito ka lang, neophyte ka lang eh. Kumbaga sa congressman, first term mo lang eh. Wala ka masyadong alam. Pero ang galing mo. Sino nagturo sa'yo na ito ilalapitan mo? Para yung benchmarking, siyempre merong nagsabi sa'yo. Merong starting point ito. Pagkatapos, meron ka ng yung financier. Ang nakakapagtaka, wala kang masabi ni isa man sa mga financier mo. Naniniwala ako na marami sila. Can you imagine? 100 containers per week. Nagsabi ka ng kahit na 2, 3 kung sino yung mga financier mo kasi sasabit itong timistatad. NBI, sa kawalan po ng masasagot nila, hindi ho ba normal lamang na kung sino yung talagang nakalagay sa dokumento, sila lamang po ang pansamantala ang uusigin ninyo, hindi po ba? Mr. Tad, sa ngayon, ang dokumento mo nakikita nila ikaw ang consignee. Sa batas kasi, meron kaming sinasabi na the best evidence is the document itself. Eh kung pumayag ka na ito yung ikaw ang consignee, di ikaw ang malilintikan dito. Maliban na lang kung sasabihin mo kay TJ, sige TJ, sabihin mo na ang totoo. At kung sasabihin mo naman na kayong tatlo, mag-usap na kayo ni Mark. Sabihin mo na kasi dahil sa hindi ako naniniwala na si Miss Tatad kaya niyang mag-importa ng 100 containers per week. Ilan bang capitalization ng EMT trading?
Hindi ko po matandaan. I-check ko.
Ano ka ba sa EMT trading? Ikaw may-ari, di ba?
Opo.
Pumasa ka na teacher. Anong teacher? Elementary?
Elementary po, Your Honor.
Nakapagturo ka?
Hindi pa po.
Dahil sa maganda na itong hanap buhay na ito, nakalimutan mo nang magturo.
Hindi naman po sa ganun, Your Honor. Bali po, nag-apply po ako. Kaya lang po, medyo yung credentials ko po, hindi pa po ganun ka, ano.
Oo nga.
Kaya,
Sinong
pumayag
lumapit
po ako.
sa'yo para gamitin yung kumpanya mo?
Bali po, si Mr. Mark Taguba po, ang gumamit po talaga ng
O yun,
consignee
Mark.
ko. Siya po
Ikaw palang lumapit sa kanya. Alam mo ngayon na hindi siyang may-ari ng mga kargamento. Merong tao sa likod mo na nagsabi sa'yo, maghanap ka ng mga pwede nating gamitin. Ito yung mga for hire. Sabi mo kanina, magsasabi ka ng totoo at pawang katotohanan lamang. Ang sinasabi mo lang, sino ba yung sinabi mo kanina? Donghi? Ano ba?
Si Kenneth Dong po.
No, si Kenneth Dong. Ano bang itsura ni Kenneth Dong? Meron ka bang litrato niya?
Meron naman po akong litrato. Meron po. Litrato.
Yung litrato na yan, sino nagbigay? Kinuha mo siya nung nag-uusap kayo?
Hindi po.
Pinadala niya sa'yo?
Sa WeChat po. Sa WeChat po kasi may...
Gaano mo katagal kakilala?
Nung August ko po siya nakilala.
August lang?
Opo.
At doon ka nagsimula na maging facilitator?
Yes po.
Last question, Congressman Marcoleta.
Paano nyo binayaran yung kargamento sa pinagkunan nyo?
Your Honor, ang alam ko lang kasi yun dito eh. Pag nandito na yung barko, pag nasa yarda na yung container, yun lang po ang alam ko. Yung paano sa China, bahala na sila kung paano yung diskarte nila. Hindi ko alam yung sa China eh, kung anong ginagawa nila. Basta pag nandito na, nakuha ko na yung mga dokumento, ipaprocess na namin.
So, ang nagbabayad si Kenneth Go. Yun ang alam mo.
Doon sa China, hindi ko alam. Pero dito po, ang nagbibigay sa akin ng pera pang process ng container na yun, si Kenneth Dong.
Si Kenneth Dong, nag-iisa ba siya sa mga containers nito o marami pa?
Marami po. Marami po talagang gumagamit ng EMT.
Sino-sino? Ikaw din ang nagpapacilitate?
Opo.
So, sino pa yung mga gumagamit sa EMT? Bukod kay Kenneth Dong.
Your Honor, pwede po ba akong maggawa ng listahan tapos ibigay ko po sa inyo? Kung okay po yun.
Mr. Chairman, pwede rin siguro on condition na puro totoong tao ang sasabihin niya. Baka mamaya, bubulahin lang kayo nito. Dapat kung ilalagay mo sa listahan, pati address. Kasi kung walang address, kamukha nung Kenneth Go.
Dong.
O Dong. May paano yun?
Ibibigay ko po pati address.
Si Kenneth Dong, Kenneth Go, may address ka?
Hindi ko po, wala po ako nung address niya. Ang alam ko lang po yung mga kasi po si Kenneth Dong, hindi naman po siya doon lang sa Hongfei. Meron naman siyang mga kliyente rin namang iba. Ang alam ko lang yung mga bodega. Pagka nandito na yung container, ilalabas na namin, sabihin ko sa kanya, pwede ko na mailabas yung container mo, magbibigay lang siya sa akin ng bodega, yung address ng bodega, kung saan ko i-deliver. Yun lang po.
Colonel Gambala, yung mga sinasabi nating computer data,
Yes, sir.
kapag ka yun ay na-review natin, lilitaw ba yung mga financier ni Mark Taguba?
We'll look at it, sir. I'll look at it, sir.
Bakit hindi nyo pa ba tinignan? Merong inward manifest eh. Wala ba kayong tinignan sa dami nitong mga ito na para lang sa ngayon ay makikita na natin, ma-assess na natin kung sapat yun para Otherwise, pwede nating isabina yung liquidation and billing division ng MICP. Pwede rin yung Philippine Ports Authority sapagkat nagbayad sila ng storage siguro doon. At saka yung sa arastre. Di ba nagbabayad ka ng arastre? Yung Internal Container Terminal Services. Siguradong nandun yung manifesto ng shipping line at makikita natin doon. Pwede ba nating gawin yun with your assistance, Colonel Gambala and NBI? Ang dali naman pong i-track nito kung gugustuhin lang natin. Kasi ayaw pong magsabi nila Mark Taguba, ayaw magsalita ni Marceliana at saka ni Miss Tatad. Normal naman siguro kasi kalakaran na ito. Kanya, ikutan na lang tayo ng ikutan, Mr. Chair. Mapapagod lang ako ng katatanong
ng mandato
rito.
ninyo. Ang pinapakita namin na realidad, yung attitude mo na ikaw ay partial. Hindi kayong chairman na walang kinikilingan. Yun ang gusto kong palabasin dito. Kanya nga, tinatanong ni Congressman Roque, kung ganyan ang attitude mo, anong business mo para to stay as chairman dyan sa Commission on Human Rights?
Yung aking mandato, sang-ayon sa saligang batas at sa aking
ng mandato ninyo. Ang pinapakita namin na realidad, yung attitude mo na ikaw ay partial. Hindi kayong chairman na walang kinikilingan. Yun ang gusto kong palabasin dito. Kanya nga, tinatanong ni
lahat po tayo dahil
mga abuso na gawa ng mga ng mandato ninyo.
Facility. Your Honor po, ang human rights po ay para sa lahat ng tao. Lahat po tayo, dahil tayo po ay tao, ay merong mga innate o mga likas na mga karapatan na dapat galangin ng bawat isa at ng Estado, Your Honor.
Kaya ko tinatanong yan dahil ang napapansin ko, kapag ka merong namamatay,
naririnig po rin yun, yung ganong puna, to respect human rights. So, pagka may ganun pong mga kalagayan, dapat po talaga ang mga
sa police matter na.
Check, check, hey, check, check, check. 1. Check, 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 mic check, 1, 2, 3, check. Check, check, 1, 1, 1, check, check.
Check, 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 mic check, audio check, mic check. Take 1. Sa pagpapatuloy ng pagdinig ng House Committee on Dangerous Drugs, idinetalya ni Customs Broker Mark Taguba kung kani-kanino napupunta ang nasa 27,000 pesos na tara. Pinaghahati-hatian daw ito tuwing alas 3 ng hapon sa Customs sa tinaguriang 3 o'clock habit. Sa listahan ni Taguba, pinangalanan ang mga inaabutan umano ng tara sa ilang opisina ng Customs, kabilang ang hepe ng mga opisina. Ang mga dumalo sa pagdinig, may kanya-kanyang pagtanggi sa bintang. Hindi raw kilala ni Deputy Commissioner Raval si Taguba. Kilala naman ni Deputy Commissioner Maronilla si Taguba, pero itinanggi niyang tumatanggap siya ng lagay. Aminado naman si Attorney Estrella na may pagkukulang sila sa paglusot ng shipment ng shabu sa Customs. Pero, si Si Direktor Maestre Campo na wala ang pangalan sa listahan, nagpaliwanag din. Isang tita nani raw kasi ang tauhan ng Isang tita nani raw kasi na tauhan ng Import Assessment Service ng Customs ang tumatanggap ng payola. Pero lumitaw sa pagdinig ang pagkatao ng tinatawag nilang tita nani. Paliwanag ni Taguba, malaki ang ibinibigay niya kay Tita Nani kapalit ng tariff codes na magagamit niya para makulusot ang kargamento sa IAS. Ang IAS daw ang may kapangyarihang mag-alerto sa mga kontrabando. Lingguhan daw ibinibigay ni Taguba ang lagay para sa nasa 400 shipment. Bukod sa mga nilista at itinuro ni Taguba, may nagngangalang Chris Bulastig daw na nangongolekta naman umano para kay Customs Commissioner Nicanor Faetig. Bukod sa mga nilista at itinuro ni Taguba, may nagngangalang Chris Bulastig daw na nangongolekta naman umano para kay Customs Commissioner Nicanor Faeldon. Wala sa pagdinig kanina si Faeldon na na-ospital daw dahil sa dental emergency. Nauna nang sinabi ni Taguba na hindi niya alam na may shabu sa dumating niyang shipment noong May 24. Humarap din kanina sa pagdinig ang ilang basketbolista. Nagpaliwanag sila sa tungkulin nila bilang consultant o intelligence officer ng Bureau of Customs na may sweldong 40,000 piso kada buwan. Aminado ang Chief of Staff ni Faeldon na hindi na ni-renew ang kontrata ng mga atleta pero sumisweldo pa rin sila. Pwede rin daw makasuhan ng malversation ang mga atleta. Tresha Zafra, nakatutok, 24 oras. Ba't ano yan? Take 2. Sa pagpapatuloy ng pagdinig ng House Committee on Dangerous Drugs, idinetalya ni Customs Broker Mark Taguba kung kani-kanino napupunta ang nasa 27,000 pesos na tara. Pinaghahati-hatian daw ito tuwing alas 3 ng hapon sa Customs sa tinaguriang 3 o'clock habit. Sa listahan ni Taguba, pinangalanan ang mga inaabutan umano ng tara sa ilang opisina ng Customs. At kabilang na ang hepe ng mga opisina. Ang mga dumalo sa pagdinig, may kanya-kanyang pagtanggi sa bintang. Hindi raw kilala ni... Wait lang, kuya, may ayusin lang ako sa kasi baka saglit lang kabilang. Itinuro rin niya. Bukod sa nasa listahan, itinuro rin. Bukod sa nasa listahan, dinawit. Sige, okay na. Sa listahan ni Taguba, pinangalanan ang mga inaabutan umano ng tara sa ilang opisina ng Customs. Pero bukod sa mga nakalista, idinawit din ni Taguba ang hepe ng ilang opisina sa Customs. Ang mga dumalo sa pagdinig may kanya-kanyang pagtanggi sa bintang. Hindi raw kilala ni Deputy Commissioner Raval si Taguba. Kilala man daw ni Deputy Commissioner Maronilla si Taguba, pero Kilala naman ni Deputy Commissioner Maronilla si Taguba, pero itinanggi niyang tumatanggap siya ng lagay. Aminado naman si Attorney Estrella na may pagkukulang sila sa paglusot ng shipment ng shabu sa Customs. Pero, si Direktor Maestre Campo na wala ang pangalan sa listahan, nagpaliwanag din. Isang tita nani raw kasi ang tauhan na tauhan ng Import Assessment Service ng Customs ang tumatanggap ng payola. Pero lumitaw sa pagdinig ang pagkatao ng tinatawag nilang tita nani. Paliwanag ni Taguba, malaki ang ibinibigay niya kay Tita Nani kapalit ng tariff codes na magagamit niya para makalusot ang kargamento sa IAS. Ang IAS daw ang may kapangyarihang mag-alerto sa mga kontrabando. Lingguhan daw ibinibigay ni Taguba ang lagay para sa 400 shipment. Bukod sa mga nilista at itinuro ni Lingguhan daw ibinibigay ni Taguba ang lagay para sa nasa 400 shipment. Bukod sa mga nilista at itinuro ni Taguba, may nagngangalang Chris Bulastig daw na nangongolekta naman umano para kay Customs Commissioner Nicanor Faeldon. Wala sa pagdinig kanina si Faeldon na na-ospital daw dahil sa dental emergency. Nauna nang sinabi ni Taguba na hindi niya alam na may shabu sa dumating niyang shipment noong May 24. Humarap din kanina sa pagdinig ang ilang basketballista. Nagpaliwanag sila sa tungkulin nila bilang consultant o intelligence officer